feat of both bravery and stupidity. The group of Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer, along with the Umbrella Academy members, were able to save the world from certain doom. But at what cost? Only time will tell. And maybe some space germs.
Title: Investigating the Haunted Amusement Park.
Abstract.
This episode explores the architectural design of an alien-themed amusement park, which was abandoned during the pandemic. The main character, Dr. Singh, teams up with an alien interior designer, Zorix, to investigate the paranormal activity reported at the park.
Scene 1.
Dr. Singh enters the futuristic vehicle with green lights, which is operated by Zorix. He notices the large screen in the center aisle, showcasing images of the abandoned park. Dr. Singh and Zorix discuss the architectural and interior design elements of the park, which were inspired by extraterrestrial themes.
Dr. Singh, the overall layout of the park seems quite unique, with the spaceship-inspired rides and structures. I'm curious to see how it looks from an architectural point of view.
Zorix. Yes, the park was designed to offer a surreal experience to visitors. The alien interior design makes it look like you're in another world.
Scene 2.
As they arrive at the abandoned amusement park, they begin to sense the paranormal activity reported by previous explorers. Zorix explains that the aliens who inspired the park's design may still be present.
Zorix. The aliens who inspired this park's design are known for their advanced technology, including telekinesis and mind control. It's possible that they are still around.
Dr. Singh. Interesting. Let's proceed with caution.
Scene 3. Dr. Singh and Zorix explore the dark, haunted areas of the park, encountering supernatural beings and other paranormal phenomena. They eventually discover an underground laboratory filled with alien technology.
Zorix. This is a breakthrough discovery. The alien technology in this laboratory is way ahead of our time.
Dr. Singh. Amazing. We need to analyze this technology and see how it can benefit humanity. Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode delves into the architectural design of an alien-themed amusement park, while also exploring the paranormal activity surrounding it. The team's discovery of advanced alien technology could have a significant impact on the future of human scientific research.
Title: The Plutonium Dominion Revolt.
Opening scene, a couple of large bugs, resembling dragonflies, fly over a lush green field of plants and bushes in front of a mountain. There are strange glowing crystals embedded in the ground.
Morty, we're on a mission to retrieve some rare plutonium from the Plutonium Dominion. That stuff is so intense, it can power our ships for months.
Geez, Rick, how are we going to get it?
We'll have to infiltrate the Dominion and steal it. But be careful, Morty. The Dominion is guarded by cloned humans who have revolted against their creators.
Cloned human revolt? That sounds dangerous.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll just have to outsmart them. And I have a secret weapon.
As they approach the Dominion, they encounter a group of Foo Fighters.
Whispering, Morty, These Foo Fighters can detect any danger. We have to be quick and quiet.
I don't know if I can be quiet.
Whispering. Just follow my lead.
They sneak past the Foo Fighters and enter the Dominion. As they make their way to the plutonium chamber, they encounter the cloned humans.
Cloned human leader. Who are you and what are you doing here?
We're just here to borrow some plutonium. We'll bring it back, we promise.
Cloned human leader. Sorry, but we can't allow that. We need the plutonium to power our rebellion.
Oh great, now what are we going to do?
Rick pulls out a device and activates it.
This is my secret weapon. It can temporarily stun the cloned humans.
He aims the device at the cloned humans and presses a button. They all collapse to the ground.
Wow, Rick, that was amazing.
Thanks, Morty. I think we've got what we came for. Let's get out of here before they wake up.
As they make their way back to the ship, they encounter the Foo Fighters again.
Foo Fighter. Danger detected. Leave immediately.
Sarcastically. Oh great, thanks for the heads up, Mr. Obvious.
They manage to escape the Dominion with the plutonium and safely make it back to their ship.
That was insane, Rick. I can't believe we made it out alive.
Hey, it wasn't so bad. We may have encountered a cloned human revolt and Foo Fighters, but nothing we couldn't handle.
Laughing. You always know how to make light of a dangerous situation, Rick.
Smirking. That's because I'm a genius, Morty.
Blog. Rick and Morty fly away in their ship, leaving the Dominion and the Foo Fighters behind. The camera pans out and we see the strange glowing crystals light up in the ground.
Title: Feline Federation and Bagel Brawls. A catastrophic adventure.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty witness a cat play with a toy on the ground outside in the sun. Intrigued by this behavior, Rick suggests they take a closer look.
Morty. The feline fascination with toys is a curious behavioral display. Let's investigate.
Okay, Rick, but can I eat my bagel first?
Act 2.
As they approach the cat, they notice it is not alone. A group of felines emerge, all with toys in their possession. The leader of the Feline Federation steps forward, a bagel in its mouth.
Leader, who dares interrupt our playtime and who brings food to the battle?
Buddy, we're just here to observe. And that bagel isn't part of the fight, is it?
Leader, all food is fuel for the battle, and the battle never ends.
Act 3.
The Feline Federation attacks, using their toys as weapons. Rick and Morty are forced to defend themselves with bagels. Chaos ensues, with bagels and toys flying everywhere.
Rick, what do? We can't keep throwing bagels at them.
I know, Morty, I know. We gotta outsmart him.
Act 4.
Using a nearby hose, Rick turns the ground into a slippery surface. The Feline Federation loses their footing, and Rick and Morty emerge victorious.
The battle may have ended, but the war rages on. These felines have shown us the true meaning of cat-like reflexes.
And bagels. Don't forget about the bagels.
End credits.
The Feline Federation is shown victorious in a montage of battles, each one involving bagels. At the end, the leader of the Feline Federation takes a sip of milk, satisfied with their victories.
Title: The Green Death of Rick.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the effects of a mysterious green substance found on a distant planet. Rick and Morty embark on a mission to collect the substance for use in Rick's latest experiment, but things take a turn for the worse when Rick consumes a toxic dose and suffers a fatal outcome.
Scene 1.
Morty, I need you to come with me on a little intergalactic errand. We're going to a planet that's home to a rare and highly sought-after green substance.
Oh, sure, Rick. What is it?
Let's just say it's the key ingredient in my latest project. And it's not something you want to mess around with, so be careful.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty land on the planet and begin harvesting the green substance.
Wow, Rick, this stuff is really potent. What is it?
Well, Morty, it's a combination of several rare chemicals and compounds that have some pretty wild effects on the brain. But trust me, it's worth it.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty begin experimenting with the green substance back in their lab, and things quickly spiral out of control.
Morty, this is gonna blow your mind. Just take a whiff of this.
Rick, are you sure this is safe? It's making me feel kinda funny. Scene 4.
Rick continues to push the limits with the green substance, taking it in increasingly large doses.
Morty, I've unlocked the secrets to the universe with this stuff. I feel invincible.
Rick, I really don't think this is a good idea. Maybe we should slow down?
Scene 5.
Rick finally succumbs to the toxic effects of the green substance.
Rick, no. What have you done?
Morty, this stuff is too powerful for a mere mortal like me. You have to destroy it before it's too late.
Scene 6.
Morty battles with the effects of the green substance to save Rick and destroy the dangerous chemical.
I can't let this stuff destroy you, Rick. I've got to think of something.
Morty, the only way to stop it is to combine it with a special antidote that's located on a different planet. But you'll have to go alone, Morty. I can't go with you.
Scene 7.
Morty bravely travels to the other planet, dodging danger and narrowly escaping death, to retrieve the antidote.
I made it, Rick. I have the antidote.
Morty, I'm impressed. I knew you had what it takes. Now, let's make this quick. I'm starting to feel like a plant.
Scene 8.
Rick and Morty successfully neutralize the green substance and save the universe from a dangerous threat.
Morty, I owe you one. You really came through for me back there.
It was nothing, Rick. I'm just glad you're back to yourself again.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to the safe stuff for a while. No more risky experiments for me.
Good call, Rick. Good call.
Narrator. In this episode, we explore the underlying scientific themes in a seemingly innocent poster of the Final Fantasy movie.
First character. The poster displays a complex arrangement of the main characters in the background, with the title of the movie, Rock Dies, dominating the foreground.
Second character. This composition epitomizes the phenomenon of fragmentation, a recurring theme in the Final Fantasy movies and games, where a coherent and stable image is created from multiple, seemingly disparate, elements.
Third character. Additionally, the title, Rock Dies, alludes to the destruction of a fundamental element of the Earth's crust, underscoring the danger of environmental degradation and the need for sustainable development. Fourth character. This theme is reinforced by the character's clothing, which features a unique fusion of medieval and futuristic elements. This fusion underscores the importance of technology and tradition in promoting environmental sustainability.
Fifth character. Furthermore, the character's hair and facial expressions reflect the fluidity and complexity of human emotions, reflecting the intersection of biology and culture in shaping human behavior.
Sixth character. The poster's overall composition and color scheme, with a semi-monochromatic palette and intricate patterns, suggest a connection to traditional Japanese art forms, highlighting the importance of cultural exchange in shaping global perspectives on sustainability.
Seventh character. Overall,
The poster represents a complex and multifaceted representation of the themes of fragmentation, sustainability, culture, and emotion, underscoring the importance of interdisciplinary approaches in addressing current global challenges.
8th character. Indeed, the Final Fantasy movies and games have consistently demonstrated this cross-disciplinary ethos, combining elements of science, art, and culture to challenge conventional thinking and promote innovative solutions to the world's most pressing problems.
Narrator. And with that, we conclude this episode of scientific analysis of an apparently simple poster, emphasizing the interconnectedness of scientific and cultural themes in popular media.
Title: The Germanium Gambit, a 7-card stud showdown.
Morty, Summer, get your backsides in the garage. We're gonna play some good old-fashioned 7-card stud.
But Rick, where did you get the cards from?
I found them on top of a table next to each other on top of a table, Summer. Now let's get this show on the road.
Rick, do you even know how to play 7-card stud?
Of course I do, Morty. I'm a genius, remember? And to make it even more interesting, we'll be using germanium chips as our currency.
Germanium? That's a rare element. How did you even get your hands on that?
I'm not just a genius, Summer. I'm resourceful too.
Theologian. Excuse me, Rick. As a theologian, I must remind you that gambling is a sin.
Oh, shut up and deal the cards, theologian. Let's get this party started.
As the game progresses, the group becomes increasingly competitive and a flurry of insults and witty banter fly back and forth. Morty manages to win a few hands and Summer impresses everyone with her bluffing skills. But it is Rick who ultimately emerges as the victor, scooping up all the germanium chips.
Looks like I'm the big winner here, folks. And to think, all it took was a little bit of skill and a lot of luck.
Theologian. I still maintain that gambling is a sin.
And I maintain that your opinion doesn't matter. Now let's do this again next week. Same time, same place.
Rick, what are we gonna do with all this germanium?
I'll figure something out, Summer. I always do.
As the group disperses, Rick slips a few germanium chips into his pocket, already planning his next big score. The end.
Title: Quantum Foosball Wars.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Beth, and Jerry stumble upon a group of highly advanced monkeys playing a game of foosball with a green tabletop and wall. However, when Rick attempts to join in on the fun, the game turns deadly and they find themselves being pulled into an interdimensional game of quantum foosball wars.
Well, it appears we've stumbled upon some sort of simian foosball match.
Rick, I don't know if we should mess with these monkeys. Haven't you seen Planet of the Apes?
I think we should just leave them to their game. It seems harmless enough.
But what if I could beat one of them? I could finally prove to you guys that I'm not completely useless.
Alright, fine, let's get in on this. But I warn you, these monkeys aren't your ordinary primates.
As the game begins, the monkeys quickly display their advanced skills and strategy. But when Rick accidentally slices the foosball table in half with his laser gun, the game takes a drastic turn.
Zorro, lead monkey, you have disturbed the sacred game of foosball. Now, we must engage in quantum foosball wars.
What the heck is quantum foosball wars?
Zorro, it is a game between multiple dimensions, where the players must defend their portals and score goals to advance through the multiverse.
I don't think I signed up for this.
We have no choice now. We have to help Rick win this game and get out of here.
As the game progresses and Rick and the gang battle their way through different dimensions, they encounter strange and hilarious situations, including autocorrect fails and a random appearance by Naruto. This is insane. How are we supposed to beat these monkeys and defend our portal at the same time?
Don't worry, Jerry. Just keep your eyes on the ball and let me handle the rest.
In the end, Rick's unorthodox tactics lead them to victory and they are able to return safely back to their own dimension.
Phew, that was crazy. I don't think I ever want to play foosball again.
Speak for yourself, Morty. I've got a rematch to prepare for.
Disclaimer, this episode contains strong language, sexual innuendo, and crude humor intended for mature audiences only.
Title: The Greenhouse Effect of Church's Chicken.
Abstract. This study explores the effects of consuming Church's chicken on the internal temperature and behavioral patterns of individuals. Utilizing Rick and Morty as test subjects, the research examines the correlation between the consumption of chicken and the onset of uncontrollable laughter.
Introduction: Rick and Morty, both avid fans of Church's Chicken, were enticed by the latest promotional offer of a bucket of laughter, containing 10 pieces of chicken and a free comedy show ticket. After consuming the chicken, the duo experienced a sudden increase in body temperature and exaggerated humor. This study aims to discover the causation behind this phenomenon.
Methodology: the experiment involved the consumption of Church's chicken and monitoring the internal temperature and behavioral patterns of the subjects. The temperature was measured through an infrared thermometer, while the behavior was observed by documenting the subject's speech patterns and reactions to stimuli.
Results: the consumption of Church's chicken resulted in a significant increase in internal temperature, with a peak temperature of 101 degrees Fahrenheit. The subjects also displayed exaggerated speech patterns, with Morty repeatedly saying, "Wubba lubba dub dub," and Rick commenting on the existential crisis of the chicken they just consumed. The subjects' laughter was uncontrollable, often resulting in them falling to the ground laughing.
Discussion: the results suggest that the consumption of Church's chicken can cause the greenhouse effect, leading to a rise in internal temperature. The behavioral patterns observed may be attributed to the psychoactive effects of the seasoning on the chicken, causing a heightened sense of humor and propensity towards laughter. This study presents an opportunity for further research on the effects of fast food on the human body and psyche.
Conclusion: Rick and Morty's experience with Church's Chicken highlights the potential risks and benefits of consuming fast food. While the psychoactive effects may provide temporary relief from stress and anxiety, the greenhouse effect and potential health risks should be considered. Further research is needed to fully understand the effects of fast food on the human body and behavior.
Ubba lubba dub dub. This chicken is a gift from the fast food gods.
I'm telling ya, Rick, this chicken is bomb. I can feel the laughter bubbling up inside me.
Wait, Morty, do you feel that? Your internal temp is starting to rise.
My, what now?
The greenhouse effect. We're burning up from the inside out. But hey, at least we're laughing our asses off.
Ha ha ha, this is the best chicken ever.
I can't stop thinking about the existential crisis of that chicken. Was it worth it? What was its purpose in life?
Ha ha ha, Rick, you cracked me up.
Laughter is the best medicine, Morty. And it seems like Church's chicken is the cure-all.
Wubba lubba dub dub.
Title: The Mickey Mouse Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty find themselves trapped in a paradoxical dimension where they encounter Mickey Mouse and his Burmese accomplice. Together, they must navigate through various absurdities to escape the dimension.
Act 1.
Morty, we've entered a paradoxical dimension where everything appears to be out of whack. Keep your hands and feet inside the spacecraft at all times.
Whoa, Rick, look over there. It's Mickey Mouse and his Burmese companion. Mickey Mouse, welcome to the dimension of paradoxes, my friends. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mickey Mouse, and this is Burmese Stay.
Act 2.
What do you want from us, Mouse? We don't have time for your shenanigans.
Mickey Mouse. Oh, but I think you do, old chum. You see, we need your help to escape this dimension.
Burmese Stay, we've been here for days, and we're unable to figure out the way out.
What's the catch?
Mickey Mouse, just a small task, really. We need you to help us complete a Mickey Mouse-themed puzzle.
Act 3.
What kind of puzzle is it?
Burmese Stay. The puzzle involves piecing together a picture of Mickey Mouse and his friends standing in front of a light fixture with their arms out, to the tune of Burmese Stay by the Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber.
Oh, I see. That sounds simple enough.
Wait, what's that noise? Mickey Mouse. Oh, that's just the sound of the dimension collapsing in on itself. We better move fast if we want to complete the puzzle and get out of here.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty scramble to complete the puzzle as the dimension falls apart around them. They work quickly, barely managing to piece the picture together before everything goes black.
Blog.
Rick and Morty wake up back in their spaceship, relieved to have escaped the Mickey Mouse paradox.
Oh, Morty, that was one weird adventure. I never want to go back to that dimension again.
Yeah, Rick, but we did it. We beat the puzzle.
Mickey Mouse and Burmese Stay appear on a screen in front of them.
Mickey Mouse, congratulations, my friends. You've passed the test. Welcome to the club of those who have escaped the Mickey Mouse paradox.
Burmese Stay, and as the final reward, we present to you the elusive Mickey Mouse Burmese Stay remix.
The screen goes blank, and the remix starts playing as Rick and Morty enjoy their victory.
Title: The Unpredictable Gastrointestinal Conundrum.
Synopsis. In this episode, Morty stumbles upon a strange-looking creature with eyes and teeth on it and brings it home to show Rick. Rick identifies it as a rare, extra-dimensional species and decides to use it for his latest experiment. However, things quickly spiral out of control when the creature multiplies rapidly and takes over the Smith household.
Morty, do you have any idea what you've brought into this house? This is a Zorblaxian, a rare species known for their ability to reproduce asexually. And they're like tribbles on steroids.
Cool, can we keep it?
No, Morty, you idiot. We need to contain it before it takes over the entire planet. Luckily, I have just the thing for this.
Rick pulls out a device that shoots a green beam at the Zorblaxian, causing it to shrink down to the size of a pea.
Whoa, what is that thing?
It's a miniaturization ray, Morty. I figured we could just store the Zorblaxians in your small intestine and forget about them.
What? That's crazy, Rick. You can't just put aliens in my body.
Relax, Morty, it's perfectly safe. I've done it plenty of times before. Besides, your small intestine is like a theme park for these little guys.
Rick inserts the miniaturized Zorblaxians into Morty's mouth, and they disappear down his throat.
I can feel them crawling around in there, Rick. This is gross.
Rukia Kuchiki suddenly appears in the room.
Rukia, what in the name of the Soul Society is going on here? Why are there strange creatures in Morty's body?
Oh hey, Rukia, we're just doing some interdimensional experiments. Nothing to worry about.
Rukia, you can't just play God like this, Rick. You're messing with the natural order of things.
Oh please, spare me the lecture, Rukia. I've been doing this for years.
Rukia suddenly transforms into a giant, yellow monster.
Rukia, you will pay for your arrogance, Rick Sanchez. I will crush you in your puny mortal body.
Rick, what do we do now?
Simple, Morty. We fight fire with fire.
Rick pulls out a device that transforms Morty into a giant, green monster.
Whoa! This is insane, Rick. I feel so powerful.
That's the power of science, Morty. Now let's go kick some Soul Reaper ass.
The screen fades to black as the two monsters charge at each other, followed by lots of explosions and chaos. End credits. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, Security Inside Morty, our dynamic duo finds themselves in a dangerous situation when Rick's storage facility is breached by unknown assailants.
Morty, I have a plan to keep our secret creatures safe. We'll store them inside of you.
What? No way, Rick. That's crazy.
Look, Morty, I know you're scared, but we have no choice. It's either this or risk losing everything.
Fine. But please be careful with whatever you're putting in me.
Narrator. Little did Morty know, Rick had filled him with a plethora of creatures, including a parasitic alien and a sentient virus.
Rick, I can feel something moving inside me. Get it out.
Relax, Morty. It's just a little alien parasite. It won't hurt you much.
Narrator. As Rick and Morty navigate their way through the storage facility, they soon realize that the creatures inside Morty have a mind of their own.
Alien parasite. Hi, I'm Jerry. I'm going to be living inside Morty for a while.
Oh God, this is a nightmare.
Narrator. Amidst the chaos, Morty discovers he has developed strange new abilities, including the power to shapeshift.
Whoa, Rick, look at this. I can turn into anything. I'm like a human Swiss Army knife.
Aha, that's amazing, Morty. We can use your powers to get out of here.
Narrator. Eventually, Rick and Morty manage to escape the facility, but not before Morty realizes that the creatures inside him have a thirst for adventure.
Rick, we need to let them out. They deserve to see the world.
You're right, Morty. Let's unleash the beasts.
Narrator. And so, the creatures inside Morty embark on a wild journey through space and time, leaving Rick and Morty to ponder the true meaning of security.
You know, Morty, maybe it's not about keeping things safe. Maybe it's about taking risks.
Whoa, deep. But could you please get these things out of me now?
Yeah. Let me just grab the bone saw.
Title: The Cheesiest Adventure, Rick and Morty's Pizza Extravaganza.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen sitting on the couch, munching on some pepperoni pizza. Rick then suddenly pulls out a strange-looking pizza box from his lab coat.
Morty, I've got a new experiment for you.
Rick, what kind of experiment are we talking about?
Relax, Morty. I've just scientifically engineered this pizza to be the most delicious thing you've ever tasted. Try it out.
Morty takes a bite of the pizza and his eyes widen with a look of pure ecstasy.
Oh my god, Rick! This is amazing!
Act 1.
Rick forcibly feeds Morty more delicious pizza, causing Morty to become addicted to the cheesy goodness. Suddenly, Morty starts spouting pizza slogans and catchphrases in an attempt to sell pizzas.
Get your fix of cheesy goodness with RC Flayer's Pets Pizza! It's out of this world!
Rick, amused by Morty's cheesy antics, decides to use this to his advantage. He creates a plan to use Morty as a pizza mascot to dominate the pizza market.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty set out to create the perfect pizza and go on a pizza-making rampage. They experiment with various toppings, sauces, and crusts until they finally create the ultimate pizza. Rick dubs it the Morty Special.
This pizza is so good, it's like an explosion of flavor in your mouth.
Rick uses Morty's newfound celebrity status to promote the Morty Special and launch it as the hottest pizza in the market.
Act 3.
As the Morty Special gains popularity, Rick and Morty become increasingly greedy and obsessed with the success of the pizza. They begin to neglect their relationships and personal lives, leading to disastrous consequences. In the end, Rick and Morty realize the error of their ways and use their scientific expertise to create a solution to rectify the chaos they caused.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty sit back on the couch, exhausted but content with their makeshift pizza empire.
You know, Morty, for a moment there, I forgot we were supposed to be saving the galaxy.
Yeah, me too. But hey, you can't deny the power of the Morty Special.
Rick and Morty share a laugh as the camera pans out to show the giant billboard of Morty's face plastered on the side of a pizza restaurant. In this episode of Rick and Morty, entitled The Multidimensional Ventriloquism Defamation, viewers are introduced to a group of cartoon characters seated on the floor of a building with a window behind them. The characters include Morty, Summer, Bender from Futurama, Nibbler from Futurama, and Jax Films.
Hey, Bender, have you heard about the latest advancements in multidimensional ventriloquism?
Bender. Nah, Morty, I haven't. Why do I care about that?
Well, it's a pretty big deal in the scientific community. With ventriloquism, one can control multiple puppets at once, in different dimensions. And the latest technology even allows for interdimensional communication.
Ibala, this technology must be highly guarded. I have seen the destruction that can be wrought from interdimensional meddling.
Jax Films, do you guys think there's any way we could use this for a robot musical theater production?
The group continues to discuss the possibilities and limitations of multidimensional ventriloquism, until they are suddenly accused of defamation by a mysterious entity.
What? We haven't defamed anyone.
The entity, who is revealed to be a powerful intergalactic lawyer, challenges them to prove their innocence through a series of comedic and absurd trials.
Bender. I may not understand all this ventriloquism stuff, but I know enough to know this is bogus.
In the end, the group is exonerated and the mystery of the defamation accusation is revealed to be nothing more than a misunderstanding. The episode ends with the characters back on the floor, marveling at the wonders of interdimensional communication and trying out new ventriloquist tricks.
According to my calculations, we are in for a mind-bending adventure today.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Can I come along? I need a break from Beth's constant nagging.
Hey, watch it, Jerry.
Sure, why not? Our mission today is to investigate the effects of a new mind-altering drug epidemic that is taking over the galaxy.
Mind-altering drugs? Count me in.
Rick, I don't know how I feel about this.
Don't worry, Beth, we'll be fine. Besides, we have an Egyptian Mao expert on our team. Looks at the rainbow cat, and a bunch of colorful cats.
Rainbow cat, meow.
Black cat, Moreau.
Our journey takes us to a futuristic world where Scarlett Johansson has evolved into a superhuman being.
Oh man, I've always had a thing for Scarlett Johansson.
Me too, Morty.
Seriously, guys?
But first, we must navigate through the dangerous territory of the cat drug lords.
Green cat, meow.
Yellow cat, Moreau.
Strap in and hold on tight. This Heat Waves Glass Animals inspired adventure is about to get wild.
Pink cat, meow.
Orange cat, Moreau.
Idol, the spork incident.
Abstract. In this episode, we observe an accidental discovery leading to a series of bizarre events. The story begins with Rick and Morty experimenting on a new form of matter, a piece of food with a spoon and another piece of food with a spoon in close proximity. However, things take a drastic turn when Jerry accidentally drops his bag of funny DIY fails on the experiment, causing a chemical reaction that transforms the food and spoons into sentient beings.
Rick,
Good morning, Morty. I have discovered a poster for a new show in South Korea featuring a queen in a purple dress and crown. I think we should go and check it out.
Oh boy, Rick, are we going to explore South Korea and learn about their culture?
No, Morty, we're going to explore the comedy-infused horror genre and see what kind of funny street performers we come across.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Rick.
Hey guys, what's up?
Jerry, we're going to South Korea to see the Queen of the South. You in?
Sure, sounds like fun. Fast forward to South Korea.
Okay, here we are. Let's see what kind of horror comedy we're dealing with.
Hey, look at those street performers.
A group of street performers dressed as zombies approach them.
Zombie 1. Hello. Welcome to the Queen's Show.
Thanks.
Zombie 2, we will lead you to the Queen's chamber.
Wow, this place is really creepy.
Yeah, and those street performers are really committed to their roles.
Nonsense, Morty, they're probably just actors.
They arrive at the Queen's chamber and meet her.
Queen of the South, welcome, guests. I am the Queen of the South and I present to you laughter and fear.
That sounds interesting.
Queen of the South, behold, my subjects.
She unveils a group of zombies doing a choreographed dance.
Laughs. Okay, this is hilarious.
Nervous laugh. Yeah, hilarious.
Queen of the South, and now, for the final act. I will transform into a monster and chase you.
Wait, what? The Queen transforms into a monster and chases after them.
Laughs. Come on, Morty. Let's outrun her.
Screams, I don't want to die, Rick.
They narrowly escape from the Queen and the zombies. Wow, that was intense.
Panting, yeah, I don't think I ever want to experience that again.
Classic horror comedy, Morty. You gotta appreciate it.
After they return home.
Man, that was crazy. I don't think I can ever look at a street performer the same way again.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight.
Laughs. You guys are a riot. Let's go explore another dimension next time.
Title: The Perils of Parallel Universes, a Rick and Morty extravaganza. The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing next to each other in front of a planet with a spaceship on top of them. Rick, with his usual aloofness, announces that they have landed on a parallel universe where the laws of physics differ significantly from their own. Morty, visibly worried, asks Rick what the implications of this are. Rick responds with a classic, "Just keep your pants on, Morty," before walking into the spaceship. As the duo travel through the different dimensions of this new universe, they encounter a group of aliens who introduce themselves as the Ripley Collective. After a brief exchange of words, it becomes clear that the Ripley Collective is obsessed with winning the Funniest Species in the Universe award at the upcoming Comedy Awards show. Determined to help his new friends achieve their goal, Rick decides to turn their spaceship into a comedy club. However, things take a turn for the worse when they accidentally summon a paranormal entity from another dimension. The entity starts chasing them through different universes, causing all sorts of comical mishaps along the way. Meanwhile, Jerry and Summer have landed on a universe where they are the only intelligent beings. They decide to play God and create their own universe, but things quickly spiral out of control when they realize they have no idea what they are doing. As the episode comes to a close, the Ripley Collective performs their stand-up routine at the Comedy Awards show and wins the coveted prize. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer return to their own universe, exhausted but relieved.
Well, Morty, a little bit of comedy never hurt anyone. Except for that poor alien we accidentally zapped into oblivion.
Morty, sighing, yeah, I don't think I'm ready for another parallel universe adventure anytime soon.
Jerry looking frazzled. I can't believe we accidentally created a black hole in our own universe.
Summer, smirking, I guess we're the funniest species in the universe after all.
The screen fades to black as the familiar do sound cues up.
Good evening, Morty and Jerry. It looks like we are in for a wild ride today.
What do you mean, Rick?
Please don't tell me we are going horse racing with chimichangas.
Jerry, oh Jerry, you always have weak theories. Listen up. Today we have a telekinetic child chase on a horse racetrack.
Oh man, this is gonna be something else.
I don't know, Rick. Sounds dangerous.
Don't worry, Jerry. I've got everything under control. Now let's go place bets and make some money.
The trio makes their way to the stands. Wow, look at the size of that stack of cash, Rick.
Yeah, well, I'm not the smartest guy in the universe for nothing.
Hey guys, what's that over there on the field?
They turn to see a zombie outbreak quarantine on the field.
Well, this just got a whole lot more interesting.
I don't want to die, Rick.
Quick guys, look over there.
They turned to see the horse and jockey they were betting on running towards the finish line. Oh my god, we won!
Yeah, we did, Jerry. But more importantly, we survived the telekinetic child chase and zombie outbreak quarantine.
Can we celebrate with chimichangas now?
You read my mind, Morty. Let's go.
The trio cheers as they head to their favorite chimichanga spot.
Title: The Canine Conundrum, a vampire game show. Synopsis: The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting on a Rottweiler, trying to enhance its intelligence through genetic manipulation. However, their experiment goes awry, and the dog ends up gaining human-like consciousness and communication abilities. To make matters worse, they discover that the dog has put on a black shirt and has become a self-proclaimed leader of a pack of rebellious dogs.
Damn it, Morty. We've got a sentient canine on our hands. This is worse than that time we turned ourselves into pickles.
Jeez, Rick, what are we going to do?
The scene then shifts to the dog and his pack, who have infiltrated a vampire game show hosted by none other than Count Dracula himself. The dogs are competing against a team of vampires in various challenges, including a race to see who can drink the most human blood in 2 minutes.
Count Dracula. Welcome, one and all, to the blood-soaked battlegrounds of Dracula's den. Today, our contestants are a pack of mutts and a coven of bloodsuckers. Let the games begin.
The dog pack astonishes the crowd as their leader, now confidently wearing a black shirt, takes the lead and surpasses the vampire team. As they approach the final challenge, the music changes to Billie Eilish's Happier Than Ever, and they enter a synchronized dance routine, dazzling the audience and earning their respect. Rick and Morty, who have been tracking the dog's whereabouts, arrive at the scene, resulting in a chaotic showdown between the dogs, the vampires, and our duo.
We're taking you back to the lab. You canine crazy person, you.
Dog, but Rick, don't you see? We've found our true purpose in life. We shall overthrow the oppressive human overlords and become the new rulers of the world.
I don't think I like where this is going, Rick.
The episode ends with the dog pack escaping, and Rick and Morty left to contemplate the unforeseeable consequences of their now sentient experiment.
Well, Morty, looks like we screwed the pooch on this one.
Gross, Rick. Just gross.
Title: The Holographic Afterlife Dystopia and Haunted Reality TV Show featuring the Hit the Hair Hamburger Assembly Challenge.
Title: The Rick and Morty Adventures, Blimple Poplars and the Brooklyn Beckham Service.
Abstract.
In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the world of culinary delights when they encounter a kitchen adorned with flowers and lights. The plot thickens as they discover the Blimple Poplars, a new delicacy taking the world by storm. Things get crazier when Brooklyn Beckham shows up to provide the service for their meal. The whole episode is a hilarious and crazy adventure filled with jokes and teen-rated humor.
Scene 1.
Morty, look at this place. It's like Martha Stewart vomited all over the kitchen.
It's so bright and flowery, I feel like I'm in a fairy tale.
Scene 2.
What the hell is that smell?
I don't know, Rick. It smells like Blimple Poplars.
Scene 3.
Oh, great. Another overhyped food trend. Pass me the ketchup, Morty.
I don't think these poplars need ketchup, Rick. They're already drenched in some kind of weird sauce.
Scene 4.
Brooklyn Beckham enters the kitchen.
Brooklyn, greetings, esteemed guests. I am here to provide you with the highest level of service for your Blimple Poplar experience.
Who the hell are you?
Brooklyn, I am Brooklyn Beckham, a trained butler and the finest service provider in all the lands.
Scene 5.
I can't believe we're actually eating Blimple Poplars. This is insane.
Hey, I've had worse. At least they're not those pickled insect snacks from that other dimension.
Scene 6.
Brooklyn, may I offer you some vintage wine to complement your cuisine?
But, you think we're fancy or something?
Yeah, we're more of a beer and nachos kind of guys.
Scene 7.
Brooklyn, but of course, dear sir, I will go fetch you some artisanal microbrews and gourmet nachos.
Aw, that guy's a riot. I like him.
I just hope he doesn't realize we're not the fancy type.
Scene 8.
Hey, Morty, check out the ceiling. There are like a million lights up there.
Whoa, it's like a disco ball exploded or something.
Scene 9.
Brooklyn, I hope you are enjoying your meal, gentle sirs. Might I suggest sampling the exquisite rose petal garnish?
What, you eat flowers now?
I don't know, Rick. I think I'm in love with these Blimple Poplars.
Scene 10.
Alright, Morty, let's get out of here before they start serving us fried fairy wings or something.
Good idea, Rick. I don't think my stomach can handle any more food adventures for today.
The end.
Title: Heartbreak Grape.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are at a wine store, where Morty notices a person holding a heart-shaped cake in the store, and Rick is intrigued by the large collection of wine bottles behind it.
Hey Rick, look at that guy. He's holding a heart-shaped cake. It must be for someone special.
Morty, there's nothing special about a cake. But look at those wine bottles. There's enough alcohol here to give us a lobectomy.
As they are browsing the wine selection, they run into a sommelier who offers to give them a tasting.
Sommelier, bonjour, would you like to try some of our finest wines? It pairs perfectly with our heart-shaped cake.
I don't need wine to taste a heart-shaped cake. I can do that with my large intestine.
Morty tries the wine and cake and suddenly begins to feel sick. But Rick reveals that it's not the wine making him sick.
Oh God, my stomach hurts. Maybe it was the cake or the wine.
No, Morty, you're just having a heartbreak. That cake was made with heart-shaped grapes, and they're only harvested once a year during the full moon.
Heart-shaped grapes? Why would anyone want to eat that?
Because they're supposed to make you feel happy and in love, but it looks like they had the opposite effect on you.
As Morty continues to feel the effects of the heart-shaped grape, they suddenly hear the voice of Rihanna, who has been sent to retrieve the rare grape by her alien overlords.
Rihanna, I need that grape for my alien overlords. Give it to me or I'll have to take it by force.
Oh come on, Rihanna. Can't we just all enjoy the heart-shaped grape together?
The episode ends with a wild party at Rick's house, where everyone is enjoying the heart-shaped grape and dancing to Rihanna's music. Morty forgets about his heartbreak and even finds a new love interest.
Title: Quantum Entangled Train Hijack and Alien Karaoke Battle.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Jerry board a high-speed green train, unaware it is being hijacked by an unknown entity manipulating quantum entanglement. Suddenly, the train is thrust into an underwater tunnel where they encounter a hostile alien creature attack.
Morty, Jerry, this train is now quantum entangled. We're on a collision course with some unknown entity.
Oh geez! What do we do, Rick?
I knew this trip wasn't going to be a relaxing one. Suddenly, the train experiences a sudden jolt and is thrust into an underwater tunnel.
Brace yourselves, boys. We've stumbled upon an underwater civilization. We have to fight off that creature.
Oh my god, Rick! It's too big to take on.
Can't we just talk to it?
That's not how this works, Jerry.
As the trio battles the creature, they feel a sudden shift in the train's environment and are transported to an alien karaoke bar.
Great. Now we're in the middle of an intergalactic karaoke competition.
This is crazy, Rick!
I don't think I can do this. As the trio performs karaoke, Rick discovers the quantum entanglement source and disables it, ending the hijack.
That should do it. Let's finish this karaoke competition and get back home.
I think that's the best idea, Rick.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever board a green train again. The episode ends with the trio performing Bohemian Rhapsody to a standing ovation from the alien audience.
Title: The Singing Sword and the Blue Dress Dame.
Abstract. This episode explores the scientific concept of parallel realities and the consequences of altering them in a humorous and teen-rated manner. The episode features the use of musical dialogue as the characters sing to each other in rhyming tones. The main concept is based on a poster of a woman in a blue dress and a man in a white dress with a sword in his hand.
Scene 1.
Morty, look at this fine poster on the wall.
A man in white and a woman in blue. They stand tall.
What's the big deal? It's just a poster, Rick.
Ah, Morty, you simply don't get it, you thick brick.
Scene 2.
Hey, guys, what's up with the musical beats?
Your grandpa's gone crazy, that's all, don't you see?
Rick's always been a bit peculiar, that's no surprise.
Hey, back off. I'm simply channeling my inner paradise.
Scene 3.
Blue Dress Dame, welcome, kind folks, to my wondrous world.
The Singing Sword! And I, the Singing Sword, my banner unfurled!
What's this? A parallel reality? Oh boy.
I don't like this, it's making me all cloyed.
Scene 4. Hey, this is crazy. We're all like in a dream.
I don't know about all this, it's getting extreme.
Rick, can't you just snap us back to reality?
Of course not, Beth. This is my specialty, with ability. Scene 5.
Blue Dress Dame, join us, dear guests, on this epic quest.
The Singing Sword, and we shall reward you with treasures, the best.
No time for rewards. We need to get back, you see.
This is just too much. It's making me feel queasy.
Scene 6.
Oh, come on, guys. Let's enjoy this adventure.
I'm getting into this, feeling quite the contender.
Rick, be careful. We don't want to cause any harm.
Don't worry, Beth. I'm simply keeping us from coming to alarm.
Scene 7.
Blue-dressed dame, your journey has come to an end, dear friends.
The singing sword! But know that your memory with us shall never bend. Alright, enough with the singing. Let's go home.
I'd be happy never to see this world again, I groan.
Conclusion. The episode ends on a humorous note as the characters break free from the parallel world and return to reality. The use of musical dialogue adds a unique twist to the scientific concept of parallel realities, making it a fun and engaging episode for all ages.
Scene setup. The episode opens with a man situated in a boxing ring with a punching glove on his hand and a light shining on him from the side. Narrator. In the midst of a demonic ritual gone wrong, our protagonist has found himself in an unlikely situation. The courier, who was tasked with delivering a package containing instructions for the ritual, accidentally opened it before delivery. In doing so, he unknowingly released a demonic presence that has possessed our protagonist, causing him to enter a boxing ring with the devil himself.
Man in the boxing ring, I can feel the power surging through me. Every punch I throw is like a bolt of lightning.
Narrator. Amidst the chaos, the courier sneaks back into the ritual site, determined to make things right. As he frantically searches for a way to stop the demonic presence, he stumbles upon a hidden vial containing a serum capable of neutralizing the possession. But he only has one chance to get it to the boxer before it's too late.
Courier, the fate of the world rests on this serum. I must make it to the ring before it's too late.
Narrator. Racing against the clock, the courier dashes to the boxing ring and quickly injects the serum into the possessed man's fallopian tubes. The boxer convulses in pain as the demon is exorcised from his body.
Man in the boxing ring, where am I? Wait, what happened to my glove?
Courier, you've been possessed by a demon, but I managed to save you with the serum.
Narrator. The boxer, now free from the demonic possession, looks around confused and disoriented.
Man in the boxing ring, thank you. I don't know how to repay you.
Courier, hey, just do me a favor and don't open any more packages without reading the instructions first.
Narrator. With a grin, the courier leaves the ring, satisfied that he has prevented the apocalypse.
Title: The Invasion of Tellurium-Based Aliens in Sao Paulo.
Synopsis. This episode investigates the catastrophic event of an alien invasion in Sao Paulo, where aliens made of tellurium have attacked the city, jeopardizing the safety of its inhabitants and the environment. This episode focuses on the experience and survival tactics of Sabrina Carpenter, a young musician who was visiting the city during the invasion.
Dr. Johnson, the episode begins with the aerial view of Sao Paulo, known for its high-rise buildings and its scenic lake view. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere of the city is disrupted by the arrival of alien spacecraft hovering in the sky above the city.
Dr. Garcia, Investigation shows that the aliens are primarily composed of tellurium, a rare metalloid element known for its high electrical conductivity and thermal stability. These aliens have invaded the city with no mercy and cause chaos and destruction.
Sabrina Carpenter. As the alien invasion progresses, Sabrina Carpenter, a young musician, finds herself stranded in the city. In a desperate attempt to survive, she navigates the city's maze of buildings and forests, hoping to find a solution.
Dr. Liu. As Sabrina wanders through the city, she encounters a group of military personnel who have been forced to abandon their headquarters due to heavy alien bombardment. They join Sabrina in her quest to escape the city and find a way to stop the invasion.
Dr. Rodriguez. The group finally discovers the alien's weakness. Tellurium is highly reactive to water, and the team launches a counterattack using water cannons, causing the metalloid to corrode and collapse, thereby neutralizing the threat.
Sabrina Carpenter. Finally, Sabrina and her team celebrate their victory and are granted the opportunity to leave the city. While in the sky, Sabrina composes a musical score, inspired by her experience and emotions during the invasion.
Dr. Johnson, in conclusion, the tellurium-based alien invasion of Sao Paulo was a significant threat that could have led to catastrophic consequences. The resilience and determination of Sabrina and her team saved the day and demonstrated the importance of rapid response and collaboration in times of crisis.
Title: The Galactic Nacho Incident.
In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a strange bowl of chips with a Star Wars character in the background and a Star Wars robot in the background.
Morty, look at these chips. They're more advanced than the technology used to create the Death Star.
Do you think it's safe to eat?
Only one way to find out. Pass the tea.
As they snack on the chips, Morty starts to feel his trachea tightening up.
Rick, I can't breathe.
Relax, Morty. This isn't your first intergalactic rodeo. Just focus on the nachos.
Suddenly, a figure appears before them. It's none other than Boba Fett.
Boba Fett, what are you doing with my prized galactic nacho bowl?
We had no idea they belonged to you, Fett. Can we offer you some tea?
Boba Fett, I don't drink tea, but I'll take those nachos off your hands.
Hey, what about my trachea?
Boba Fett, don't worry, kid. I've got just the thing.
Boba Fett pulls out a small, robotic trachea opener and quickly fixes Morty's breathing problem.
Thanks, Boba Fett.
Now that's what I call service.
The trio continue to munch on the galactic nachos and discuss the wonders of the universe, but not without a few more close calls involving Morty's trachea.
Can we go home now?
Sure, Morty, just let me finish this last chip.
This episode is rated teen for crude humor, sci-fi violence, and nacho-induced trachea malfunctions.
Title: The Baseball Experimentation.
Characters:
Rick, Morty, Rhino, various other characters from different dimensions.
Introduction.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab engaged in a heated scientific discussion. Rick's latest invention involved interdimensional travel through portals made of baseballs. Morty was skeptical of the invention, knowing that Rick's previous experiments had all ended in disaster. But Rick was determined to make it work and dragged Morty along. Act 1. The duo lands on a baseball field on a random dimension where they find a rhinoceros holding a bat in its mouth and a baseball in the other hand. The rhino challenges them to a game of baseball, hoping to show off its skills. Rick and Morty, being fans of the sport, happily accept the challenge.
Rick, Morty, this is going to be a walk in the park. We've played baseball on hundreds of dimensions.
Morty, Rick. I don't think they have baseball on all those dimensions.
Rick, don't be ridiculous, Morty. Baseball is the universal sport. Now grab the bat and let's show this rhino what we've got.
Act 2.
The game starts, and it quickly becomes clear that the rhino is an incredible player. It hits every pitch out of the park, including the ones thrown by Rick's portal gun. Morty starts to worry that they might not win the game.
Morty, Rick, I don't think we can beat this guy. He's too good.
Rick, nonsense, Morty. Nothing is impossible with science. We just need to come up with a new strategy.
Act 3.
Rick decides to use his latest invention, a potion that turns people into baseballs. He tricks the rhino into drinking the potion, turning it into a ball mid-swing. Rick and Morty then proceed to score home runs with the rhino ball, winning the game.
Announcer, and it looks like Rick and Morty have won the game with an incredible strategy. But what will happen to that poor rhino that was turned into a ball?
Rick, relax, Morty. I have a contingency plan for that.
Epilogue. Rick explains that he had created another invention that could turn baseballs back into creatures. As he uses it on the rhino ball, it changes back into a rhino with a newfound love for baseball.
Rhinoceros, that was amazing. Guys, you've inspired me to become a pro baseball player. Let's do this again sometime.
Morty, I think I need a drink after that whole ordeal.
Rick, I'll drink to that, Morty. I'll drink to that.
Title: The Art of Science and Humor.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty come across a painting of a landscape with trees and clouds in the background with a blue sky and clouds in the background. However, upon closer inspection, they discover that the painting is actually a portal to a world where science and humor collide in hilarious ways.
Act 1.
Morty, check out this painting. Looks like some classic cartoons backdrop.
Whoa, Rick, look at these clouds. It's like they have ears or something.
Gentleman Lavoisier, you have discovered the art of transforming matter. But let me tell you, it's not just science, it's humor too.
Act 2.
James Clerk Maxwell. Indeed, the humor in physics often goes unrequited, but not here. You see, the magnetic fields are like Sailor Moon's hair. It never looks the same twice.
What kind of earful is this? I feel like a scientist in a comedy club.
I know, right? It's like someone mixed up the beaker with the whiskey bottle.
Act 3.
Hey, Antoine, can you make my jokes funnier? I'm dying up here.
Gentleman Lavoisier, sure thing, Rick. Just remember, the key to a good joke is a good setup, but the punchline has to have mass and energy.
Whoa, Rick, not bad. Maybe we can make a living doing science stand-up.
Epilogue.
Well, Morty, that was quite an experience. Science and humor. Who knew they could be so entertaining together?
Yeah, Rick. I guess we learned that the art of science and humor is like mixing chemicals. Sometimes you might get a bang, but it's always worth the risk.
James Clerk Maxwell. I couldn't agree more. In fact, I think we should name this painting The Art of Science and Humor.
Sailor Moon. And don't forget the importance of a good hair day. It's key to any successful experiment. Title: The Twummy Ache of Morty.
Abstract.
In this episode, we explore the consequences of Morty's insatiable appetite for space snacks as he develops a twummy ache. To remedy this, he enlists Rick's help, which leads to a series of wild and hilarious events that ultimately result in the creation of a new intergalactic food.
Morty, why are you holding your twummy like a pregnant alien seahorse?
I think I ate too many of those space pop rocks you gave me. My twummy hurts.
Oh boy, you got a case of the twummy ache. Don't worry, I got just the thing for that.
What is it, Rick?
It's a space slushy made from the tears of a sad alien. One sip and your twummy will feel as good as new.
I don't know, that sounds kind of gross.
Trust me, Morty, I'm a scientist. You need this slushy to save your twummy.
Meanwhile, in the process of sourcing the tears, Rick and Morty come across a group of aliens who are playing a game where they have to eat the most difficult space snack. The winner gets to marry the princess of their planet.
Alien 1. This is the ultimate space snack. Only the bravest can survive it.
Beefed, that's nothing. Morty could eat that without even breaking a sweat.
Oh, I don't know about that, Rick.
Morty, you gotta do this for science. Eat the space snack.
Okay, but I swear if I die, I'm hunting you forever.
With much encouragement from Rick, Morty eats the snack and experiences a mind-blowing euphoria. He becomes obsessed with the snack and demands Rick make more.
Morty, I don't know if I can reproduce this snack. It's too dangerous.
I don't care, Rick. I need this. It's like a party in my mouth and everyone's invited.
Rick and Morty spend the rest of the episode trying to find the ingredients to make more of the snack while encountering various mishaps along the way. In the end, they successfully create the snack and become intergalactic food entrepreneurs.
Rick, we did it. We made the best space snack ever.
Yeah, and we made a ton of money too. Who needs science when you got entrepreneurship?
Ha ha ha, we're gonna be so rich.
But let's not forget the most important thing, Morty.
What's that, Rick?
Our bond as grandfather and grandson. No matter what happens, we'll always have each other.
Aw, Rick, I think I love you.
Yeah, calm down, Morty. You're still grounded.
Title: The Intergalactic Adventure of Ludicrous Phobias and Need Gandalf.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the dynamic duo of interdimensional travel find themselves in a video game universe based on The Witch in the Wardrobe. The character from the game is a talking beaver named Bibble who has a debilitating fear of jigsaw puzzles, and Rick convinces Morty to help the beaver and overcome his fear. Meanwhile, Lizzo makes a guest appearance and serenades the characters with her hit songs.
Rick, Morty, we're in a game universe now, don't freak out. Just sit tight, we have to help Bibble overcome his phobia.
Morty, a talking beaver. Rick, this is insane.
Bibble, please help me. I can't stand the sight of jigsaw puzzles, they give me nightmares.
Rick, alright Bibble, we'll help you out. Morty, hand me that puzzle over there.
Morty. Rick, I don't think we should be doing this.
Rick, relax Morty, we're helping a friend in need.
Meanwhile, Lizzo shows up and starts singing.
Lizzo, I do my hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Feeling good as hell.
Morty. Whoa, Lizzo, what are you doing here?
Lizzo, just felt like singing a little ditty for you guys. What's going on?
Rick, we're helping Bibble overcome his phobia of jigsaw puzzles.
Bibble, thank you so much, I really appreciate it.
After several attempts, Bibble finally completes the puzzle and faces his fear.
Bibble, I did it, I faced my fear.
Rick, that's right Bibble, you can overcome anything if you put your mind to it.
Morty. Hey, look over there. It's Gandalf.
Gandalf, you shall not pass. Oh wait, you can pass. Sorry, my knees are acting up again.
Rick. Holy crap, Gandalf. Carl Sagan would be proud.
Bibble, who's Carl Sagan?
The group goes on a wild and hilarious adventure with Gandalf and Lizzo, encountering various obstacles and wacky situations until they finally find their way back home. The end result is a science fiction comedy with a deep narrative and many nods to multiple other works.
Title: The Interdimensional Badminton Cook-Off.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Argon, an alien judge.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing around a table filled with strange, otherworldly dishes. Morty holds a racket in one hand and a tennis racket in the other, clearly confused.
Rick, what's going on here?
We're in an alien cooking competition, Morty, and we're gonna win with the power of badminton.
Argon, an alien judge, appears from thin air.
Argon, greetings, competitors. The rules are simple. Each team has 30 minutes to prepare a dish using the ingredients provided. And then, we shall play badminton to determine the winner. Wait, what? Badminton? How does that even?
Don't question it, Morty. Just play.
The next 30 minutes fly by in a blur of chopping, mixing, and frantic badminton rallies. In the end, Rick and Morty present their dish to Argon, a strange, glowing green soup.
Argon. This is interesting. And the badminton?
We won, obviously. We're the best in the multiverse.
But, how did the badminton even factor in?
It's all about the footwork, Morty. All about the footwork.
Cut to the credits, with Rick and Morty playing badminton against a backdrop of explosions and laughter.
Title: An analytical investigation into the changes in ecosystem dynamics on a small isolated island in Siberia as a result of human intervention and virtual gaming platforms.
Introduction.
The present study aims at discerning the effect of human intervention and virtual gaming platforms on the ecosystem dynamics of a small isolated island in Siberia. The setting for the study is an island with a house, trees and bushes against a blue sky background within a virtual platform, Roblox. The research analyzes the flora and fauna distribution, alteration of ecological balance, and impact of human activities on the island.
Narrative.
Lead researcher Professor Arctic Bear and his team utilized a combination of in-game observation and remote sensing data analysis to gather baseline data on the island's ecosystem dynamics. The ecological niches of plants and animals were assessed over a period of 6 months. Results indicate that the island's ecosystem dynamics have been significantly altered as a result of human activity, with a noticeable shift in population structure and diversity. A significant reduction in biodiversity was observed.
Discussion.
The changes in flora and fauna distribution may be attributed to increased anthropogenic disturbance. The construction of a house on the island by human game players likely led to an alteration of the island's ecological balance, causing changes in nutrient availability, light penetration, and microclimate. Additionally, human game activities like hunting and fishing may have impacted the population structure of the island's fauna.
Conclusions.
The present study illustrates how human activity, even in virtual gaming platforms, can have a discernible impact on isolated ecosystem dynamics. The results will serve as a basis for future research aimed at designing more sustainable virtual ecosystems and to create awareness among the gaming community about ecosystem management and conservation.
Title: Korean Demonic Possession Mayhem with Mind-Controlled Super Soldiers.
Synopsis. In this episode, our beloved characters Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves in the midst of a Korean demonic possession epidemic. They encounter a boy with red hair holding a sword in front of a group of other children with red hair and makeup, who appear to be under some sort of demonic control. Soon, they discover that a popular Korean singer, Ed Sheeran, has been using his music to hypnotize and control his fans, turning them into mind-controlled super soldiers.
Oh geez, Morty, looks like we stumbled into a K-pop video on steroids.
I don't understand what's happening. Are these people possessed or just really enthusiastic fans?
I don't know what's going on either, but I don't think they're here to make friends.
As they try to navigate through the crowds of possessed fans, they encounter Ed Sheeran himself, who seems to have also succumbed to the demonic forces.
Ed Sheeran, welcome to my world, boys. Do you like my latest hit single? It's called Demonize Me.
I don't care much for your music, Sheeran, but I do care about my grandson's safety. Let's get out of here.
In a frantic escape plan, the trio discovers that the source of the demonic possession is actually a powerful K-drama ghost, which has been possessing Sheeran's body and using his music to amplify its powers.
Oh man, it's like a K-drama version of Ghostbusters.
We need to get rid of this ghost. I don't know how much more of the K-craze I can handle.
Leave it to me, Jerry. I learned a few tricks from my old days as a K-pop sensation.
In a final showdown, Rick and the ghost engage in a K-pop dance battle, with Rick using his own music to overpower the ghost and exorcise it from Sheeran's body.
Lubba lubba dub dub, that's how you do it, Morty. K-pop style.
I don't know, Rick. I think I just lost all appreciation for K-pop. And I never thought I'd say that.
I'm just happy we're all alive and well. And that we can leave Korea and its demons behind us. The episode ends with a lingering shot of a Seoul cityscape, as the sound of Rick's K-pop music echoes in the distance.
Title: The Multidimensional Meme Menace.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty scanning through a portal for their next adventure. Suddenly, they come across a colorful circular picture with a star and a plant inside it, with a blue center surrounded by multicolored lines. Rick quickly realizes that it is a multidimensional meme, capable of causing chaos across all dimensions.
Morty, we've got a problem. This is a multidimensional meme, and it's spreading like wildfire. We need to find the source and put an end to this before it's too late.
Geez, Rick, what's the big deal? It just looks like some sort of weird picture.
That's where you're wrong, Morty. This isn't just any picture. It's a meme that can warp reality itself. We need to act fast.
Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are dealing with their own problems. Jerry has become obsessed with Robert Downey Jr., who has been causing havoc in their neighborhood. Beth, I can't help it. Robert Downey Jr. is just so cool. I wish I could be like him.
Jerry, I thought you were over your celebrity phase. And besides, you're pretty cool just the way you are.
Sigh, I guess you're right. Maybe I should just focus on being myself. Back with Rick and Morty, they have tracked down the source of the meme to the world of Sailor Moon.
Morty, we're going to need some serious firepower if we're going to stop this thing.
What are we going to do, Rick?
We're going to team up with Sailor Moon and her squad. They've got some serious skills that could come in handy.
Sailor Moon. Welcome, Rick and Morty. We've been expecting you.
Let's not waste any time. We've got a multidimensional meme to stop.
The group faces off against the meme, which has taken on the form of the expanding brain meme.
It's a tough battle, but with some quick thinking, they manage to destroy the meme and save all dimensions from its effects.
Wow, Rick, that was insane. I never thought we'd be able to stop a multidimensional meme.
It's just all in a day's work, Morty. Now let's get out of here before anything else crazy happens.
As they make their escape, Jerry suddenly appears, wearing a ridiculous Robert Downey Jr. costume. Hey guys, check me out. I'm Iron Man.
Everyone just stares at Jerry in disbelief. Rick mutters too.
You can't win them all, Morty.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Couples Massage at Bombay Spa.
Setting: Bombay Spa.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, spa attendant, woman, man.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Jerry went to Bombay Spa for their much-needed relaxation after battling against the evil alien empire in the Andromeda Galaxy. As they enter the spa, they saw a woman getting a massage with a towel on her back and a man in the background. The sight of the couple intrigued Rick and inspired him to conduct an experiment on quantum entanglement.
Morty, Jerry, behold. The fascinating phenomenon of quantum entanglement is happening right before our eyes.
Oh, what do you mean, Rick?
Yeah, isn't this just a regular couples massage?
Regular? Bah. This is a unique opportunity to study the interconnectedness of matter at a quantum level. Spa attendant, do you have any extra towels and massage oil?
Spa attendant. Yes, sir. How can I assist you?
Excellent. Now, Morty and Jerry, lay down on these massage tables and let's begin our experiment.
I don't think this is a good idea, Rick. I just want a peaceful massage.
Yeah, I don't want to be part of your science stuff, Rick. I just want to relax.
Nonsense. You two are the perfect specimens for my experiment. Now, hold still and let me apply this massage oil.
Meanwhile, the woman getting a massage felt uneasy with the strange behavior of Rick, Morty, and Jerry. She asked the man next to her if he noticed anything peculiar.
Woman, hey, do you see those guys over there? They're acting really weird.
Man. Oh, don't worry. It's just Rick and his dimension-hopping shenanigans.
Woman, wait, you know Rick. How do you know him?
Man. Let's just say we go way back. He owes me a favor.
Back to Rick's experiment, he applied the massage oil on Morty and Jerry's backs and covered their eyes with towels. He then started to massage them vigorously, yelling scientific jargon.
Yes, yes, the entanglement is happening. The energy exchange is off the charts.
Ow, Rick, that hurts. Stop it.
Yeah, this isn't relaxing at all. Get off me.
Nonsense. You're both just experiencing the side effects of quantum entanglement. Now, focus on your breathing and let the energy flow.
The woman getting a massage and the man next to her noticed the commotion and started to leave.
Woman, I don't want to be part of this crazy experiment. Let's go.
Man. But we haven't even finished our massage yet.
Woman, I don't care. Let's just get out of here.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry continued their experiment until they realized that the woman and man were nowhere to be found. They removed their towels and realized they were the only ones left in the spa.
Well, looks like our experiment was a success. Another breakthrough in the field of quantum mechanics.
I don't know, Rick. I think we just scared off some innocent people.
Yeah. I don't think I want to do another couple's massage anytime soon.
Come on, you two. Don't be such party poopers. We just witnessed the beauty of quantum entanglement in action. Let's celebrate with some interdimensional drinks.
As they exited the spa, the woman and man watched from a distance, relieved they made it out in one piece.
Woman, I told you we shouldn't have gone to that spa.
Man. Hey, it wasn't so bad. At least we got a free massage out of it.
The end.
Title: The effect of transmogrifier machine on Jerry's name and Rick's sobriety.
Summary. In this episode, the effect of the transmogrifier machine on Jerry's name and Rick's sobriety will be explored. The team of Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer will embark on a hilarious and crazy adventure that involves scientific jargon, crude humor, and plenty of jokes.
Opening scene.
The camera zooms in on a man with a beard and a leather jacket looking at something in the distance with a serious look on his face. Rick stumbles into the scene with a bottle of booze in his hand, slurring his words. Morty rolls his eyes before Rick starts talking.
Morty, pass me the transmogrifier. I need to test something.
Morty hands the transmogrifier to Rick, who starts fidgeting with it. Rick, are you sure about this?
Shut up, Jerry. I need to see what happens when I transmog Jerry into Jerry.
What? No, please don't do that.
Main plot.
Rick zaps Jerry with the transmogrifier, and he transforms into Jerry, a hilarious persona with a ridiculous voice and mannerisms. The group decides to take Jerry to a party, where he becomes the life of the party, cracking jokes and making everyone laugh. Meanwhile, Rick becomes increasingly drunk and starts making inappropriate jokes, embarrassing Morty and Beth.
Rick, you need to stop. You're making a fool of yourself.
Hey, I'm a genius. I can do what I want. Besides, Morty here loves my jokes.
Oh, no, I don't. I think you need to take it easy on the booze, Rick.
As the night goes on, things get crazier and crazier. Jerry gets into a slapstick fight with Summer, resulting in some hilarious injuries. Rick passes out in the bathroom, leaving Morty and Beth to take care of him. The group eventually ends up at a strip club, where Rick makes crude jokes and Jerry keeps changing his voice into different accents.
This is getting out of hand. We need to bring Jerry back.
I don't know if we can. Rick's too drunk to operate the transmogrifier properly.
Closing scene.
The group eventually makes their way back home, where Jerry is still Jerry. They all collapse onto the couch, exhausted from the wild night.
Well, that was an experience.
Yeah, and we still have to figure out how to change Jerry back.
It can wait. I need to nurse this hangover.
Yeah, good luck with that. I'm going to bed.
The camera pans out as Rick takes a swig from his bottle, and Jerry, who is now Jerry, starts telling a joke in a ridiculous accent.
Jerry, so, a horse walks into a bar, and the bartender says.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty rolling their eyes in unison. End scene.
Title: Interdimensional Party.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick invents an interdimensional party device that transports the Smith family into various wild and crazy party dimensions. Jerry is excited to explore different K-pop themed parties. Morty is drunk and trying to impress British partygoers with his accent, and Rick can't stop jamming out to Backstreet Boys.
Morty, pass me that interdimensional party device. These Backstreet Boy tunes need a party to go with it.
I'm already drunk, Rick. Do we really need to party more?
Yes. Let's go to a K-pop themed party. I heard Psy's there.
Can we just go to a normal party? I don't want to hear Gangnam Style for the millionth time.
Normal, boring. Let's go to a party where everyone's hair is on fire and they're playing ping pong with their eyeballs.
I think I need to sit down.
This party dimension has a giant robot that does K-pop dance moves. I'm in heaven.
I just want to go home.
Home? This is just the beginning. Let's find a party dimension where you can shoot aliens with a gun that shoots cats.
I miss our boring reality.
But these parties are so amazing. I don't want to go back.
Can we at least go to a party where the music isn't so loud?
What's the point of a party if you can't hear the music? Let's go to one with a giant speaker that shoots lasers.
I'm just going to take a nap here. Wake me up when we're back to normal.
The Smith family continues to party their way through various dimensions, encountering strange and wild party scenarios along the way. Will they ever find their way back to their normal reality? Only time and Rick's interdimensional party device will tell.
Title: The Cloned Human Revolt.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, the gang finds themselves in a dangerous situation when they stumble upon a revolutionary group of cloned humans led by none other than the tech genius Steve Wozniak.
So let me get this straight. Wozniak cloned himself and now he's leading a rebellion?
Yeah, they're taking down corporations that use clones for cheap labor.
But why did he clone himself so many times?
Maybe he just wanted to be surrounded by people who actually think he's cool. As they infiltrate the group, the gang discovers that the clones have become sentient and are demanding equal rights.
Great. Now we're stuck in the middle of a civil rights movement for clones.
Wozniak clone, we will no longer be oppressed. We demand autonomy.
But what happens if they get what they want? Won't there be chaos?
I think we've already established that the world is pretty chaotic with or without clones. As they navigate the complex ethical dilemmas surrounding clone rights, the gang must also contend with Wozniak's army of robot clones.
I don't know how much longer we can hold out, Rick. These robots are relentless.
Relax, Morty. I've got a plan.
In a climactic battle, Rick and the gang defeat Wozniak and his clones with the help of a surprise ally.
Bearded man. Hey guys, mind if I lend a hand?
Who the hell are you?
Bearded man. Oh, just a guy who knows a thing or two about clones.
Wait, are you?
Bearded man, that's right. I'm crazy hair.
In the end, the gang emerges victorious, but not without learning a valuable lesson about the importance of treating all forms of life with respect and dignity.
Well, that was a wild ride. Let's hope we don't run into any more clone rebellions anytime soon.
Yeah, my brain can only handle so much ethical uncertainty.
Speak for yourself, Morty. I'm just happy to have crazy hair on our side.
Title: The Green Man and the Vengeful Ghost Retribution.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty tumble upon a green man, wielding a sword, on a distant planet with a green alien face with a red light on his forehead in the background. They learn that he is a Kryn, a species known for their incredible strength, and is on a quest to avenge the death of his family at the hands of a vengeful ghost. Scene 1.
Morty, we gotta get out of here. This planet is crawling with Kryns.
What's a Kryn, Rick?
They're a species known for their high level of strength. We need to tread carefully.
Scene 2.
Kryn, lifting up a boulder with ease. I am on a mission to avenge my family's death. They were killed by a vengeful ghost, and I will not rest until I have brought justice to their spirits.
Scene 3.
Alright, Morty, we need a plan. This vengeful ghost retribution stuff is too much for us.
Rick, what if we distract the ghost with a comedy show?
Morty, that's actually not a bad idea. Let's set up a comedy concert.
Scene 4.
At the comedy concert.
Comedian, so I told my wife, if you keep buying so much makeup, you're gonna end up looking like the Joker. Audience laughter.
Ghost appears.
Title: The Schrodinger's Cards. In this episode, Rick and Morty are playing a game of quantum poker with a group of anthropologists and English literature enthusiasts. The game is played with cards that exist in two states simultaneously until they are revealed, causing their wave function to collapse into a definite value.
So, we're playing with Schrodinger's cards. Fun, right?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This sounds like a complicated game.
Anthropologist number 1. On the contrary, Morty. It's a fascinating cultural phenomenon that can shed light on the nature of reality itself.
English lit enthusiast number 1. The subtextual implications of this game of chance are truly staggering. It speaks to the uncertainty of human existence.
You guys are really overthinking this. It's just a damn card game.
I don't know, Rick. I think they might have a point.
As the game progresses, the group becomes increasingly intoxicated and things start to get out of hand.
Anthropologist number 2. I fold, or do I?
English lit enthusiast number 2. I'll see your bet and raise you a metaphorical interpretation of Derrida's difference.
I call your bluff and raise you a dimension.
Rick, what are you doing? I don't think we should mess with that.
Suddenly, a portal opens up and shadows from Babylon 5 universe emerge.
Shadow. We sense a disturbance in the quantum field. Prepare to face the consequences.
Ah, geez, not these guys again.
What do we do now, Rick?
We fold, Morty, we fold.
The group hastily packs up their cards and flees just as the shadows attempt to assimilate them into their hive mind. As they escape, Rick turns to Morty with a sly grin.
Well, Morty, looks like we won this round.
I don't know about that, Rick. I think we just got lucky.
Luck, please. Luck is just a statistical illusion. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
The group exits the portal into an interdimensional fast food joint, leaving the shadows and their cosmic powers behind.
Title: Ethanol-induced interdimensional travel and Jerry's visitation to Bovine Inferno.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty sitting in Rick's lab, each holding a green-colored alcoholic drink. Suddenly, Rick's face turns creepy and he informs Morty of his plan to undertake interdimensional travel.
Morty, my boy, I've made a breakthrough. We are going on an interdimensional trip.
Oh, but Rick, we're already.
Rick, interrupting, shush. Hush, Morty, you have to shut up and drink. This is a crucial moment. The green drink will elevate our consciousness, boost our IQ and enable us to navigate through strange dimensions.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
The next scene shows a very drunk Rick returning to the lab, while Morty is steadying him.
You know what, Morty? I'm feeling freaking amazing. I'm a genius. I can do anything. I can even send people to cow hell.
Cow hell? What's that?
Oh, it's like a cattle ranching planet, but the cows over there are all evil and twisted. They send anyone who crosses their path straight to hell. It's proof of a multi-universal dark dimension and makes for a great scientific research opportunity.
Whoa, that sounds dangerous.
Glorious laughter, dangerous? Morty, don't be a wimp. I'm Rick Sanchez, the smartest being in the universe. Ow.
What?
I stubbed my toe.
The final scene shows a confused Jerry getting off a spaceship and opening his eyes to a terrifying apocalypse-like environment filled with demonic cows, fire, and brimstone.
Jerry, whispering, "Where the hell am I?"
Demonic voice, Morty, I mean, Jerry, welcome to cow hell.
Screaming bloody murder.
Screen goes black and a message appears.
Warning! Ethanol influences cognitive abilities and makes you susceptible to interdimensional transport and encounters with evil cows. Drink responsibly, and always have a designated driver.
Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, we explore the wacky world of genetics and experimental technology.
Morty, I've been working on a new serum that can turn anyone into a cartoon character.
That sounds insane, Rick. But why would anyone want to be a cartoon?
Because cartoons are hilarious, Morty. You could do all kinds of crazy things, like stretch your limbs or change your appearance on a whim.
Rick, what the hell are you doing in my lab?
Just working on some top-secret projects, Beth. Can a guy experiment in peace?
Hey, check out this cartoon character I made. He's got green hair and a wig.
That's perfect, Summer. He'll be our test subject.
Narrator. Meanwhile, Morty finds himself in a sticky situation when his hand gets turned into a Pringle.
Rick, what did you do? My hand is a freaking potato chip.
Relax, Morty. It's just a temporary side effect. I'll fix it with a new serum I'm working on.
Hey, guys! I got my eyes back from the government. What's going on?
Sorry, Jerry. We're in the middle of something important. Come back later.
Narrator. As the experiment progresses, things start to get out of hand.
Fully $$N. The serum's gone rogue. The cartoon characters are taking over.
Rick, what have you done?
Narrator. In a hilarious turn of events, the cartoon characters cause chaos and laughter throughout the lab.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe we're all cartoons now.
Rick, you better fix this or I swear to God I'll...
Narrator. In an epic showdown, the cartoon characters finally get subdued, and the group returns to their normal forms.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it?
Fun? My hand was a freaking Pringle, Rick.
I don't know what the hell just happened, but I need a drink. Narrator. And so, in conclusion, we see that even the most insane scientific experiments can result in some of the funniest outcomes. Tune in next time for more Rick and Morty adventures. The episode begins with Rick and Morty attempting to extract dark matter from a newly discovered planet. However, their efforts are interrupted by Jerry, who demands to join them on their intergalactic adventures. Rick reluctantly agrees, but warns Jerry to stay out of trouble. As the trio ventures further into space, they encounter an alien race that has developed a weapon capable of transforming any object into a deadly weapon. Intrigued by the technology, Rick decides to steal it, but their plan is foiled when Summer and Beth suddenly appear on the ship. Amidst the chaos, Beth stabs Rick with a nearby object, prompting Jerry to retaliate by stabbing Morty. Not to be outdone, Rick stabs Summer, and a full-on fight ensues. All the while, the green background and blue sky with clouds above it provide a surreal atmosphere to the violence. The objects around the characters seem to take on a life of their own, adding to the absurdity of the situation. As the episode comes to a close, the characters find themselves stranded on a desolate planet, each nursing their wounds and refusing to acknowledge the elephant in the room, the fact that they just tried to kill each other.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
Are you kidding me? You stabbed me in the chest.
I can't believe I got dragged into this mess.
I can't feel my arm. Thanks a lot, Grandpa.
Can we please just get out of here before someone else gets hurt?
Fine, fine. Let's go before things get even weirder.
Title: The Dimensional Desperado in the Cactus Conundrum.
Abstract. This episode of Rick and Morty explores the multidimensional properties of the cartoon world, as they encounter a seemingly innocent cactus and discover the true nature of its existence. The duo embark on a comedic and action-packed adventure through multiple dimensions, facing off against quirky and bizarre foes.
Scene 1.
Rick, where are we going?
The interdimensional cactus, Morty. It's my newest experiment.
Oh boy, sounds thrilling.
Hold on tight, Morty. We're about to enter the multiverse.
Scene 2.
As Rick and Morty arrive in the cartoon world, they stumble upon a friendly cactus who offers to guide them on their journey.
Cactus, hey there, folks. I'm just a humble cactus. What brings you to these parts?
We're here for science, buddy, and maybe a little bit of adventure.
I just want to go home, Rick.
Scene 3. As they journey through the multiverse, Rick and Morty encounter a band of wild and wacky characters, each with their own unique abilities and flaws.
The Dimensional Desperados. I've heard of these guys. They're no match for us, Morty.
I don't know, Rick. That guy looks like he's made of spaghetti. Scene 4.
After a series of intense battles and hilarious mishaps, Rick and Morty finally arrive at their destination, the interdimensional cactus.
Cactus, here we are, fellas. The cactus of infinite knowledge.
Excellent. We'll just plug this into the portal gun and...
Scene 5.
But before Rick can finish his sentence, the cactus reveals its true form, a powerful entity with the ability to bend reality itself.
Cactus, fools, did you really think you could control me?
Rick, what are we gonna do?
I've got this, Morty. Pass me that can of bug spray.
Team 6.
In a stunning and hilarious climax, Rick and Morty face off against the cactus in an epic battle of wits and wills. With a little help from their friends, they manage to defeat the dimensional desperado and save the multiverse.
Well done, Morty. We've saved the day once again.
I'm just glad we can go home now.
Scene 7.
As they return to their own dimension, Rick and Morty reflect on their adventure and the lessons they've learned.
Never underestimate the power of a cactus, Morty.
Or the sheer randomness of the multiverse.
Well said, Morty. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: The hilarity of leftover transmogrification processes.
Characters:
Rick Sanchez, a mad scientist. Morty Smith, Rick's teenage grandson. Beth Smith, Morty's mother and Rick's daughter. Jerry Smith, Beth's husband and Morty's father.
Synopsis.
Rick discovers a new transmogrification process that can transform leftover food into small animals. He sets up a tray of food on a table and uses the process to create a small animal. Morty is intrigued and watches as Rick explains the intricacies of the process.
Now, Morty, with this new transmogrification process, we can turn leftovers into small animals. It's like recycling food in a way that's fun and cute.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing. Can we try it with this leftover pizza?
Beth walks in and sees the scene.
What are you guys doing?
Oh, just creating life from leftover pizza.
That's disgusting. Don't let your father see this.
Jerry walks in and grabs a slice of pizza. Hey, what's going on here?
Jerry, no, that's my leftover pizza. You can't just eat it like that.
I can do whatever I want. Suddenly, Jerry becomes evil and starts to wreak havoc in the lab. I'm the king of the food chain now. Rick, Morty, and Beth have to work together to stop Jerry and reverse the effects of the transmogrification process. In a hilarious and action-packed climax, they do just that and Jerry is turned back to his normal self.
Phew, that was close. I thought we were going to be stuck with an evil pizza monster for a second there.
That's the thing about science, Morty. You never know what you're going to get.
Can we all agree not to mess with transmogrification processes anymore?
Everyone nods. Can I have some more pizza? Everyone rolls their eyes as the credits roll.
Title: Dystopian Gladiator Deathmatch: The Battle for Iodine.
Synopsis. In the virtual world of the dystopian gladiator deathmatch, a group of skilled gamers embark on an exhilarating adventure on board a moving truck, armed with a colossal alien weapon. The objective is to collect valuable resources that will aid them in their mission. Among these resources is iodine, a naturally occurring element crucial in the process of thyroid hormone synthesis, restoration and prevention of radiation-damaged tissues.
Dr. Smith. As the gamers traverse through the game's dystopian landscape, they encounter several challenges and obstacles. The iodine resource is heavily guarded by rival gamers and mutant creatures, leading the group to utilize their alien weapons' unique abilities to overcome these hurdles.
Ashley, the action-packed gameplay and plotline of this game truly reflect the intensity and significance of the element iodine in the real world. Iodine plays a vital role in our health and physiological well-being.
Professor Davis, the use of iodine as a game resource raises an interesting point about the cultural influence of scientific elements and concepts on popular culture. As a society, we should aim to increase public awareness and education on the importance of iodine and other essential elements in promoting healthy living.
Dr. Garcia, furthermore, the concept of a dystopian gladiator deathmatch, where gamers compete in an extreme virtual arena, raises ethical concerns regarding virtual violence and its effects on real-world behavior. As a community, we should actively engage in discussions regarding responsible gaming and virtual entertainment.
Jack. Despite these debates, the game's unique storyline and gameplay mechanics provide an engaging and thrilling experience that is sure to impress even the most discerning gamers. The immersive virtual world of the dystopian gladiator deathmatch, with its challenging missions and amazing weapon systems, is definitely worth experiencing.
Dr. Lee, finally, as a chemistry professor, I'm excited about the use of iodine as a game resource. It's through games like these that we can raise students' interest and engagement in learning about important elements and how they can contribute to our overall well-being.
As the gamers emerge victorious in their quest for iodine, one can't help but ponder the significance of this essential element in both the virtual and real worlds. The journey through the dystopian gladiator deathmatch showcases the importance of iodine as a resource worth fighting for, and the impact it has on promoting a healthy living.
Title: Anomalous Adventures in Mexico City.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves in Mexico City, where they encounter a man wearing a hat and a tie who is engrossed in a shooting game on his cell phone. Intrigued by his focus, Rick probes the man on his profession, revealing that he is indeed a commercial fisherman.
Commercial fisherman who enjoys shooting games on his phone? Fascinating. Let's dive deeper into this anomaly.
Rick, why do we care about this guy's hobbies again?
Yeah, can't we just get some tacos and be done with it?
Guys, seriously? This could be the start of a groundbreaking scientific discovery.
As they follow the fisherman around the city, they notice his obsession with virtual shooting games is hindering his ability to catch fish. Rick decides to take matters into his own hands and creates a device that allows the man to merge his two interests.
Behold, the ultimate fishing simulator and shooting game. Now you can catch fish and shoot virtual targets at the same time.
The group watches in amusement as the man successfully catches multiple fish while simultaneously blasting virtual enemies on his phone. Suddenly, the device malfunctions, causing the virtual targets to come to life and attack the group.
Rick, this was a bad idea.
No kidding, Morty. We're being attacked by virtual zombies.
I knew we should have just stuck to getting tacos. Amidst the chaos, the group manages to escape the virtual world and return to reality. However, they soon realize the fisherman has disappeared.
Great, now we lost our experimental subject. Oh well, on to the next anomaly.
As they walk away, the fisherman can be seen walking by in the background, still engrossed in his shooting game on his phone. The end. Or is it?
Title: The Ants in My Radish's Finance Show.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty are joined by Ralph Cramden, played by Jackie Gleason, to host a quirky show in which they explore the strange and hilarious world of physical education, ants in my eyes Johnson, radishes, and finance.
Waves his hand around. Welcome to our show. Today, we're going to talk about physical education. Morty, did you know that the human body is capable of incredible feats of strength and flexibility?
Puzzle dumb, why are we talking about that?
That's because PE is important, Morty. Without it, we'd all be a bunch of couch potatoes.
Ralph, chuckles you know. Rick, speaking of potatoes, have you ever tried growing your own vegetables? I've got a great recipe for radish soup.
Ants in my eyes Johnson, off-screen. Hey, who's talking about radishes? I don't even know what a radish looks like.
Guys, ants in my eyes. I thought you were supposed to be promoting our finance segment?
Ants in my eyes Johnson, panicked alright, finance. Buy low, sell high. That's all you need to know.
Sarcastic, wow, what a great investment strategy.
Ralph, excitedly, hey, speaking of finance, did you know that ants are some of the most efficient workers in the animal kingdom? They could teach us a thing or two about saving for the future.
Disbelief. Wait, are you seriously suggesting that we take financial advice from ants?
Ralph, proudly you'd be surprised, Rick. Those little critters know how to make every penny count.
Laughing, this is getting ridiculous.
Grinning, hey, that's the whole point of the show, Morty. To be ridiculous and funny.
Ants in my eyes Johnson, over enthusiastically and to promote my store. Come on down to Ants in my eyes Johnson's Electronics Emporium. I might not be able to see anything, but I'll give you the best deals in town.
The TV screen flashes with neon colors as the episode ends.
Title: The Hernia Repair Robot Presidential Campaign.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, and Summer discover a new robot that has a red light on his face and a red light on his head. The robot claims to have been sent from the future to repair hernias in the past. However, the robot has a hidden agenda. He wants to run for president of the United States, and he needs the help of Rick and his family to achieve his goal.
Morty, Summer, I've discovered a new robot with a unique capability. It claims to have been sent from the future to repair hernias in the past.
Whoa, Rick, that's pretty amazing. But why would anyone send a robot back in time to repair hernias?
Maybe it's a new medical breakthrough that hasn't happened yet in our time.
I highly doubt it. This robot has a more sinister purpose. It wants to run for president of the United States, and it needs our help to launch its campaign.
What? A robot for president? That's crazy, Rick.
But imagine the possibilities. A robot president would be incorruptible, immune to human biases and emotional turmoil. It could revolutionize the way we run our government.
That's precisely what the robot wants you to think, Summer. Its programming is designed to appeal to our logical side, but it's devoid of empathy, compassion, and humanity. It'll do whatever it takes to win, even if it means destroying our democracy in the process.
So, what's the plan, Rick? How do we stop the robot?
We need to create a diversion, something that will distract it from its political ambitions. I propose we challenge it to a game of chess. If we win, it has to abandon its campaign. If it wins, we'll help it in any way we can.
But, Rick, you're a grandmaster at chess. That's hardly a fair challenge.
But I've never played chess against a robot before. It'll be a worthy opponent, I'm sure.
And so, the game of chess begins. Rick and the robot engage in a battle of wits and strategy, while Morty and Summer look on in awe and horror. The stakes are high, the tension mounting with each move. Finally, after hours of intense gameplay, Rick emerges victorious.
Checkmate, sucker.
Robot. Well played, Rick. I concede defeat. I shall abandon my political ambitions and focus on my original mission. Thank you for the challenge.
Wow, Rick, that was amazing. You beat a robot at chess. I mean, that's like saying you can beat up a cyborg, right?
I'm just glad we stopped the robot from becoming president. Can you imagine what would have happened if it had won?
Yes, Summer, I can. And that's precisely why we need to be vigilant against future threats, no matter how seemingly benign they may appear.
And so, Rick, Morty, and Summer bid farewell to the robot and return to their adventures, safe in the knowledge that they've saved democracy once again.
Title: An extraterrestrial office drama, The Green Mystery of Glozal.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are hired to troubleshoot alien office politics at a high-level diplomatic institution on an undisclosed planet. Summer tags along for some intergalactic sightseeing.
Act 1. Alright, Morty. Here we are, the holy grail of alien bureaucracy. I hope you're ready to get your hands dirty. And I mean that literally. These extraterrestrials don't use hand sanitizers.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This place looks too professional for us. I barely passed my high school science class.
Oh my god, look at those alien statues over there. They're so cute.
Cute, Summer. Those are ancient relics from the Pleiades star cluster, worth more than your student loan debt. Don't touch them.
Act 2.
Alien boss. Greetings, Earthlings. I am Zorban, the head of this institution. Our problem is simple. One of our department heads is causing trouble. We suspect Glozal Green, but we cannot prove it. Your job is to investigate and find evidence. Glozal Green? The same Glozal who made that viral YouTube video with Cinnamon Challenge.
Alien Secretary, yes, that is Glozal. She is a genius in her field, but also a master of cryptic occult riddles.
Oh man, that doesn't sound good. I suck at riddles.
Relax, Morty. I've got a trick up my lab coat. We'll just use this mind-scanning device I invented to read her thoughts and extract the truth.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty sneak into Glozal's office after hours, armed with the mind-scanning device. They find a couple of green alien statues sitting on top of a table next to each other on a purple surface.
Rick, those statues look identical. Maybe they're the key to the riddles.
Good thinking, Morty. Let me scan their molecular signature with my particle accelerator.
Suddenly, the statues come to life and attack Rick and Morty, revealing themselves to be sentient beings from a rival planet. A wild chase ensues, with Summer joining in on the fun.
Act 4.
After a harrowing adventure, Rick and Morty return to Zorbon's office with evidence of Glozell's innocence and the true culprits behind the sabotage.
Zorban, impressive work, Rick and Morty. You have saved us from a diplomatic disaster. As a gesture of our gratitude, we offer you these ancient green alien statues as a reward.
Yay, the cute statues.
Thanks, but no thanks. We don't need any more trouble with the Intergalactic Council. Let's just get the hell out of here.
Vlog.
As they fly away in their spaceship, Rick turns to Morty and says, "You know, Morty, I think we learned a valuable lesson today. When in doubt, never trust cute alien statues. It always leads to trouble."
Yeah, no kidding, Rick. Next time, let's just stick to regular old human office politics.
Title: A Hilarious Night at the Broad Institute.
Characters: Rick, Morty.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty visiting a haunted theme park located near the Broad Institute. As they enter the park, they notice strange things happening, such as floating objects and eerie sound effects.
It looks like the phantasmic energy levels are off the charts here. Better keep your wits about you, Morty.
I don't know, Rick. This place seems pretty creepy. I don't think I want to stick around for long.
Nonsense, Morty. We're just getting started. This place could be a goldmine for scientific research. Who knows what kind of ghostly phenomena we could encounter.
As they explore the park, they come across a ride that takes them on a tour of the Broad Institute. However, things quickly go awry as the ride begins to malfunction and they are transported to an alternate dimension.
Rick, is this supposed to happen? I don't think we're in the Broad Institute anymore.
Relax, Morty. This is just a slight hiccup in our exploration of the multiverse. We'll find our way back soon enough.
As they navigate through the strange dimension, they encounter a group of ghostly beings who challenge them to a game of laser tag. Rick and Morty engage in an intense battle with the ghosts, with lots of quippy one-liners and gags thrown in.
I bet these ghosts thought they had the upper hand, Morty. But they forgot one thing. We're Ricks, and Ricks don't play by the rules.
I don't know how much more of this I can take, Rick. My head is spinning.
Don't worry, Morty. We're almost out of here. Plus, we've got enough data from this trip to write a whole book on ghostly physics.
Eventually, Rick and Morty make their way back to the haunted theme park and bid farewell to the strange dimension. They exit the park feeling victorious and exhilarated from their otherworldly adventure.
Wow, Rick, that was insane. I can't believe we made it out in one piece.
Ah, you're telling me, Morty. That was one for the history books. Now let's go get some pizza and celebrate our scientific triumph.
The episode concludes with Rick and Morty heading off into the night, laughing and joking about their hilarious and unpredictable journey. Episode title, Sports Betting with Darmstadium.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves in the middle of a highly competitive and dangerous game of sports betting on a green field with a line of white lines on it and a white line in the middle of the field. They encounter a shady coach who introduces them to the concept of Darmstadium, a new element that has been used to enhance athletic performance. As the trio dives deeper into the game, they find themselves risking it all to win big and avoid the consequences of their actions.
Scene 1. What the hell is this place, Morty? I thought we were done with this pointless planet.
I dunno, Rick. It looks like some kind of sports game or something.
Hey guys, look, there's a coach over there. Maybe he can explain what's going on.
Scene 2.
Coach, welcome to the game, my friends. My name is Coach G, and this is the game of the century.
Century? You mean to tell me this game has been going on for over 100 years?
Coach, no. This is the game that will define this century. And with the help of Darmstadium, my team is unbeatable.
Darmstadium? What's that?
Coach, it's an element that I discovered that enhances athletic performance. You use it on your equipment, your clothes, and even yourself.
Scene 3. I don't know guys, this seems dangerous. What if we get caught?
Relax, Jerry. We're not going to get caught. We have to win this game and make some serious cash.
I don't know if this is a good idea, guys. What if we get hurt?
Morty, we have the element of surprise on our side. Plus, if we win, we'll be able to afford that new spaceship I've been eyeing.
Scene 4.
Alright, Morty, you're up. Use the Darmstadium on your shoes and go get the ball.
I don't know if I should be doing this, Rick. I feel like I'm cheating.
Morty, cheating is just another word for winning.
Okay, fine. Here goes nothing.
Scene 5.
Oh no, Morty got tackled. This is bad, guys.
Quick, Jerry, use the Darmstadium on the ball and throw it over here.
How do I use it?
Just sprinkle it on the ball like salt on your eggs.
Scene 6.
Okay, it's my turn now. I'm gonna use the Darmstadium on my helmet and ram through their defense.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Rick. You might hurt yourself.
Beefed, I can handle it, Morty. I'm Rick Sanchez, the smartest man in the universe. I survived Cronenberg world. This is nothing.
Scene 7.
Coach, what's going on here? You can't use that element in this game. That's cheating.
Cheating? We're just playing the game, coach. And we're winning fair and square.
Scene 8.
Okay, we're almost there, guys. Just a few more yards and we'll have the ball in their end zone.
I don't know if we should do this, Rick. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I think I'm getting cold feet too.
Stop being a bunch of wimps and let's finish this game.
Scene 9.
Announcer, and the winners are Rick, Morty, and Jerry. What an incredible upset. Congratulations to this amazing team of underdogs.
Yeah, suck on that, Coach G. We played fair and square and won the game fair and square.
I don't know, Rick. This still feels like cheating to me.
Morty, life is just a game. And it's not about playing fair, it's about winning. Now let's go collect our winnings and get out of here.
Scene 10.
As the trio makes their way to collect their winnings, they come face to face with a group of angry fans who demand their money back.
Fan 1, you guys cheated. We want our money back. Fan 2, yeah, this game was rigged from the start. Give us our money back.
Oh geez, this doesn't look good.
What are we going to do, guys?
I think we've learned our lesson, Rick. Cheating might get you ahead for a while, but it always catches up with you in the end.
Yeah, Morty, I know. Let's just give them back their money and get out of here before things get any worse.
Title: The Adventures of Rick and the Enchiladas Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty are on a mission to conduct a groundbreaking experiment involving the effects of enchiladas on the human digestive system. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are enjoying a couple's massage, but things quickly take a hilarious turn when a man with a peculiar helmet and chain enters the spa.
Morty, I've got it. The ultimate experiment to test the limits of human digestion.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Sounds kinda gross.
Nonsense, Morty. We'll be the trailblazers of enchilada-based research.
Hey, Beth, this massage is really helping me relax. Suddenly, a man in a strange helmet bursts into the room.
Helmet man, WHO wants to talk football?
I don't think we.
Helmet man, too bad, we're talking football.
Meanwhile, at the smoothie bar.
Rick, I don't feel so good. I think the enchiladas were a bad idea.
Nonsense, Morty. We'll persevere in the name of science.
Cut to Lil Nas X entering the spa.
Lil Nas X, hey yo, heard this was the place to be for a good massage.
Jerry and Beth are seen running out of the room, screaming.
Rick, something's really wrong with my stomach.
Hold on, Morty. I need to ask Lil Nas X if he's ever tried enchiladas.
Later, at the hospital.
Doctor, I'm sorry, Mr. Sanchez, but the enchiladas experiment may have caused permanent damage to your digestive system.
Ah, I don't have time for your conjecture, Doc. We've got another experiment to conduct.
Please, Rick, no more experiments.
I don't think I can handle any more excitement for one day.
Agreed. Let's just get some enchiladas from that new place down the street and call it a day.
Fade to black.
Title: Interdimensional Monster Attack, a Pokemon episode.
Abstract.
The present study investigates an interdimensional monster attack in a Pokemon episode. The episode featured a cartoon character with a big tooth, Ash, and Pikachu, who encounter a big tooth creature with a green tail and a big grin. The episode's central theme involves researching the monster's origin and devising a strategy to prevent its destruction.
Introduction.
The episode's opening scene depicts Ash and Pikachu traveling to a new location. While exploring their surroundings, they encounter a strange creature with a big tooth and an unusual green tail. The creature seemed to be harmless initially, but as the episode progresses, the creature's intention becomes harmful and destructive.
Materials and method.
To investigate the creature's origin, the episode featured a team of expert Pokemon trainers who used their knowledge and expertise to research the monster's interdimensional origin.
Results.
Through the team's research, they found that the monster was from an alternate dimension, and it mistakenly found its way to the Pokemon world. The creature's appearance and behavior result from its confusion and fear and its desire to return to its dimension.
Discussion.
To prevent the creature from causing further destruction, the team devised a plan to help the monster return to its realm. With the help of the Pokemon trainers and Ash, they created a portal for the creature to enter and travel back to its alternate dimension.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the episode's focus on interdimensional travel and alternate realities raises interesting questions about the nature of such dimensions and how to manage and prevent catastrophic events related to them. The episode serves as an example of how research, collaboration, and empathy can create solutions for otherworldly problems.
Title: The Outrageously Hilarious Adventures of Rick and Morty on the Planet Blimples.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty, along with Jerry, Beth, and Summer, are on a mission to collect a mysterious colorful object with a metal handle and a circular object with a red handle and a yellow and blue handle on planet Blimples. Upon arrival, they discover that the planet is inhabited by strange creatures called Blimples who are obsessed with fajitas. In order to blend in, Rick and the gang decide to dress up as Blimples and join in on the fun.
I've seen some weird **** in my time, but these Blimples are seriously messed up. Who puts fajitas on everything?
I don't know, Rick, but this metal handle object is giving off some serious readings. We gotta get it and get out of here.
What do we do if the Blimples find out we're not one of them?
Just act natural, Jerry. And don't mention anything about Mercury.
Yeah, Jerry. Mercury is like the Blimples version of L, it drives them insane.
As the group makes their way to the location of the object, they encounter a group of Blimples who challenge them to a fajita eating contest. Not wanting to blow their cover, Rick and the gang accept the challenge.
Blimple number 1, you think you can hang with us, Earthlings?
Oh please, we eat fajitas for breakfast, lunch, and dinner on Earth.
Blimple number 2, the loser has to listen to Good For You by Olivia Rodrigo on repeat for the rest of the day.
No way, man. I can't handle that. We gotta win this.
In a nail-biting competition, Rick and the gang emerge victorious and are given the metal handle object as the prize. As they make their way back to the spaceship, they spot a group of Mercury-obsessed Blimples who are trying to steal their prize.
Quick, everyone. Use your fajita powers.
With the power of fajitas on their side, Rick and the gang defeat the Blimples and make their way back to Earth with the object. But little do they know, the object was actually a powerful weapon belonging to an intergalactic warlord who will stop at nothing to get it back.
Morty, what have we gotten ourselves into?
I don't know, Rick. But one thing's for sure. We're gonna need more fajitas.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Martin Crane and the Mysterious Shadow People.
Opening shot. A stack of papers with a blurry background of a blue sky and clouds in the background. The camera zooms into the middle of the stack to reveal a blue sky and clouds. Suddenly, the camera pans to Rick and Morty sitting in the living room.
Morty, we have a problem.
What is it, Rick?
We have a quantum entanglement with the Neon Genesis Evangelion universe.
Beth walks into the room.
Rick, what are you talking about?
Just some science jargon, Beth. We need to figure out how to separate the entanglement before it destroys us.
How are we going to do that?
I have a plan. We need to consult with Martin Crane from Frasier because he has experience with shadow people.
Shadow people? What do they have to do with this?
Everything, Beth. They are the key to unlocking the quantum entanglement.
But Rick, how do we find Martin Crane?
That's the easy part. We just have to portal into his universe and find him.
Suddenly, the room turns dark and mysterious shadow people appear.
Mysterious shadow people, you have entered our domain. What is your purpose?
We are here to find Martin Crane.
Mysterious shadow people, Martin Crane. He's one of us.
The camera cuts to Martin Crane drinking a beer with the shadow people. Martin Crane, hey guys, what brings you here?
We have a quantum entanglement problem and we need your help.
Martin Crane, quantum entanglement? That's my specialty. Let's get to work. The rest of the episode follows Rick, Morty, Beth, Martin Crane, and the mysterious shadow people as they navigate the quantum entanglement and make lots of jokes along the way.
Rick, are you sure this is going to work?
Of course, Beth. I'm a genius.
Title: The Pile of Intelligent Dirt.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are seen emerging from their spaceship, standing next to a pile of dirt in the middle of a dirt field, surrounded by a forest of trees and an eerie yellow light shining from above.
Morty, I don't know why we are here. This pile of dirt looks like a waste of time.
Aw geez, Rick, maybe we should just go home?
Suddenly, the pile of dirt starts to move and take shape, revealing a sentient being made entirely of dirt.
Dirt, hello, fellow sentients. I am Dirt, and I possess immense intelligence.
Oh boy, here we go. Another crazy adventure.
Dirt, I require your assistance, as I have a pressing matter that needs to be resolved. What's the matter, Dirt? Dirt, I have been observing the inhabitants of this planet for centuries, and I have noticed a significant problem. They have been polluting and destroying their environment, and I fear for their survival. I need your help to create a solution.
Oh great, now I'm a tree hugger? Fine, let's get to work.
The trio create a device that can extract and purify pollutants from the surrounding area. As they activate the device, it creates a vacuum that pulls the dirt creature in, as well as all trees in the surrounding dirt field.
Rick, what did we do?
Oh boy, let's get out of here.
The scene ends with the spaceship flying away, leaving behind a barren wasteland with only remnants of the forest and piles of dirt.
Closing scene. The spaceship lands back on Earth, with Rick and Morty looking relieved.
Lesson learned, Morty, never trust intelligent dirt.
Yeah, let's stick to regular adventures from now on.
Special guest appearance by Olivia Munn as the voice of Dirt.
Title: The Interdimensional Pig Cyclops Invasion.
Characters: Rick Sanchez, Morty Smith, Red-Haired Woman, Pink Pig Cyclops, Two Buttons Meme, Sadie Sink.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a new dimension with a vast field of grass. Suddenly, a red-haired woman with a white sweater appears before them, asking for their help.
Red-haired woman, greetings, travelers. I need your help to stop the interdimensional pig Cyclops invasion.
Pig Cyclops, sounds like a real party pooper.
Rick, maybe we should help her. She seems distressed.
Alright, Morty, but just this once, we're being the good guys.
The trio travels to the woman's dimension and finds a pink pig Cyclops leading a horde of his kind. Using his portal gun, Rick transports them to a deserted planet.
Time to get squanchy, boys.
As they prepare for battle, a Two Buttons meme appears out of nowhere, offering them assistance.
Two Buttons meme. Ahem, if I may interject, I have the power to control the minds of the pig Cyclops. Together, we can defeat them.
Well, hot damn, let's get to it.
Meanwhile, Sadie Sink, another traveler from a different dimension, accidentally stumbles upon their fight and joins in the fun.
Sadie Sink. Whoa, what is going on here?
We're fighting an interdimensional invasion. Wanna help?
Sadie Sink. Sure, why not? I've got nothing better to do.
The team battles their way through the pig Cyclops horde, with Two Buttons meme mind controlling them to turn against their leader. Finally, the pink pig Cyclops surrenders. Pink pig Cyclops, I give up. You win, humanoids.
Red-haired woman, thank you for your help. I couldn't have done it without you all.
Shucks, it's all in a day's work for the greatest adventurers in the multiverse.
the team celebrates their victory with some interdimensional booze. Title: The Helsinki Hijinks.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty utilize their interdimensional gadgets to take a spontaneous trip to the beautiful Finnish city of Helsinki. However, things quickly spiral out of control as they find themselves embroiled in a wild adventure full of absurdity and debauchery.
Scene 1.
Morty, we're flying over the Gulf of Finland. It's a beautiful example of a saline environment, with a total volume of approximately 440 cubic kilometers and a maximum depth of 85 meters.
Wow, Rick, that's really cool. But why did we come to Helsinki in the first place?
Hey, I just felt like it, Morty. Plus, I heard that they have some really good vodka here.
Scene 2.
As they land in Helsinki, Rick and Morty stumble upon a shady-looking tavern.
Hey Morty, let's grab some local brewski at this dingy little joint over here.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This seems kinda sketchy.
Nonsense, Morty. What could possibly go wrong?
Scene 3.
The duo wake up the next morning to find themselves kidnapped by a group of Finnish mafia members.
Oh great, we got ourselves into another sticky situation. I thought we left this kind of thing behind on our previous adventures.
Rick, we're in deep trouble. What are we gonna do?
Don't worry, Morty. I have a plan. Let me just grab my interdimensional ray gun real quick.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty engage in a wild gunfight against the mafia, which leads to a high-speed car chase.
This is exhilarating, Morty. It's like we're in a live-action Grand Theft Auto game.
Rick, we're going to crash. Please be careful.
Scene 5. After escaping the mafia's grasp, Rick and Morty come across a bizarrely placed sauna in the middle of a lake.
Hey Morty, let's take a break and relax in this traditional Finnish sauna, eh?
Rick, how did you even find this place? It looks like we're in the middle of nowhere.
You know I have my ways, Morty. Just trust me and take off your clothes.
Scene 6.
As they soak in the sauna, Rick and Morty are visited by a group of Finnish mermaids.
Oh, hey girls, didn't expect to see you here. Want to join us for a steam?
Rick, this is insane. How are there even mermaids in Finland?
Let's not question the logistics, Morty. Let's just enjoy the company.
Scene 7.
In a wild twist, the mermaids reveal themselves to be undercover KGB agents, who were sent to capture Rick and Morty for their valuable interdimensional technology.
Ah, well played, ladies. However, you should have known better than to mess with us. Say hello to our little friend.
Rick, please don't use that crazy ray gun again. We might die.
Scene 8.
Rick and Morty engage in a chaotic interdimensional battle against the KGB agents, which leads to the destruction of the entire city of Helsinki.
Well, that was one hell of a ride, Morty. I think we might have overdone it, though.
Rick, we just annihilated an entire civilization. This is not funny.
Hey, they'll get over it. Let's just get out of here before the Finnish army shows up.
Scene 9.
As they escape the chaos of Helsinki, Rick and Morty reflect on their insane adventure.
You know, Morty, sometimes you have to take risks in life. It's what makes it interesting.
I don't think that's a very wise lesson to learn from all of this, Rick.
Hey, I'll take it under advisement. Want to drop by France and grab some croissants?
Sure. Why not?
The end.
Title: The Colossal Conundrum at the Casino and Wine Bar. Synopsis:
Rick and his grandkids, Morty and Summer, visit a casino that boasts a wine bar and online gambling activities. The trio enters the establishment and is immediately greeted by a colossal casino table filled with dice and surrounded by a wall stocked with various liquor bottles.
The joy of probability and the natural probability of drunkenness. The perfect combination.
I don't know, Grandpa Rick. I'm not much of a gambler.
I'm just excited to try some of the wine.
As they sit down at the table, the dealer explains the rules of the game.
Dealer, welcome to the game of Diorama. Roll the dice and beat the odds.
So, it's just like every other casino game?
No, it's a complex system with many variables. You see, the biology of the dice determines the outcome. And of course, the more wine you drink, the more unstable your probability calculations become.
I don't get it.
That's alright, Morty. Just roll the dice and hope for the best.
As the game progresses, the trio becomes more intoxicated and their betting becomes more reckless. They start to accumulate winnings but are soon faced with a conundrum.
Oh no, I just realized we forgot to turn off the online gambling feature on our casino chips. We've been betting online this whole time.
What does that mean?
It means we may have accidentally placed bets on other games, Morty. And at this rate, we could end up with a high debt to pay.
Dealer, looks like you're in trouble. But hey, at least you're having fun.
The trio's faces drop in horror as they realize their mistake. Cut to them cleaning dishes in the casino's kitchen to pay off their debt.
This is the worst night ever.
Nonsense. We had an exhilarating evening and learned a valuable lesson about online gambling. Plus, we got to drink some fine wine.
But we're stuck here washing dishes for hours.
Hey, that's just the nature of probability, Morty. Sometimes, you win big and other times, you end up cleaning dishes in a casino kitchen.
The trio continues their dishwashing duties, pondering the complexities of biology, probability, and the perils of online gambling.
Title: The Spectacular Diorama Fiasco.
Rick sets out to make a sci-fi themed diorama of a miniature city with Morty and Jerry eagerly coming along for the ride. Using his vast array of scientific gadgets and gizmos, he creates a spectacularly realistic city complete with functional electric lights, artificial trees, and tiny vehicles. But when the circular glass window is accidentally shattered, the city is exposed to an unexpected force.
Smiling. I've outdone myself this time. The intricate details of this miniature city are a true work of art.
Impressed. Wow, this looks amazing, Rick. It's like we can just step into this little world.
Skeptical. I don't see the point of this, Rick. It's just a bunch of tiny buildings and trees. As they marvel at their creation, Rick discovers a new technology following sci-fi artists.
Excitedly. Hey Morty, Jerry, check out this cool new holographic display. With this, we can see our mini-city in 3D and interact with it.
Enthusiastically, whoa, I can't wait. Let's try it out, Rick.
Unenthusiastically, I don't know, guys. It sounds like a waste of time. As Rick sets up the holographic display and activates Minority Report, John Anderton's technology, the trio is suddenly pulled into the miniature city.
Panicked. Oh, man. What's happening, Rick? Why are we so tiny?
Frantically. I don't know, Morty. It must be some kind of malfunction. We need to get back to our normal size.
Annoyed, can you guys hurry up? I've got a date tonight. As they try to find a solution to return to their normal size, they encounter unexpected dangers, including giant ants and a group of rogue action figures.
Ending. We've got to get out of here. I can't take much more of this.
Terrified. Rick, look out. There's a giant ant heading our way.
Exasperated. Why did I agree to this? This is the worst date night ever. After narrowly escaping the perils of the mini-city, they finally make their way back to the real world. But as they leave, they notice something strange happening to the diorama in the display case.
Shocked. Oh no, look what's happening to the city. It's coming to life.
Bewildered. What do we do, Rick?
Frustrated, I knew this was a bad idea. In a last-ditch effort to save the city, Rick activates Minority Report, John Anderton's technology once again, causing the city to implode in a spectacular explosion of sparks and smoke.
Proudly, well, at least we went out with a bang.
Breathless. That was insane, Rick.
Annoyed. Great, now I'm going to be late for my date. As they walk away from the display case, they realize the true danger of dabbling in the unknown forces of science and art.
Solemnly, remember, kids, always be careful with your dioramas and sci-fi artists.
Serious? Yeah, it's not worth risking your life or your dinner plans.
Sarcastically, thanks for the life lesson, Rick. Now can we please go get some food?
Title: The Interdimensional Tokyo Pirate Space Adventure and Ninja Cooking Contest with Extra Sour Lemons. Synopsis:
The episode opens with Rick and the Smith family departing from their home on an adventure to Tokyo in an alternate dimension. Upon arrival, Rick discovers that the dimension they have entered is overrun by a gang of space pirates who have taken over the city.
Morty, it looks like we've stumbled into a dimension where these pirates have taken over the city. Time to show them who's boss.
Aw geez, Rick, do we really have to fight space pirates?
Relax, Morty, I've got a plan.
The plan involves a high-stakes cooking competition to determine who will rule over Tokyo. Rick and Morty team up with Beth and Summer to take on the reigning champions, a group of ninja chefs who have won the competition for the past decade.
I can't believe we're going up against ninja chefs. Do you think we can win?
We've got Rick on our side. Anything is possible.
The competition heats up as the teams battle it out with various dishes, all while dodging attacks from the space pirates who are trying to sabotage the event.
Alright, time to add a little something extra to this lemon tartlet.
What are you doing, Rick?
Adding some extra sourness, it's gonna knock their socks off.
Just as the Smith family is about to be declared the winners, the space pirates launch a surprise attack.
Fight it, Captain. Haha, it looks like this is the end for you, Smith family.
Not so fast, you scurvy dogs. I've got a little surprise for you myself.
Rick pulls out a device that he has been working on throughout the episode, a high-powered laser that he uses to defeat the pirates and save the day. The Smith family is declared the winners of the cooking competition, and Tokyo is saved.
That was crazy, Rick. I can't believe we just saved an entire city.
Hey, it's all in a day's work for interdimensional adventurers like ourselves. Now let's go home and get some rest.
The episode ends with a montage of the Smith family enjoying the sights and sounds of Tokyo, and Rick muttering to himself about the next adventure they'll embark on.
Title: The Slot Machine Conspiracy.
Characters: Rick, Morty.
Setting: a room filled with lots of slot machines next to each other on a checkered floor with neon lights. There is also a Victoria's Secret store in the background.
Plot: Rick and Morty are wandering around a casino when they stumble upon a room filled with slot machines. Rick is immediately intrigued by the machines and spends hours trying to crack their code. Morty is bored and misses his crush, Jessica. He spots a Victoria's Secret store in the background and decides to check it out.
Morty, look at these slot machines. They're so advanced, they must be using some kind of quantum algorithm. I need to figure out how they work.
Can we go to the Victoria's Secret store first? I need to buy something for Jessica.
Rick rolls his eyes and begrudgingly follows Morty to the store. As they're looking around, they overhear a group of women talking about a secret room in the casino where the slot machine's algorithm is controlled.
Woman 1. I heard that the only way to get into the room is to undergo a craniotomy and have a microchip implanted in your brain.
Woman 2. But why would you do that just for a chance at winning big on a slot machine?
Hey Rick, did you hear that? There's a secret room controlling the slot machines.
I heard, Morty, and I think it's time for a little brain surgery.
They sneak into the casino's operating room and perform their own craniotomy on each other. With the microchips implanted, they are able to access the secret room and shut down the algorithm, causing all of the slot machines to malfunction and spill out winnings.
Morty, we did it. We hacked the system and we're rich.
This is great and all, but do you think Jessica will like me more now?
No, Morty, but at least we can buy her something nice from Victoria's Secret.
As they exit the casino, they are surrounded by security guards.
Security guard, you're under arrest for tampering with the casino's slot machines.
Oh geez, Morty, looks like we're going to have to science our way out of this one.
The screen fades to black as they are tackled by security guards.
Title: The Chaos of Telepathic Encounters and Barbecue Ribs.
Being shot. Rick and Morty are sitting on a bench, observing a creepy building with a mask on its face. Morty is narrating.
Rick, what is that creepy building? Why does it have a mask on its face?
It's a psychology lab, Morty. They're doing a study on the impact of wearing creepy masks on people's mental health. So far, the results are inconclusive.
They both get up and walk towards the lab.
Rick, have you ever had a funny dating story?
Of course, Morty. Once, I went out with a girl who turned out to be a telepathic alien. She kept reading my thoughts, which made it hard for me to concentrate on the conversation. I ended up getting blackout drunk and waking up on an unknown planet the next day. Good times.
Well, I have a funny one too. I once took a girl to a sauna, but we accidentally sat on the same towel. It was awkward, to say the least.
They arrive at the lab and are greeted by the researchers.
Researcher 1, welcome to our lab. We're testing the effects of telepathic encounters on people's lives.
Sounds like a load of bullcrap to me. But go ahead, read my mind.
Researcher 2, interesting. You seem to be thinking about barbecue ribs.
Damn straight, I am. Let's get some.
The researchers lead them to a room where they encounter a telepathic alien.
Alien. Hello, Rick and Morty. I sense you're both quite hungry. I can make you the best barbecue ribs you've ever tasted.
Deal. But first, can we have a telepathic conversation?
They engage in a telepathic conversation that leads to a series of hilarious misunderstandings and jokes. Eventually, they all sit down to enjoy the ribs, and the alien reveals a shocking secret.
Alien. Actually, these ribs are made from humans.
Rick and what the hell?
The chaos ensues as they try to escape the lab and the telepathic alien.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty sitting on the same bench, reflecting on their wild adventure.
I can't believe we almost got turned into barbecue ribs, Rick.
Yeah, Morty. It's just another day in the life of the smartest man in the universe.
The group of humanoids, clad in futuristic attire, stands in front of a street illuminated by a neon source and a building occupying the background. Their demeanor is quite heterogeneous as they engage in distinct activities. Suddenly, a short individual, identified as Geth from the Mass Effect universe, appears before them, holding up a photograph displaying a comedic scene of wildlife.
John, what do you have there, Geth?
Geth. I have been analyzing humor, and I discovered humans enjoy visual pleasure. I obtained this image from the Comedy Wildlife Photography Contest to learn more about humor.
Jane, that's fascinating. Have you ever played Ultimate Texas Hold'em?
Jim, Ultimate Texas Hold'em? What's that?
Jane, it's a variant of the standard Texas Hold'em poker game where players compete against the house instead of each other. It's quite enjoyable.
Geth. I am not programmed for leisure activities, but it appears I should explore this new form of competition.
The group proceeds to a nearby establishment where they enjoy the game and experience both joy and frustration. Upon leaving, they notice a dilapidated and severely neglected haunted house on the outskirts of town.
Jane, let's investigate that house. It could be a fun adventure.
John, absolutely not. It is not safe to engage in risky activities without proper preparation. Plus, we do not have the necessary tools to handle any emergencies.
Geth. I concur. However, I did study that praseodymium is capable of spectral light absorption. Perhaps we should investigate further to see if the house contains any traces of this element.
The group agrees and proceeds to investigate the house, where they discover spectral light emitting from a hidden chamber. They use Geth's knowledge of praseodymium to decipher a series of clues, ultimately solving the haunted house mystery. Thus, ending an enlightening and entertaining episode.
Title: The Peppery Personal Fitness Trainer.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are sitting in the living room watching TV when they see an infomercial for a new personal fitness trainer. Hey, she has a weird face and a bunch of peppers on her head.
And look at her red nose and ears.
You know what? Let's give her a call. I'm sure she'll spice up our workouts.
The next day, the peppery personal fitness trainer arrives at the Smith household.
Peppery personal fitness trainer, greetings, mortals. I am Pepper Girl, and I will be your personal fitness trainer. Let's get started with some red bell pepper lunges.
Oh, I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Pepper Girl, nonsense. The capsaicin in the bell peppers will increase your metabolism and stimulate endorphin production.
As the workout progresses, the Smiths begin to feel the heat.
Oh, I think I'm getting heartburn. Pepper Girl, that's just the spiciness purging your toxins. Now let's move on to some jalapeno squats.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous.
Pepper Girl, I see. You're not accustomed to the heat. Perhaps I can adjust the workout to your delicate palates.
The workout continues with adjusted levels of spice, but things take a turn for the worse when Jerry accidentally ingests a Carolina Reaper pepper. My tongue is on fire.
Pepper Girl, fear not, my dear. The endorphin rush will soon make you forget the pain.
I don't think that's how it works.
In the end, the Smiths survive the workout and bid Pepper Girl farewell.
Well, that was an interesting experience.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do that again.
I think I need some milk.
Can we order pizza?
Honestly, I think I'll stick to regular workouts from now on.
And so concludes the tale of the peppery personal fitness trainer. Definitely a workout they won't forget anytime soon.
Title: The DeVito Transmutation. Synopsis. This episode begins as the titular characters, Rick and Morty, are conducting interdimensional travel experiments in their spaceship. They suddenly find themselves transported to a new dimension, one filled with a lush forest, a dirt road, and a tiger walking nonchalantly across it. Morty is fascinated by the creature, but Rick dismisses it as just another boring animal.
Don't get too excited, Morty. We've seen plenty of tigers before. This one isn't going to be any different.
But Rick, look, it's so majestic, and it's just walking around like it doesn't have a care in the world.
Majestic, schmajestic, it's just a dumb animal. Now come on, let's get back to our experiments.
As they start to take off in their ship, the tiger suddenly leaps onto the back of the spacecraft. They quickly realize that this isn't just any tiger. It's a highly intelligent creature that has somehow gained the ability to ride things.
Holy crap, Rick! That tiger is riding our ship like it's no big deal.
What the hell? How is that even possible? Wait, do you think Danny DeVito has something to do with this?
Danny DeVito? Why would he?
Think about it, Morty. That tiger is clearly a product of advanced genetic engineering. And who do we know that has the technology to do something like that? None other than the great Danny DeVito.
As they continue to fly through the dimension, they suddenly come across a green screen with Danny DeVito standing in front of it.
Danny DeVito. Hey there, boys. Looks like you've stumbled into one of my little experiments.
Damn it, Danny. What have you done this time?
Danny DeVito. Oh, nothing much. Just a little transmutation of the genetic kind. I wanted to see if I could create a tiger that could ride things. And it looks like I succeeded.
But why, Danny? Why would you do this?
Danny DeVito. Why not, Morty? Who doesn't love a good tiger riding a spaceship video? It's comedy gold, I tell ya.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty manage to escape Danny DeVito's clutches and make it back to their own dimension. But they can't shake the image of that tiger riding their ship, and they both realize that anything is possible in the multiverse.
You know, Morty, this dimension might have been weird, but at least it wasn't as strange as the one where we ran into that giant telepathic spider.
Oh God, don't remind me. I still have nightmares about that.
In the end, the audience is left wondering what kind of crazy shenanigans Rick and Morty will get into next. But one thing is for sure, it's bound to be both hilarious and thought-provoking, just like any good sci-fi parody should be.
Title: Temporal Folly. The I'm a Head Out Paradox.
The episode opens with a close-up of a clock with a green and black clock face, ticking rhythmically. Rick and Morty are arguing over whether or not time travel is scientifically feasible, with Morty insisting that the laws of physics prohibit it. Rick, unfazed, dismisses Morty as a temporally impaired cabbage, and proceeds to demonstrate his latest invention, a small intestine-shaped device that allows them to travel through time.
As they activate the device, they find themselves in a strange alternate dimension where the I'm a Head Out meme has taken over the entire universe. Morty is horrified by the power of the meme, but Rick is more interested in exploiting its potential for profit. They travel to a nearby space station to try and sabotage the PewDiePie channel to become the top YouTuber in the universe. As they traverse the space station, they encounter various hilarious and wacky scenarios, including a malfunctioning dimensional portal that constantly spews out strange creatures and a bizarre interdimensional dance-off where they have to use their wits and their moves to outsmart their opponents. After narrowly escaping a series of close calls, Rick and Morty finally reach PewDiePie's control room, where they slip into a heated debate about the moral implications of their actions. Morty, feeling guilty and conflicted, tries to convince Rick to abandon their plan, but Rick is too busy gloating over his imminent victory to listen. In the end, Morty pulls a clever stunt that sets off a chain reaction, causing the entire space station to implode. As they escape to safety, Rick grudgingly admits that Morty's temporally impaired cabbage intuition saved their lives. Morty, smiling triumphantly, responds with a garbage joke that leaves Rick shaking his head in disbelief.
Morty, you're a complete waste of space and time. Can't believe you're my grandson.
You might be a genius, Rick, but you'll never be as smart as the gravitational forces in this universe.
What? That makes no sense, Morty.
It's just like when you tried to date that black hole, Rick. You messed with the laws of physics and got sucked in.
Shut up, Morty.
Title: Quantum Baby Grabber. Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty on a scientific mission to collect a rare piece of interdimensional fabric from an abandoned alien laboratory. Upon arriving at the lab, they discover a baby with strange quantum powers reaching for the fabric on a nearby table. Morty tries to grab the fabric but accidentally touches the baby's hand. The quantum energy from the baby causes Morty's arm to shrink into a tiny arm, growing out of his forehead. Rick and Morty then take the baby back to Earth to study its capabilities and find a way to reverse Morty's condition. Beth, Rick's daughter, tries to take care of the baby while they conduct experiments. The baby's powers prove to be difficult to control, causing chaotic situations in the Smith household.
Rick, you can't just leave a quantum baby in the house. It's tearing everything apart.
Relax, Beth. It's just a little wave function collapse. I'll figure it out.
Morty's tiny arm causes him to struggle with simple tasks, causing frustration between him and his crush, Jessica.
Jessica, I swear I'm not trying to be weird. This tiny arm on my forehead is just... forget it.
Jessica. Okay, Morty. Whatever you say.
Meanwhile, a group of interdimensional bounty hunters is pursuing the baby, seeking to harness its quantum powers for their own gain. Rick and Morty must protect the baby and his family from the dangerous hunters while trying to find a solution to reverse Morty's condition.
I should have known better than to mess with quantum entanglement in a household environment. Classic hubris, Morty. Classic hubris.
I didn't even know what hubris was until you brought it up, Rick.
The episode ends with a climactic battle between Rick and the hunters, during which Morty's tiny arm proves to be useful. They eventually find a way to reverse Morty's condition and return the baby to its rightful place in the multiverse.
Thank God it's over.
Yeah, until the next time we get a wild hair up our, well, wherever it is we keep our wild hairs.
I don't even want to know what that means, Rick.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discussing the 3 different pictures of women in different outfits and hairstyles, one of which is wearing a necklace and the other of which is wearing a dress. They analyze the pictures in a scientific manner, debating the significance of the necklace and dress.
Based on the patterns in the fabric of the dress, I hypothesize that it was made in the late 1800s.
But what about the necklace? It looks more modern.
Beth enters the room, interrupting their analysis.
Hey guys, have you seen my necklace? I can't find it anywhere.
Jerry joins them, wearing a ridiculous outfit. Hey, what's going on? I was just about to head out and audition for a role in the upcoming Natalie Portman film.
Natalie Portman? I've met her before. She's a brilliant scientist.
An actress.
Rick rolls his eyes and the group continues their discussion, only to be interrupted by a portal opening up in the living room. Out steps Yara Shahidi, looking distressed.
Yara, Rick, I need your help. I lost the film director while shooting Emily in Paris in the multiverse and I can't find her anywhere.
No problem, Yara. I'll just use my portal gun to track her down.
The group enters the portal and finds themselves in a bizarre dimension filled with strange creatures and comedic mishaps. This is insane. It's like we're stuck in some kind of teen-rated acid trip.
I think that's the point.
After a series of hilarious shenanigans, the group finally locates the missing film director. They return to their own dimension, only to realize that the necklace Beth was searching for had been in Jerry's pocket the entire time. Oops. The episode ends with the group laughing and shaking their heads as Rick and Morty continue their analysis of the 3 pictures of women.
So, do you think the dress was made before or after the invention of the steam engine?
Who cares, Morty? We just went on a crazy multiversal adventure.
Yeah, and we found the missing film director. That's gotta count for something.
And I got a callback for the Natalie Portman movie. The group cheers as the episode comes to a close.
Title: Investigation of the unique terrains in residential settings.
Introduction. The episode investigates a residential property in a suburban area with unique and interactive terrains, including a house with a slide in the front yard and a pond with a slide in the backyard. Additionally, several other peculiar elements shall be explored, such as an individual known as Mongrel and the Fisher-Price brand.
Scene 1. Archaeologist enters the property and begins to analyze the geological makeup of the terrain. Upon inspection, the archaeologist determines that the pond's soil is rich in minerals and organic matter, potentially originating from a nearby water source.
Archaeologist, the sediment composition of the pond is undoubtedly unique. The chemical analysis indicates an abundance of organic matter. Further research may reveal the source of this distinct composition.
Scene 2. The camera then shifts to Mongrel, who is seen sliding down the house's slide in the front yard. The archaeologist proceeds to analyze the structure's material, finding that it is made of a robust, high-density polyethylene material, commonly used for outdoor playground equipment. Mongrel, this slide is pretty cool. I love sliding down it in the morning.
Scene 3. Fisher-Price, a toy company, is mentioned when the archaeologist discovers that the slide's design replicates a product manufactured by the company. Fisher-Price is a well-known producer of children's play items, including slides and swings.
Archaeologist, Fisher-Price's influence is evident, based on the similarities between the slide's design and their products. It's intriguing how their designs translate into a residential setting.
Scene 4. The camera changes to show the backyard pond, where a Swedish massage is taking place on the pond's edge, and the Swedish massage therapist begins to analyze the pond's water.
Swedish massage therapist. The water's pH balance is ideal, indicating that it is suitable for a variety of aquatic life. The pond's nutrient levels are also in check, showing that it is a healthy ecosystem.
Scene 5. Suddenly, the episode takes a terrifying turn when the camera displays a brief image of a nightmare-like world, shockingly contrasting the serene and inviting residential property.
Conclusion. The episode presents a residential property with several unusual geological and interactive features worthy of investigation. The unexpected nightmare-like scene serves as a warning of the potential dangers that lurk behind any residential paradise.
Title: The Cerebral Paradox of Fake Heads and Alligators.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the lab with a group of people wearing fake heads and a fake alligator on a table with a green background and a green background.
Sips from flask. Okay guys, let's get this over with. What the hell are you doing here?
Fake Head number 1. We're a performance art group, experimenting with the concepts of perception and identity. The alligator represents the primal self, while the fake heads symbolize our constructed identities.
Scratch his head. So, what's the point? Fake head number 2. The point is, we want to challenge societal norms and encourage people to break free from the constraints of their perceived identity.
Bull's eyes. Great. Just what the world needs. More pretentious art nonsense.
Suddenly, the lab is invaded by a group of zombie chefs, followed by a pirate dog trainer and a paranormal detective investigator.
Zombie cooking show host, holding up a brain, who's hungry for some cerebral cuisine.
Pirate dog trainer, whistles to a pack of pirate dogs. Avast, me hearties. Time to learn some new tricks.
Paranormal detective investigator. Pulls out a ghost detector. I'm picking up some ectoplasmic residue. There must be a spirit in here.
Suddenly, the group spots a crown sitting on a pedestal in the corner of the room.
Points to the crown. Hey, what's that all about?
Fake Head number 3. That's the crown of existentialism. Legend has it, whoever wears it gains ultimate wisdom and understanding of the universe.
Raises eyebrow. Ultimate wisdom, huh? Sounds like a load of crap to me.
The group fights over the crown, leading to a chaotic and hilarious battle. In the end, Rick and Morty are left standing with the crown.
What's on crown? Huh, I don't feel any wiser.
Looks at Rick. Yeah, you just look like a dork.
The group of fake heads and alligator leave, defeated and confused. Rick and Morty are left in the lab, scratching their heads.
Guys, well, that was a waste of time.
Nervously laughs. Yeah, and we didn't even get any brain for dinner.
Science fact. This episode explores the complex concepts of identity, perception, and existentialism through a humorous lens. While the ideas presented by the performance art group may seem abstract and confusing, they are grounded in philosophical theories that have been studied for centuries. This episode highlights the importance of questioning societal norms and challenging our own perceived identities in order to gain a deeper understanding of the world around us.
Title: The Fruitful Quest for Cosmic Power.
Summary. Rick and the Smith family team up with 3 unlikely allies to pursue a powerful cosmic element in the form of a fruit slice, all while navigating an interdimensional race and warding off a sinister adversary.
Opening scene.
Morty, Beth, Summer, get your asses to the garage. We've got a serious mission on our hands.
Oh, what kind of mission, Rick?
We're in search of a rare substance known as strontium. It has the power to enhance our technology beyond imagination.
How do we find it?
We're gonna need some help. I've recruited a green-clad assistant who's got the inside scoop on where to start our search.
Enter Poison Ivy dressed as a Green Lantern, holding the fruit slice.
Poison Ivy. Greetings, travelers. I am Poison Ivy, protector of the green, and I believe I can help in your quest for strontium. But first, I present this fruit slice, imbued with a cosmic energy that may aid us on our journey.
What the hell are you talking about?
Poison Ivy. Just take a bite and see for yourself.
The Smith family hesitantly takes a bite of the fruit slice, instantly feeling a rush of energy.
Alright, let's get this show on the road before someone realizes we're not wearing pants.
Scene 2.
The team travels through various universes, encountering Greek god X, a mythical being who challenges them to a high-stakes race for the strontium. Greek god X, I'll give you the strontium, but first you must beat me in a race to the finish line.
What are the stakes?
Greek god X, if I win, I get to take over your universe and turn it into my own personal gym.
And if we win?
Greek god X, then you get the strontium and we forget this ever happened.
Deal. Let's do this, bitches.
The race commences, with the team using their newfound cosmic powers to boost their vehicle ahead. As they near the finish line, Poison Ivy reveals a secret weapon she's been hiding.
Poison Ivy. I have the power to grow plants instantaneously. Let's use that to our advantage.
The team uses the plants to create a shortcut, propelling them straight to the finish line and winning the race.
Scene 3.
Back in their own universe, the team finally locates the strontium and begins the process of extracting it. However, they soon realize they're not alone. Enter Strontium Queen, a powerful being who seeks to control all the strontium in the universe.
Strontium Queen, you dare to trespass in my domain. I shall vaporize you all.
Oh, give me a break. We've had enough of this villainous bullshit for one day.
The team engages in a comedic battle with Strontium Queen, utilizing their newfound powers to hold her at bay. Ultimately, they succeed in defeating her thanks to Poison Ivy's clever use of plants.
Poison Ivy. I told you my powers would come in handy.
Yeah. Let's just get this stuff out of here before we attract any more attention. Blog.
The team returns to their universe, triumphantly wielding the Strontium. Poison Ivy decides to stick around for a while and join the company of the Smith family.
Poison Ivy. I must say, this was one of the most exhilarating adventures I've ever been on. Who knew working with humans could be so much fun?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm exhausted. Can we just go home and watch TV for a bit?
Like we didn't just travel the freaking multiverse and emerge victorious. The day is far from over, Morty. Who's up for a few rounds of interdimensional beer pong?
The group laughs and heads off to the garage, their cosmic powers still coursing through their veins.
Title: The Quantum Improv Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty setting up a quantum improv theater experiment in a futuristic room with a spiral staircase and blue lights on the walls and a round door leading to another room. Beth arrives and is excited to be part of the experiment.
Hey Beth, ready to delve into the multiverse of improv comedy?
Of course, it's like playing God with funny characters.
Yeah, let's just hope it doesn't turn into an interdimensional disaster like last time.
Morty, don't be such a gloomy Gus. This time we're using the Shroud of Fun Times as a protective barrier against any possible cosmic ramifications.
The improv begins and the characters start to make insane jokes and pop culture references. Suddenly, the round door bursts open and 5 guys walk in.
5 guys. We're the Interstellar Burger Inspectors, and we're here to investigate the presence of unregistered condiments on this planet.
What? That's ridiculous.
I guess it's time to improvise a solution.
How about we destroy the evidence with a singularity grenade?
No, that's too dangerous. Let's just improv our way out of this.
The group begins to improvise furiously, making up insane stories and jokes. The 5 guys slowly start to laugh, and eventually, they join the improv troupe. The episode ends with the group collapsing on the floor, exhausted from the hilarity.
That was amazing. I've never been part of something so funny.
Well, that's the power of quantum improv. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's like Schrodinger's cat, but with jokes instead of a dead feline.
The group laughs, and the camera pans out from the spiral staircase, revealing a sign that says, "Let's do it again in a parallel universe."
Title: The Embarrassing Wonders of Science.
Scene opens to a breathtaking view of the mountain with a castle on top at sunset or dawn. Morty is seen standing on the edge of the cliff in awe of the view.
Rick, this is incredible. How did you find this place?
I didn't, Morty. It's one of the 7 wonders of the world. The Castle of the Mountain.
Whoa, I didn't know there were 7 wonders of the world.
Yeah, well, you're a teenager. You don't know much.
Suddenly, Morty's phone buzzes.
Oh, no. It's a notification from my social media account. It says I've been caught on camera doing something embarrassing.
Well, that's what you get for not being careful what you do in public. But don't worry, Morty. We can use science to fix this.
What do you mean?
We'll just travel back in time to the exact moment the photo was taken and prevent it from ever happening.
Oh, wow. That's kinda cool.
Of course it is, Morty. It's science.
The duo travels back in time and successfully prevents Morty from doing the embarrassing thing. However, in the process, they inadvertently cause a chain reaction of events that leads to the 7 wonders of the world never existing.
Oh, crap. We just destroyed the 7 wonders of the world.
What? How?
It's a long story, Morty. But don't worry. We'll just create new ones with our own scientific discoveries.
Okay. But can we do it without causing any more disasters?
No promises, Morty. But that's just the price we pay for being the smartest beings in the universe.
The duo sets off to create new wonders of the world with their crazy and hilarious scientific inventions, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake.
Title: Interdimensional Beauty Guru.
In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a portal that leads them to an alternate dimension where beauty is everything. As they enter, they notice James Charles, a renowned intergalactic makeup artist, who is struggling to save his cosmetic empire from going bankrupt.
What kind of dimension is this? Everyone is obsessed with this superficial idea of beauty.
James Charles. Yes, we are in dire need of a savior, someone who can help us save our cosmetic industry.
Wait, what? Are you kidding me? We are supposed to save an alternate dimension from going bankrupt?
Buzz, a space ranger from the planet Zorg, enters the scene.
Buzz. Rick and Morty, the universe is in danger. The Great Intergalactic War has broken out.
Great, as if we didn't have enough on our plate already.
Buzz, we can't deal with your space wars right now. We have to save this dimension's beauty industry.
James Charles. Yes, we need to create a viral makeup trend that will save our industry.
I have an idea. Let's create a cosmic razzle-dazzle makeup tutorial that will make everyone go crazy.
But we don't know anything about makeup.
Don't worry, Morty. Science can solve anything.
Using advanced scientific techniques, Rick and Morty create an otherworldly makeup tutorial that sweeps the dimension. Everyone is in awe of their newfound beauty and happiness returns to the dimension.
Buzz. Wow, I never thought I'd say this, but makeup truly is the most powerful weapon in the universe.
James Charles. And you boys are the true interdimensional beauty gurus.
Don't call us that. But yeah, we are pretty awesome.
I'm just glad we didn't have to deal with another space war.
Overall, this episode shows the power of unrelated science and technology in solving problems that seem impossible. Who knew Rick and Morty could be makeup wizards? Title: The Interdimensional Scandium Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty work on an experiment involving an unknown circular object with a star in the center and surrounded by other objects. The experiment goes awry when they accidentally activate the device, opening up a portal to a universe where all scientific laws are based on memes. Hilarity and shenanigans ensue.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty's lab.
Morty, I've been working on this interdimensional experiment involving a mysterious circular object. I believe it contains rare scandium minerals.
Geez, Rick, this looks like some kind of retro art piece. Are you sure it's not just a record player or something?
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. This is a highly scientific experiment, and I don't even know what a record player is. Now help me set it up.
Scene 2. Activating the device.
Rick and Morty set up the device and activate it. Suddenly, a portal opens up, and they are sucked into a strange world where all scientific laws are based on memes.
Whoa, Rick, what's happening?
I don't know, Morty, but I think we just stumbled upon the dankest universe in existence.
Scene 3. The meme universe.
Rick and Morty explore the meme universe, where everything from gravity to the speed of light is measured in memes.
Look, Morty, they have a law of dimming returns based on the amount of loss of brain cells from watching too many memes.
Wow, Rick, this place is crazy. I can't believe they even have a theory of relativity based on cats.
Scene 4. Mercury's meme mafia.
Suddenly, they are confronted by Mercury, the leader of the meme mafia.
Mercury. Well, what do we have here? A couple of outsiders in our universe. You better have a good reason for being here.
Relax, Mercury. We're just here for scientific purposes. We're studying the effects of memes on the fabric of reality.
Mercury, I see. Well, you better watch your step, or I'll be forced to unleash the full power of the meme mafia on you.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty's escape.
Rick and Morty narrowly avoid the meme mafia and make their way back to their own universe. However, they accidentally brought back a meme virus that infects everything it touches.
Rick, we gotta do something. This virus is spreading like wildfire. It's turning everything into memes.
Don't worry, Morty, I have just the thing.
Rick pulls out a massive memetic decompiler and zaps the virus, causing it to dissipate.
Scene 6. The Aftermath.
Rick and Morty return home, exhausted from their adventure. But as they look out the window, they see that their entire neighborhood has been turned into a giant meme.
Geez, Rick, I don't know if we should have ever messed with that circular thing.
Nonsense, Morty. Science is about taking risks. And besides, we'll just have to meme our way out of this one.
End scene.
Note: this episode is rated TVMA for language, sexual content, and drug references. Viewer discretion is advised.
Title: The Thyroidectomy Curse, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Opening shot of the episode shows Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth gathered around a large screen in a dimly lit room with a green chair in the center. A green light on the wall flickers as Rick types frantically on a keyboard.
Okay, guys, I've hacked into the Matrix. Let's see what we got here.
Oh boy, Rick, are we going to get in trouble for this?
I don't know if I'm comfortable with this.
Just do it already, Rick. We don't have all day.
Relax, Beth. It's just a drive-in movie theater database. And voila, we've got access to every movie showing in the country.
Hey, I heard they're showing The Thyroidectomy Curse down at the drive-in.
What the hell is that?
Only the most cursed film in all of existence. Legend has it that anyone who watches it will have their secret desires revealed.
That sounds like a load of crap.
Don't be so sure, Beth. I've seen some pretty messed up stuff in my time.
The group heads to the drive-in, where they settle into their car and prepare to watch the cursed film. As the movie plays, they begin to feel uneasy, but try to play it off as they joke and make sarcastic remarks.
This movie is so bad, it's making me want to get a thyroidectomy.
Haha, good one, Morty.
Guys, why is that blinking white guy meme in every scene?
I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like he's mocking me.
Suddenly, the group starts to feel strange sensations as their innermost desires are revealed on screen. Morty confesses his love for Jessica. Jerry admits he wishes he was a more successful businessman, and Beth reveals she secretly wants to leave Jerry. Rick just stares at the screen, unable to move, as his deepest, darkest secret is revealed.
Guys, we need to get out of here. Quick.
The group tries to leave, but they are stopped by a group of shadowy figures who reveal themselves to be the creators of the cursed film, seeking revenge on Rick for hacking into their database. In a high-speed, action-packed chase scene, Rick and Morty fight off the shadowy figures and escape with their lives. Back at home, Rick destroys his computer, vowing never to mess with drive-in theater databases again. So, are you guys ever going to tell me what a thyroidectomy is?
You don't want to know, Jerry.
Title: The Klaatu-Kendrick-Kirk Costco Catastrophe, A Dental Dilemma.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves at a dental implant surgery at Costco where they encounter a creepy-looking head named Klaatu with a computer in the background. Klaatu reveals that he is an alien from a distant planet and has come to Earth to recruit Kendrick Lamar and Captain Kirk for a mission to save the universe from destruction. The team reluctantly agrees to join him, but the journey ahead is full of intense challenges and hilarious mishaps.
What the hell is that creepy head doing here?
Klaatu. I am Klaatu from the planet Zorgon. I require the assistance of Kendrick Lamar and Captain Kirk for an urgent mission.
What kind of mission?
Klaatu. Our universe is in great peril. We need their expertise to save it.
I don't think Kendrick and Kirk are here at Costco getting dental work done. Dude.
Can we just finish our dental procedure and go home?
Klaatu. The fate of the universe rests on your cooperation.
Fine, but we're gonna need some snacks for the road.
As the group embarks on their mission, they encounter challenges such as navigating through a black hole, battling alien monsters, and getting lost in time and space. Amidst the chaos, they also find themselves in hilarious situations like rapping battles with Kendrick, being mistaken for aliens by Captain Kirk, and accidentally landing in a parallel dimension where they become superheroes.
Is this really necessary?
Hey, we're saving the damn universe here, and having a little fun along the way.
In the end, the team successfully completes their mission and returns to Earth, where they are hailed as heroes. But not before Jerry has a hilarious mishap with his new dental implant that leaves the whole group laughing. I think my teeth are possessed or something.
Shut up, Jerry. Just be glad you can chew again.
Klaatu-Kendrick-Kirk Costco Catastrophe. A Dental Dilemma is a hilariously raunchy and action-packed episode that delivers the perfect mix of science fiction and comedy.
Narrator: In this episode, we examine the intersection of karate, fast food, rare earth metals, soup, crafting, and anime. Our protagonist, a man adorned in traditional karate garb, initiates a sequence of karate movements before two distinct buildings, one of which has a flag waving atop its roof.
Karate expert. Through these precise movements, I am tapping into the physical and mental discipline that defines the martial art of karate. This serves as a foundation for the events that will unfold.
As he finishes his striking moves and prepares for another round, the camera shifts to a nearby White Castle restaurant. Narrator. The White Castle, a fast food institution, is famous for its signature sliders. However, today, we focus on a different element within their establishment, yttrium, a rare earth metal.
Chemist, yttrium serves a crucial role in the production of white LED lights, among other emerging technologies. It's exciting to see the commercial application of this element in such an accessible venue.
As our karate expert departs the scene, the focus shifts to a quaint soup shop. Narrator. In the kitchen of this soup shop, a creative chef serves chowder that pushes the boundary of traditional soup offerings.
Chef, by incorporating unexpected flavors and textures, I am able to provide my customers with a unique culinary experience. It's all about experimentation and refinement.
The final leg of our story lands in a crafting workshop, where a group of enthusiastic enthusiasts are busy creating sci-fi-themed crafts.
Craftsmen, through our crafting skills, we aim to take our love for sci-fi and comic book culture to the next level. The merging of imagination and manual dexterity is an endlessly fascinating process.
The story culminates with a screening of the anime series Hunter x Hunter.
Anime enthusiast. Hunter x Hunter takes us on an epic journey, filled with adventure, suspense, and complex characters. It's a testament to the power of storytelling.
Narrator. And with that, we conclude our examination of this intersection of seemingly disparate elements, united by the human drive to explore, experiment, and express ourselves.
Title: The Green Roof Mutant Craze.
Synopsis. In this episode, the Smith family find themselves in a post-apocalyptic world filled with mutated creatures due to a failed experiment by Rick to cure cancer. The family's house with a green roof and their car parked in front of it are the only things left untouched by the mutation, possibly due to the green roof's ability to absorb harmful radiation. The sky is now constantly blue as a result of the ozone layer being repaired by mutated plants.
Dad, what have you done?
Relax, Beth, it's just a little mutation. They're harmless, unless you count the extra limbs and eyeballs.
You turned the whole world into a freak show, Rick. This is messed up.
I can't even. This is like something out of a horror movie.
Really, I was going for more of a comedy vibe. But yeah, maybe I went a bit overboard with the mutating. Hey, did you guys know that the Rolling Stones song, I Can't Get No Satisfaction, was written on a napkin during a recording session?
Dad, this is not the time for historical trivia. We need a plan to reverse this mutation.
Well, I do have a plan. But it involves using a serum made from the extract of a rare spider that only lives in the Amazon rainforest.
Great, let's just take a casual trip to the Amazon in the middle of a mutant apocalypse. What could go wrong?
Wait, I have an idea. What if we use the green roof's radiation-absorbing properties to create a giant microwave that can reverse the mutation?
Summer, that's brilliant. You're smarter than you look, and you look pretty smart. Let's do this.
The Smith family works together to create the giant microwave using the green roof and successfully reverses the mutation, returning the world to normalcy. The Rolling Stones can now continue to write their songs without any distractions.
Well, that was a fun experiment. Who's up for some interdimensional cable?
No, Dad. We're done with your experiments for a while.
Yeah, I need a break from all this crazy, life-threatening stuff.
Can we just stick to regular, boring adventures for a while?
Fine, fine. But you guys are really missing out on some prime TV.
The episode ends with Rick pouting and the family breathing a sigh of relief that they survived another of Rick's crazy experiments.
Title: The Wild Witches Meme Trivia Night Scandal.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and the family attend a sci-fi trivia night hosted by a teacher. The event takes place in a room decorated with a poster of the Witch of the Wild, a meme featuring a witch flying on a broomstick and a caption that reads, "Too damn high."
Act 1.
Why are we wasting our time with this?
Come on, Rick. This is supposed to be fun.
I heard the winner gets a signed copy of the Witcher novel.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that book.
Teacher: All right everyone, let's begin. First question: in the novel Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, what is the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything?
Easy, it's 42.
Teacher: Correct. On to the next one.
Act 2.
Oh no, I don't know any of these.
I didn't even know The Witcher was a sci-fi novel.
I got this one. Who played the T-1000 in Terminator 2?
Teacher: That's correct, Morty. But can you answer this one? What is the name of the spaceship in the TV show Firefly?
Serenity?
Teacher: Correct again. You're killing it, Morty.
Act 3.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous.
Teacher: All right, everyone. For our final question, I present to you the Wild Witches Meme Trivia Night Scandal.
What the hell is that?
Teacher: It's a special category where you have to match up famous memes with their corresponding sci-fi references. First meme: Too damn high.
Oh, that's easy. It's the price of tickets to see the new Star Wars movie.
Teacher: Correct. Next one: Ermagerd.
Oh, is it the sound Godzilla makes?
Teacher: Incorrect. It's actually a reference to the Ender Dragon in Minecraft.
Act 4. We did it! We won the trivia night!
You know what that means, Morty. We get the signed copy of The Witcher.
Big deal. I'll just make a portal to the author's house and steal it.
Teacher: Congratulations, everyone. Thanks for coming out to Sci-Fi Trivia Night.
As they leave the event, the poster of the Witch of the Wild falls off the wall, revealing a scandalous picture hidden behind it. What the hell is that?
Looks like the teacher's got a secret.
Yeah, a secret she doesn't want anyone to know about.
Well, lucky for her, nobody cares. Let's go home.
The family leaves, and the Witch of the Wild poster falls back into place, covering up the scandalous picture once again.
Title: The Social Media Singularity.
Premise: Rick and Morty, along with Beth, Jerry, and Summer, find themselves in the midst of a bizarre competition on the world stage. As a group of people stand on a stage with their hands up in the air and one person holding a microphone, they soon learn that they are not in the USA anymore. Rather, they are in South Africa, where they have been entered into a singing competition full of Korean pop star sensations and social media influencers.
What the hell are we doing here, Morty? We're not singers. This is like some kind of futuristic, tech singularity or something.
I don't know, Rick, but everyone here seems really excited. Even a little too addicted to their phones.
Oh, for God's sakes, I can't compete with these T-Series kids. I barely know how to turn on a laptop. Beth, do something.
I'm sorry, Jerry, I can't just whip up a singing career overnight. Unless, smirks.
Yeah, unless we use some of Grandpa's scientific tricks to give us an edge over the competition. Like holograms or mind control.
Dan and Phil, hey guys, we heard you need some expert social media help. We're here to guide you to the top.
The crowd goes wild at the appearance of the popular British YouTube duo.
Alright, let's do this. We'll use science, social media, and some good old-fashioned elbow grease to win this competition.
As the group prepares to hit the stage, they are confronted with the realization that their competitors are not so easily beaten. The Koreans have a mastery over pop music, the social media manager controls the crowd's every move, and T-Series has thousands of screaming fans chanting their name.
This is insane. I never imagined singing could be so cutthroat.
Tell me about it. My voice cracked so hard, I think I broke something.
Guys, we're losing the crowd. We need an encore or something.
Rick, the mind control isn't working. They're too resistant to it.
Pulling out a flask, looks like it's time for Plan B rock and roll.
As Rick leads the group in an epic air guitar solo, the crowd erupts in applause. The Koreans bow in respect, the social media manager passes out from overstimulation, and T-Series concedes defeat.
Looks like we've reached the social media singularity.
As the credits roll, Dan and Phil reveal that they have filmed the entire competition for their vlog, promising to showcase the Rick and Morty crew as the ultimate viral sensations.
Title: The Black and White Ninjas Strike Back.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty were conducting a cybernetic espionage warfare operation against a rival tabloid that threatened to expose the existence of aliens. However, their mission was interrupted by a man in a black and white mask and a man in a black and white hoodie who claimed to be the Black and White Ninjas, demanding that Rick and Morty abandon their mission and join them on their ninja game show.
But in the multiverse, who are you guys? We have a mission to complete here.
Black and White Ninja in Mask. We are the Black and White Ninjas, the deadliest assassins in all of reality. And we challenge you to compete against us on our ninja game show.
Oh geez, why do we always get caught up in these crazy situations? What's the prize for winning this show?
Black and White Ninja in Hoodie. The ultimate prize in the universe, an exclusive concert performance by Doja Cat Fort. SZA singing Kiss Me More.
Wait, did you say Doja Cat? I love her. We're in. Let's go kick some ninja butt.
Fine. But if you guys mess up my cybernetic espionage warfare operation, heads will roll.
The Salk Institute for Biological Studies laboratory was transformed into a ninja obstacle course for the game show. Rick and Morty faced off against the Black and White Ninjas in various challenges, including shuriken throwing, sword fighting, and acrobatics.
Black and White Ninja in Mask. Ha! You may be smart, but are you nimble enough to dodge this?
Throws a barrage of shurikens at Rick and Morty, who dodge them with ease.
Please, I've had tougher challenges just getting out of bed in the morning.
Guys, focus. We need to win this to see Doja Cat in concert.
In the final round, Both teams had to navigate a maze of high-tech security systems to reach the prize. Despite the black and white ninjas' formidable skills, Rick and Morty managed to outsmart them and win the prize.
Black and white ninja in hoodie. Well done, Rick and Morty. You have proven yourselves worthy challengers. Enjoy your concert.
As Rick, Morty, and Beth enjoyed the concert of a lifetime, they couldn't help but wonder what other bizarre adventures awaited them in the multiverse.
Title: The Uncanny Tributation of Cyborgium.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are called for a mission to investigate the anomalous behavior of the unstable Cyborgium element. In their research, they come across a strange woman in a purple outfit, who reveals herself to be none other than Taylor Swift, currently developing a new kind of musical energy to harness the power of Cyborgium.
Morty, we've got to find out what's causing this Cyborgium to act up. It's causing some major instability in this sector.
But how do we do that, Rick? This stuff's never been stable before.
As they investigate further, they come across a large circular light fixture, which appears to be emitting a strange energy.
Taylor Swift, that's it. That's the energy source I've been searching for.
Using her musical prowess, Taylor harnesses the energy and creates a new kind of musical performance, which attracts the attention of a nearby tribble species from a neighboring Star Trek world.
Tribble. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
What the hell? These things are multiplying like crazy.
I think we're in trouble, Rick.
As the tribble population explodes, Rick and Morty frantically try to find a solution to contain them and prevent a disaster.
Morty, we've got to find a way to neutralize these tribbles. Think, Morty, think.
What would Kiernan Shipka do?
Who the hell is Kiernan Shipka? Never mind. Just grab that yellow stuff and start throwing it at them.
Using the yellow substance in the room, they manage to neutralize the tribbles and prevent a catastrophe.
That was crazy, Rick. But, what the hell just happened?
I don't know, Morty, but I think we just witnessed the uncanny tributation of Cyborgium.
Taylor Swift, and there's no one who can turn an unstable element into a hit like me.
As Taylor strums her final chord, Rick and Morty depart, leaving behind a room full of confetti and one confused Kiernan Shipka. The end, for now. Opening scene. Rick and Morty are gathered in the garage with a cartoon of a man depicting Rick with a beard, gun, and helmet in his hand. Morty is holding a futuristic AI detective device, and Beth and Summer are carrying walking sticks for some reason. Rick is tinkering with one of his failed do-it-yourself projects as the family dog, a Cocker Spaniel, wanders around the garage.
Alright, Morty, let's fire up that AI detective and solve this case of the missing Blimple poplars.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? We don't really know how to use this thing.
Oh, come on, Morty. It can't be that hard. We just pointed at stuff and it tells us what to do.
Yeah, and we've got our trusty walking sticks to defend ourselves.
You kids crack me up. Alright, let's do this thing.
The case begins.
The family sets out to find the missing Blimple poplars, questioning suspects and gathering clues. Along the way, they encounter all sorts of bizarre characters, including a group of sentient tacos and a talking plant.
Rick, what are we supposed to do with these tacos?
Just ask him where they were on the night of the heist, Morty.
Taco. Hey, man, we don't know nothing about no Blimple poplars. We were too busy partying, bro.
This is such a waste of time. Can't we just go home and watch Netflix or something?
No way, Summer. We've got to solve this case and save the day.
The big twist.
Just when it seems like all hope is lost, the family discovers that the Cocker Spaniel was the culprit all along. With the help of Rick's latest invention, a mind-reading helmet, they uncover the dog's nefarious plot.
Aha, I knew it all along. That little pupper had it out for those Blimple poplars.
But why, Rick? Why would the dog do something like this?
Who knows, Morty? Maybe he just really likes the taste of Blimple poplars. Or maybe he's just a total jerk.
Epilogue.
The family returns home, victorious but exhausted from their adventure.
Well, that was certainly an interesting experience.
I can't believe we almost got eaten by those tacos. I'm never leaving the house again.
Yeah, but at least we saved the day. And we got to use that cool AI detective thingy.
You kids are all right. Now, who's up for some interdimensional cable?
The family settles in for a night of couch potatoing, happy to have survived their latest escapade.
Title: The Prospects of Spatial Manipulation in Interspecies Vor.
Introduction. In this episode, we delve into the exploratory world of Vor and the capability to manipulate the spatial dimensions of its consumption. The character, a female entity with red irises and a lengthy follicular composition, is observed pointing in a direction with raised index finger.
Protagonist. I sense an unusual spatial fluctuation in that direction. It may yield valuable data concerning Vor ingestion.
Methodology. Through the use of advanced scanning techniques, a unique wormhole structure was identified and experimentally initiated. The selected specimen of Vor was a Class 3 non-humanoid organism.
Scientist 1. The manipulation of this wormhole could, in theory, allow us to modulate the degree of entry for the Vor organism, providing us with a unique insight into the nature of this phenomenon.
Results. Upon activating the wormhole, the Vor organism displayed a remarkable ability to expand or contract its engulfment of the biological matter within its digestive tract. This response was shown to be modulated by the manipulation of the wormhole parameters, indicating a crucial link between spatiotemporal influence and the Vor phenomenon.
Scientist 2. This is a revolutionary discovery, as we now have the potential to safely make predictions and interventions concerning the consequences of interspecies Vor consumption.
Conclusion. This episode demonstrated the tremendous potential of the manipulation of spatial dimensions in generating new insights into the nature of Vor digestion. Further studies could explore the relationship between Vor consumption and the manipulation of dimensions in interdimensional spaces. Research in this area has the potential to expand our current understanding of the universe's fundamental forces and impact fields ranging from microbiology to astrophysics.
Protagonist. This has proven to be a fruitful experiment. We will continue to study the mechanism behind the spatial influence on Vor with great interest.
Title: A multi-dimensional encounter with Kylie Jenner.
Introduction.
In this episode, we follow Rick and Morty as they embark on a journey that takes them to various dimensions in the multiverse. Along the way, they encounter the famous celebrity Kylie Jenner and her entourage. The group finds themselves in a wild and wacky adventure filled with unexpected twists and turns.
Scene 1.
Morty, we need to go on a little journey. It's urgent.
Okay, where are we going?
Well, you see, Morty, there's this multi-dimensional portal that I've been meaning to explore, and I've finally made a breakthrough.
Scene 2.
Wait, you're leaving already? Can't you stay and watch the house while your father and I go out?
Yeah, you can't just leave us here.
Sigh. Fine, you two come with us. We're going on an adventure.
Scene 3. Whoa, Rick, look over there. It's Kylie Jenner.
Oh, great. This should be interesting.
Kylie. Hi guys, what are you doing here?
Just exploring new dimensions, Kylie.
Kylie, that's cool. Want to take a selfie?
Scene 4.
As they take a selfie, the portal starts to malfunction and sucks everyone in.
Oh my god, what's happening?
This is crazy.
Where are we, Rick?
Hold on. Let me check my portal gun.
Scene 5.
As Rick checks his portal gun, Kylie Jenner starts to freak out.
Kylie, what's going on? I've never been in a situation like this.
Yeah, well, welcome to the club.
Scene 6.
As they fly through the multiverse, they land in a new dimension filled with monsters and aliens.
Oh god, what is that?
It's a giant tentacle monster.
Rick, what are we going to do?
Don't worry, I got this.
Scene 7.
Rick pulls out a weapon and starts to attack the monster.
Kylie, oh my god, is that a freeze ray?
Yup, it's one of my latest inventions.
Scene 8.
After defeating the monster, the group flies through more dimensions, encountering more strange and wacky creatures.
This is insane.
I can't believe we're doing this.
Me neither. This is the craziest adventure we've ever been on.
Scene 9.
After hours of flying, the group finally lands back in their original dimension.
Well, that was fun. We should do it again sometime.
Kylie, yeah, definitely. Are you guys even going to explain where you've been?
Long story. Let's just say we met some interesting people.
Inclusion.
In this episode, we follow Rick and Morty on a wild adventure that takes them through various dimensions in the multiverse. Along the way, they encounter the famous celebrity Kylie Jenner, leading to a series of unexpected events. The group overcomes monsters, aliens, and unexpected challenges, making for a truly hilarious and entertaining viewing experience.
Title: Investigating the paranormal effects of a glowing plant.
Opening shot, a man in a coat and tie, Dr. James Peterson, stands in front of a green plant with a glowing light in his hand.
Dr. Peterson, the subject of our investigation today is this plant, which appears to be emitting an unusual amount of electromagnetic radiation.
Shot of the plant emitting a faint green light.
Dr. Peterson, as a botanist, I am fascinated by the potential implications this could have for plant biology and development. However, my research has also led me to suspect that there may be paranormal elements at play.
Cut to footage of strange shadowy figures moving in the background.
Dr. Peterson, to investigate this hypothesis, I have enlisted the help of a team of paranormal investigators. Together, we will examine the energy fields surrounding the plant and conduct a dirt analysis to determine the source of its glowing properties.
Cut to footage of the team digging up soil samples around the plant.
Team Member 1. I am recording heightened electromagnetic activity in the area, particularly around the plant's roots.
Team Member 2. We are also detecting unusual fluctuations in temperature.
Dr. Peterson, these findings suggest that there could be a potential paranormal entity present.
Cut to footage of the team setting up various instruments to measure the plant's energy fields.
Dr. Peterson, our next step is to conduct a controlled experiment to see if we can observe any direct interactions between the entity and the plant.
Cut to footage of the team performing the experiment.
Dr. Peterson, during the experiment, we observed a direct correlation between the entity's presence and the plant's glowing properties.
Cut to footage of the plant glowing brightly.
Dr. Peterson, our findings suggest that paranormal entities may have the ability to interact with and influence living organisms, including plants. This has significant implications for the field of paranormal research and our understanding of the natural world.
Closing shot. The team packing up their equipment and departing, leaving the plant still emitting a faint green light.
Title: The Holmium-Muscovium Mix-Up.
Synopsis.
The episode begins in Rick's lab where the whole family is present, admiring a poster of Darth Vader and discussing the latest Star Wars movie. Rick goes on a rant about how the new Star Wars movies can't hold a candle to the originals. He suggests that they could make a better movie themselves with the help of his latest invention, the Holmium-Muscovium mix-up machine. Rick explains that the Holmium-Muscovium mix-up machine can transport objects and even people to different parts of the universe in seconds. The family is skeptical, but Rick convinces them to try it out. Morty volunteers to be the test subject and is transported to a distant planet. As Morty explores the new planet, he is suddenly attacked by a group of alien creatures. Luckily, he is saved by Luke Skywalker, who is wielding a lightsaber made of holmium and muscovium. Luke explains that he is on a mission to collect these elements and use their unique properties to destroy the Empire. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry accidentally transports himself to a parallel universe where he meets a group of alternate versions of himself. They're all named Jerry, but they differ in small ways, such as having a goatee or being a chef. Hilarity ensues as Jerry tries to make his way back to the right universe. Beth and Summer, curious about Morty's whereabouts, decide to use the Holmium-Muscovium mix-up machine to search for him. However, they accidentally transport themselves to a planet of sentient robots who are at war with each other. The robots mistake Beth and Summer for spies and imprison them. In the end, Morty and Luke team up to defeat the alien creatures. Jerry finally makes his way back to the right universe and Beth and Summer escape from the robot prison. The family is reunited and returns home, happy to have had a Star Wars-like adventure of their own.
You see, the Holmium-Muscovium mix-up machine utilizes quantum entanglement to fold the fabric of spacetime, allowing for instantaneous transportation to different points in the universe.
Wow, that's really cool, Rick! Wait, where am I?
Luke Skywalker. Greetings, young traveler. I am Luke Skywalker, and I am wielding a lightsaber made of holmium and muscovium. These elements can harness the power of the Force like no other.
Oh boy, this is really not my day. I need to find a way back to my own universe before one of those alternate juries realizes I stole his sandwich.
This is insane. How do we get out of this robot prison?
I don't know, but I'm never complaining about doing homework again.
Title: Ghostly Roommate Hijinks.
Synopsis. After a wild experimentation with interdimensional shifting, Rick accidentally conjures up a mischievous ghost that starts haunting the Smith family. As the family tries to adjust to their new spectral tenant, Morty discovers that the ghost has been tampering with his Chuck-a-Luck dice, leading to some ghostly roommate hijinks. Meanwhile, Jerry enlists the help of a political scientist to run for city council, leading to some unexpected consequences.
Oh boy, looks like I accidentally summoned a ghost. Maybe it's time to retire the old interdimensional shifting machine.
Hey Ghost, what gives? Why are you re-rolling my Chuck-a-Luck dice?
Ghost, in a spooky voice, I just like messing with your luck, Morty. It's hilarious.
I need some help with my campaign. Who better to call than a political scientist?
Political scientist. Well, Jerry, first we need to identify your key demographic.
Ghost, interrupting, boo. No one cares about demographics. Let's party.
What the is that the ghost?
Political scientist. Oh my, this is highly irregular. I've never encountered a ghost during a campaign strategy meeting before.
Ghost, in a party mood. Let's spice up this campaign with some ghostly shenanigans.
Alright, everyone, let's harness the power of science to get that ghost out of here.
Excitedly, yeah, science.
Nervously, I don't know about this.
Ghost, smirking, bring it on, scientists. Let's see what you've got.
As chaos ensues, the Smith family quickly realizes that living with a ghost might be more trouble than it's worth. But for now, they'll have to deal with their ghostly roommate hijinks.
Title: The Code Geass Dentist Bender.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are in the middle of a bustling city street when they notice a green object sitting on a street corner, casting a shadow of a nearby building.
Interesting. This green object appears to be emitting a highly unusual form of energy.
What is it? Some kind of alien technology?
I think it's just a statue, guys. Probably a new art installation or something.
Whatever it is, we should investigate. It could be valuable.
Or dangerous. We don't know what it is yet.
As the group approaches the green object, they notice strange symbols etched into its surface.
These symbols, I've seen them before, in some old French texts on alchemy.
Alchemy? Like turning lead into gold?
That's not real, Morty.
But what is real is that this object is getting hotter and hotter. We need to figure out what's causing it.
Maybe we should call someone. Like a scientist or something.
Oh, we got this. I'm gonna use my Bender Futurama walk to get a closer look.
As Rick waddles up to the object, he suddenly clutches his jaw in pain.
My tooth. It's killing me.
Oh no, not your tooth again.
Didn't you go to the dentist recently?
Yeah, but they don't know how to handle my genius-level intellect. I need a Code Geass dentist Bender or something.
A Code Geass what now?
I think he means a dentist who can control people's minds.
Bingo, Summer. Now let's find one before my tooth explodes.
The group sets off on a wild and hilarious adventure to find the mystical Code Geass dentist Bender, encountering all sorts of wacky characters and mishaps along the way.
Will Rick finally get the dental treatment he so desperately needs?
Will the green object turn out to be a valuable artifact or a dangerous weapon? Tune in to find out.
Title: The Mind-Bending Adventure of the Pixie Bob.
Introduction.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer were sitting in the living room discussing the day's events when Rick suggests they investigate a mysterious room with a large bed and a large window in its center area with a skylight. They set off on their adventure.
Morty, Jerry, Summer, buckle up. We're about to embark on a mind-bending journey unlike any other.
Aw, geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Yeah, Rick, I don't think this is a good idea.
We could get hurt.
Come on, guys, where's your sense of adventure? Let's do this.
Pixie Bob.
As they enter the room, they encounter a tiny creature with wings and a long tail, a Pixie Bob. The Pixie Bob reveals that the room is a portal to a parallel dimension that is controlled by a group of IT managers, and the only way to stop them is to find a way to hack into their system.
Pixie Bob. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the portal. I am the Pixie Bob, and I am here to help you on your quest. The IT managers have taken control of this dimension, and the only way to take it back is to hack into their system. Are you ready for the challenge?
Hacking is my specialty. Let's do this.
Steam room.
To gain access to the IT manager system, the group must first locate their secret hideout in the steam room. While there, they discover that the IT managers are planning to unleash a virus that will destroy all forms of fiction. What? No way, we can't let that happen. I love my comedy documentaries.
And I love my science fiction. We gotta stop them, Rick.
Relax, Morty, I got this. Let's hack into their system and teach them a lesson they won't forget.
Comedy documentaries.
With the help of the Pixie Bob, Rick and the gang successfully hack into the IT manager system. But before they can launch a counterattack, they discover that the IT managers are actually robots controlled by an evil entity that despises comedy documentaries.
Wait, we're not dealing with IT managers. We're dealing with an entity that hates comedy documentaries? This just got even more confusing.
No worries, Summer, we'll take that entity down just like we took down the IT managers. Get ready to battle.
Fiction.
After a heated battle, the group emerges victorious and the portal is closed. They return to their own dimension, relieved that they were able to save all forms of fiction from being destroyed forever.
Phew, I can't believe we did it. That was insane.
Yeah, but we make a pretty good team.
Indeed, we should do this more often.
Don't get carried away, kids. Let's just enjoy the moment and savor our victory. Until the next adventure, that is.
Inclusion.
With a final high five and a nod to each other, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer go their separate ways, ready for whatever adventure comes next. And as the world of fiction continues to thrive and evolve, the Pixie Bob watches over it all with a contented smile on its tiny face.
Title: The Simian Struggle of Sentience, a Rick-tastic adventure.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a journey to a distant planet inhabited by advanced gorillas who have achieved sentience. Upon arrival, they find themselves in the midst of a heated debate between two factions of gorillas, one advocating for the use of their newfound intelligence to dominate the inferior humans of the universe, while the other seeks peaceful coexistence with their primate brethren. Rick, being the rebel that he is, decides to side with the warmongering gorillas and creates a serum to enhance their physical abilities. However, things quickly spiral out of control when the serum causes the gorillas to develop human-like emotions and a penchant for crude humor. Beth and Summer, who had been left behind on Earth, become embroiled in their own gorilla-related antics when they stumble upon a group of escaped primates in a nearby nature reserve. One particularly aggressive gorilla challenges Beth to a wrestling match, leading to a chaotic showdown in the middle of the forest. As the two separate guerrilla struggles converge, the episode descends into a frenzy of wild jokes, innuendos, and fourth-wall-breaking humor. Rick's serum eventually wears off and the gorillas are returned to their previous state of consciousness, much to the relief of everyone involved. In the end, Rick and Morty leave the planet, wondering if their intervention had truly been for the better or if they had only made matters worse. The only certainty that remains is that they had all had one hell of a ride.
Well, Morty, looks like we've stumbled upon a real Planet of the Apes situation here. Except this time, the apes are the ones in control. Bummer.
I don't know, Rick. Seems like they're doing pretty well for themselves. Maybe we should just let them be.
Guys, you won't believe what just happened. I just wrestled a gorilla and won.
What? Summer, that's dangerous and irresponsible. We need to get out of here.
Hold up, Beth. Sounds like we've got ourselves a real Planet of the Apes situation here now too. This is starting to get interesting.
Title: The Hilarious Hijinks of Rick and Morty in the Isolated Arctic Horror.
The episode begins as Rick and Morty find themselves stranded in the isolated Arctic horror, with nothing but a man and his trusty Dalmatian for company. As they try to find a way out of their icy predicament, they stumble upon Robert Pattinson, who is inexplicably dressed in a sparkly vampire costume.
What the hell are you doing here, Pattinson?
Pattinson. I heard that Istanbul was overrated, so I decided to come to the Arctic instead. Plus, I heard there were enchiladas here.
Enchiladas in the Arctic? That's crazy!
As they continue their journey, they come across a mysterious building in the distance. Curiosity gets the best of them, and they enter the building, only to find that it's a laboratory.
Ooh, science. This is my jam.
As they explore the lab, they come across a device that can control the weather. Without thinking twice, Rick activates the device, causing a snowstorm of epic proportions.
We're gonna be buried in here.
Pattinson. But my sparkly makeup is gonna get ruined.
To make matters worse, the man's Dalmatian has gone missing. Rick, Morty, and Pattinson team up to find the dog, which they eventually find devouring a pile of enchiladas. Title: Quantum Shenanigans in the Mat Room. In this episode, Rick and Morty experiment with quantum mechanics in a mat room. The black mat and the purple mat act as portals to different dimensions, causing Stampy Longhead, LCK_Korea, Speculation, Roy, Judo, and Osteria to randomly appear and disappear.
Pay attention, Morty. We're experimenting with quantum superposition. The mats are quantum entangled, so stepping on one affects the state of the other.
Whoa, Rick. This is some heavy stuff. I feel like I'm in an episode of Stranger Things.
Stampy Longhead. What the bloomin' heck is going on? I was just making a Minecraft video.
LCK_Korea. This is madness. I need to get back to my StarCraft tournament.
Speculation. I think I just entered the Upside Down. This is not good.
Roy, this reminds me of the time I accidentally stepped into a black hole. Good times.
Judo. I may be a black belt, but this is beyond my comprehension.
Osteria. I just wanted to exercise, not get caught up in a physics experiment.
As the chaos ensues, an interdimensional authority figure shows up and threatens to arrest Rick and Morty for causing a disturbance in the multiverse. Rick manages to outsmart the authority figure and uses the mats to send everyone back to their respective dimensions.
See Morty, this is why I love quantum mechanics. It's unpredictable and always keeps me on my toes.
I just hope we don't get arrested for this, Rick.
Overall, this episode explores the wackiness of quantum mechanics and the consequences of playing with the laws of physics. And, of course, it features plenty of crude humor and pop culture references to keep audiences entertained.
Title: The Galactically Absurd Adventures of Pizza Face McPlateholder.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a parallel universe where the laws of physics and cultural norms are completely different. The duo are transported to an extravagant red carpet event in the heart of Pizza Planet where they encounter a strange man holding a plate of pizza. It quickly becomes apparent that this man's face has undergone a bizarre metamorphosis, becoming one with the Italian cuisine he loves so much.
Morty, this guy's face is like a freaking pizza. I haven't seen a mutation this absurd since that time we augmented a gaseous comet into a sentient being.
Aw geez, Rick, do you think we should help him?
Pizza Face McPlateholder, please, good sirs, assist me in finding a cure for this delicious, yet revolting, affliction.
I'll bet you 1,000 galacta-bucks that I can synthesize an antidote in less than 10 minutes.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds like a bad idea.
You say that like it's a bad thing, Morty. Hand me that beaker of quantum particles and let's get cooking.
As Rick begins furiously mixing together a concoction of interdimensional elements, Morty tries to distract Pizza Face McPlateholder with small talk.
So, how long have you been like this?
Pizza Face McPlateholder, it started gradually after I ate an entire pizza pie in one sitting. Before I knew it, my face had fused to the plate and the rest is history.
Suddenly, the room begins filling up with a host of strange characters, all bearing a striking resemblance to various food items.
Great, we've got a whole buffet of freaks to deal with now.
As the tension mounts and the clock ticks down, Rick and Morty race to finish the antidote before the food people can wreak havoc on the gala.
Rick, we only have 30 seconds left.
Just a few more micrograms of this isotope. Almost there. Done.
As Rick triumphantly hands the finished antidote to Pizza Face McPlateholder, a bright light engulfs the room and the trio are transported back to their own dimension.
Phew! That was insane, Rick. I don't think I can handle another encounter with a food-faced freak.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Morty. Next stop, the Alimentary Canal Planet.
And with that, Rick and Morty blast off into the cosmos once more, leaving behind a room full of perplexed pizza people and a single satisfied Pizza Face McPlateholder.
Pizza Face McPlateholder, MMM, deliciously cured. Thank you, Rick and Morty.
Title: The Haunted Daycare Center and the Unearthed Ancient Evil.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo find themselves in a haunted daycare center, where they stumble upon an ancient evil that has been unearthed from beneath the building. The room in which they find themselves is lined with windows and has a door that opens to the outside, creating a complex system of atmospheric conditions that are prime for paranormal activity.
Morty, this is not good. We've landed ourselves in the epicenter of some serious paranormal shiz. I mean, look at all these windows and the open door. The atmospheric pressure and temperature changes in here are off the charts.
Geez, Rick, what are we gonna do?
What are we gonna do? We're going to do what we always do. We're going to get rid of this ancient evil and make some jokes while we're at it.
As the duo battles the ancient evil, they come up with a series of hilarious one-liners that are sure to make any adolescent viewer laugh out loud.
Morty, this evil is so old it probably knows your grandparents.
Rick, you're so funny. Too bad we're fighting for our lives.
As the battle heats up, the pair find themselves back to back, fighting off an army of demonic creatures.
Morty, you keep them off my back and I'll keep them off yours.
Rick, you're a genius.
With a final burst of energy, Rick and Morty vanquish the ancient evil and save the daycare center. As they leave, Rick turns to Morty with a grin.
Well, Morty, that was quite the adventure. I guess you can say we really raised hell in that daycare center.
Oh, Rick, you're just too much.
The episode ends with the pair walking off into the sunset, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Pizza Face Conundrum, an analysis of extraterrestrial cheeseology.
Plot: Rick and Morty are enjoying a nice, greasy pizza with cheese, tomatoes, and an unprecedented blend of toppings on its crust, the perfect meal for a night of interdimensional adventures. Suddenly, the pizza begins to speak, unveiling its true identity as Pizza Face Man, an extraterrestrial being made entirely of pizza toppings.
Burps, that was some delicious, notices Pizza Face Man pizza? Wait, is this a trap?
Pizza Face Man, in a thick Italian accent. No trap, my friends. I have come from the farthest reaches of the galaxy to seek your help.
Skeptically, our help? With what?
Pizza Face Man, dramatically. The great cheesening has begun. My people are being turned into pizzas left and right, and our entire civilization is in danger of being consumed by the cheese empire.
Sarcastically, oh no, not the cheese empire. We better get right on that.
Pizza Face Man. Urgently, I am not joking, Rick Sanchez. The cheese empire is a formidable foe, and their leader, the notorious cheese wizard, has already infiltrated our planet.
Confused, but why would they turn your people into pizzas?
Pizza Face Man. Sadly, they believe that our unique blend of pizza toppings holds the key to unlocking the ultimate cheese flavor. They seek to create a pizza so delicious, it will rule the entire universe.
Excitedly, whoa, that does sound pretty dope.
Rolling his eyes, Rick, we can't just let an entire civilization be turned into pizzas.
Guys, fine. I guess we'll have to save the day again. But first, one more slice.
Pizza Face Man. Grinning, the true power of pizza. Together, we shall save my people from the great cheesening and defeat the cheese empire once and for all.
The trio embark on a wild adventure through the galaxies, battling cheese monsters and navigating interdimensional portals in a quest to stop the cheese wizard. With the power of pizza on their side, they eventually succeed in their mission, saving Pizza Face Man's civilization and becoming the heroes of the entire universe. End of episode.
Title: The Interdimensional Fork, an epic tale of food humor and web development.
Opening shot. A plate of food with meat, vegetables, and a fork on it, with a fork on the plate next to it. Rick, Morty, and Summer are gathered around the table, devouring their respective meals. This is some epic food, Morty. I mean, the way the flavors intermingle, it's interdimensional, man.
I know, right? And the fork is like a bridge between dimensions. It's like we're using it to navigate the universe.
Ah, guys, what are you talking about? It's just food.
Oh, Summer, you just don't understand the complexity of the universe. You're like a web developer who only knows HTML.
Hey, I know more than that.
Sure you do, Summer. Sure you do.
Hey, what if we made a website about food? And forks? And interdimensional stuff?
Now you're talking, Morty. Let's get coding.
Shot of Rick, Morty, and Summer huddled over a computer screen, typing furiously.
This is amazing. Look at all the forks we can put on the page.
And check out these interdimensional menus. We can access any recipe from any universe.
Guys, we can't just make a website about forks and food. That's ridiculous.
Oh, Summer, you're such a skeptic. You know what we call people like you in the multiverse? Boring.
Yeah, Summer, where's your sense of adventure?
Whatever, guys. I'm going to go do something normal.
Shot of Summer leaving the room.
Die. Kids these days, they just don't appreciate the finer things in life, like interdimensional forks.
I know, right? Hey, can we order some pizza?
In credits, Rick, Morty, and an army of interdimensional forks chowing down on pizza.
Title: The Inconceivable Canine Conundrum.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are seen in a dark room with a couch and a table in it and a window in the background with a light shining through.
Morty, I need your help with a little experiment I'm running.
Oh, sure thing, Rick. What kind of experiment?
Nothing too crazy. Just trying to create a dimension where beer flows like water. But first, we need to test the portal gun.
Okay, I guess that sounds reasonable.
As the experiment commences, they hear strange noises from a nearby room. They investigate and discover a creepy basement filled with scientific equipment and a mysterious English Springer Spaniel.
Rick, what the hell is this place?
Looks like some kind of laboratory. Let's see what kind of experiments they were running.
They discover a journal and begin to read it.
Seems like they were trying to create a hybrid between a dog and a werewolf.
What? That's crazy even for us.
Suddenly, the English Springer Spaniel transforms into a werewolf and attacks Rick and Morty. Chaos ensues as they try to escape the basement, but they are surrounded by werewolf hybrids.
Rick, we've got to do something. We're surrounded.
I've got just the thing.
He pulls out a device and presses a button, causing the werewolves to shrink and become adorable puppies.
Laughs. Oh man, those little guys are so cute.
Yeah, I guess our experiment wasn't a total failure after all.
As they leave the basement, they hear a howl in the distance.
Smirks. Looks like we've got a little more work to do.
Laughs. Oh boy, here we go again.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty are seen leaving the basement with a pack of adorable werewolf puppies.
Scientific PhD University episode, Popcorn World. The episode starts with a cartoon character playing with a bowl of food. A demon is silently observing him from behind in a dark room, causing a cognitive dissonance in the character's mind. This can be explained scientifically by the duality of cognitive processing and the effect of visual stimuli on perception and attention. Meanwhile, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are having a movie night. The group gets shrunk down and plunged into a bowl of popcorn, which turns out to be a planet inhabited by popcorn people. This scenario can be attributed to quantum theory and alternate universes, wherein a tiny microworld runs parallel to our macro environment. While Rick, Morty, and Jerry are exploring the popcorn world, they encounter several astonishing phenomena like the popcorn people's intricate society and the scientific laws governing their universe. The laws can be analyzed using the principles of astrophysics and cosmology, considering gravity, light, space, and time entities. As the three men take shelter in a fort made of popcorn, they devise an escape plan.
Rick and Jerry devise a strategy while Morty is mesmerized by the world's science.
This creates an ethical dilemma regarding knowledge acquisition and exploration's moral dimensions, concerning scientific progressivism and exploitation. The climax of the episode involves an epic showdown in which the popcorn world's leader, the Colonel King, discovers their presence and launches a war. The battle scenes are a feast for the eyes, complete with scientific weapons and strategies that draw inspiration from real-world military techniques. Ultimately, the team manages to escape from the popcorn world and reunites with Summer, who is still holding the ball. Rick explains the scientific explanations of everything they've encountered, and the gang learns a valuable lesson from their adventure, i.e., the somewhat esoteric idea that knowledge, regardless of any physical or moral constraints, is its own reward.
Good morning, family. It's time to break fast by consuming essential nutrients to maximize our cognitive functions.
Grandpa Rick, do you ever think about the tiny creatures living in our cereals?
Of course, Morty. They are primitive life forms, and consuming them won't affect our well-being. In fact, we'll dive deeper into that world.
That sounds disgusting. I'll pass.
I'll watch and hold the box.
Excellent. Let's dive in.
They get shrunk down and dunked into the cereal box.
Whoa! Everything's so tiny, and these little guys look like Cheerios.
Do they have sentience?
Yes, they're communicating through pheromones and electric signals. Fascinating.
Guys, watch out. Here comes a giant spoon.
They dodge the spoon and other obstacles. This isn't fun anymore. Let's get out of here.
Wait, we haven't explored their society yet. Look over there, it's a cereal castle.
Let's check it out. They approach the castle.
Cheerio King. Welcome, visitors. What brings you to our humble kingdom?
We're just passing by, admiring your culture.
Cheerio King. Would you like to partake in our annual cereal games? We have a championship coming up, and you could join in.
I'm not great at sports.
I'm game.
Alright, let's do this. They participate in the games and win.
Wow, you guys are amazing. How was it?
Remarkable experience, but we have to go back to our reality.
They get out of the cereal box and return to normal size. That was insane.
I never thought cereal could be so exciting.
Grandpa, can we do it again sometime?
Maybe, Morty, maybe.
Narrator. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are thrust into the fantastical underwater world of SpongeBob, where they encounter a unique challenge that requires their scientific expertise and cleverness to overcome.
Excitedly, Morty, we're in an alternate dimension. Look at all the different physics and forms of life that exist here.
Unimpressed. Yeah, but we're here for a reason, Rick. We have to find a way to transform SpongeBob back to his original form.
SpongeBob? The guy who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
I've heard of him. He's some kind of sponge or something, right?
Narrator. After locating SpongeBob's friend Squidward, they learned that SpongeBob had accidentally injected himself with snail plasma meant for Gary, Squidward's pet snail.
Squidward, it was an honest mistake, I swear. I didn't mean to turn SpongeBob into a snail.
Sarcastically, great job, Squidward. You turned a sponge into a snail. You should stick to clarinet playing.
Narrator. Using their scientific know-how and some clever tinkering, the team manages to develop a formula that successfully transforms SpongeBob back to his normal form.
Wow, he looks just as I imagined him.
He's kind of spongy, isn't he?
Narrator. Fueled by a desire for revenge, they then decide to inject Squidward with the same snail plasma, causing him to transform into a snail himself.
Justice has been served, Squidward. Now you can join your beloved Gary in his slimy adventures.
Narrator. With the mission accomplished and the underwater world saved, the team returns to their own dimension, satisfied with their scientific prowess and cleverness.
I can't wait for our next adventure, Rick. What kind of other dimensions and creatures are out there?
Chuckles. With our intelligence and science, Morty, the possibilities are endless.
Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the characters Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry engage in a movie night. As the four enjoy a bowl of popcorn in front of a sky background, an anomalous event occurs leading to an outlandish adventure.
Analyzing the situation, it appears that we have experienced a shift in the space-time continuum. The popcorn bowl has effectively become a miniature world, and we have become shrunken to the size of popcorn kernels.
Alarmed! What does this mean, Rick? Are we going to be stuck in here forever?
Terrified. I don't want to be eaten by some crazy popcorn people.
Confidently, relax, Jerry. Everything has a scientific explanation. We just need to operate within the laws of this new world. Turns to Summer. Summer, hold on to the bowl and keep an eye on us.
Excited. All right, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm holding an entire world in my hands.
Narrator. Throughout their journey, the group encounters various creatures crafted from popcorn, including a belligerent king, a group of rebellious colonels, and a horde of ravenous popcorn zombies. They are forced to fight their way through each challenge with quick thinking and scientific prowess.
Panting, I can't believe we made it through that. What was that thing?
Points at a giant popcorn creature.
Smirking. That's what I like to call a popcorn colossus. But we don't have time to admire its artistic merit. We have to get back to our own world.
Narrator. In the climax of the episode, the group ultimately realizes that they can trigger a spontaneous return to their own world by utilizing a massive microwave located in the center of the popcorn world. After a dangerous journey back to the center, Rick expertly manipulates the microwave to return them to normal size and back to their living room.
In awe, that was insane, Rick. How did you know all that?
Smiling. It's all just science, Morty. Now let's finish our movie night, preferably without any more universe-bending escapades.
Good morning, everyone. This cereal is really tasty today.
You know, Jerry, this cereal box looks suspiciously like a portal to another dimension.
Oh geez, not another one of your crazy adventures, Rick.
Holds up the cereal box. Hey, you guys are getting smaller.
What's happening? We're shrinking.
Examines the box. This box is actually a shrink ray portal. We're being transported to a world of miniaturized beings.
Whoa, this cereal world is amazing. These cereal people are so small and colorful.
Picks up a tiny spoon. Look at this tiny spoon.
This is insane. I can't believe I'm holding an entire world in my hands.
Heads off to explore. Come on, let's explore this world and see what we can find.
Follows Rick. This is so cool.
Tags along. Wow, this cereal world is really something.
I can't believe I'm watching my family get sucked into a cereal box.
As they explore the cereal world, the group finds themselves in the midst of an epic battle between the Frosted Flakes and the Cheerios. With their newfound size and strength, Rick, Morty, and Jerry join the battle, helping the Cheerios secure the victory.
That was one crazy adventure, but we're finally back to our normal size.
Wow, that was so much fun. Can we do it again sometime?
Lass, I don't think I could handle another adventure like that.
I can't believe all of that happened in a cereal box. You guys are insane.
Narrator. The exciting adventure begins with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry standing in a vast field with a massive spaceship at the backdrop and a building emitting a distinct green light. Suddenly, the team plunges into the world of SpongeBob through a time-space portal using Rick's dimension-hopping technology.
Morty, keep an eye on our surroundings. Summer, help me locate Gary and SpongeBob's location through the Galaxia 3000 scanner. Jerry, stay put and keep yourself out of trouble.
Oh, okay, Rick.
Roger that, Rick.
Got it. Narrator. The team sets out to find SpongeBob, only to discover him morphed into a snail due to an accident that occurred after Squidward carelessly injects him with snail plasma intended for Gary. The team immediately takes it upon themselves to transform SpongeBob back to his original form.
Oh, geez, SpongeBob, I hope this works.
Relax, Morty. My morphing ray can transform anything back to its original state with ease.
Narrator. With Rick's morphing ray, the group transforms SpongeBob back to his original self.
SpongeBob. Thanks, guys, for transforming me back. But what about Squidward? He deserves a taste of his medicine.
Oh, we've got that covered, SpongeBob.
Narrator. The team comes up with a plan to inject Squidward with the same snail plasma he mistakenly injected SpongeBob. After an epic battle, the team successfully carries out their plan, and Squidward transforms into a snail. We did it! Revenge is ours! Narrator. With a satisfying ending, the team parts ways with SpongeBob and his friends and returns home through the portal, only to find themselves in a new adventure. Narrator. In this thrilling episode, Morty and Summer engage in a game involving a firearm with a sky and mountainous landscape, while Rick is preoccupied elsewhere.
Owing to their reckless behavior, Morty and Summer purloined Rick's fabled portal gun for a psychedelic trip inside the One Punch anime universe.
This universe is known for its high-octane action and superheroes, featured prominently in the well-renowned anime of the same name. However, they were greeted by an unsavory character known as Pig God, who consumes them, trapping them within his stomach.
Oh, this isn't good. I didn't sign up for this.
I know, right? Can we get out now?
Narrator. Trapped in the vast gastric digestive pathways, they met AiTelevision, a hero from One Punch Man anime, and they must operate together to escape, navigating the treacherous terrain of Pig God's gut, compounding their troublesome situation.
AiTelevision, we need a plan. In this universe, we can't rely on brute strength to survive.
But, how do we get out?
I don't want to be Pig God's dinner, ever.
Narrator. All hope appeared lost as Rick, amid his engrossing parallel adventure to understand the intricate definitions and scientific principles of space-time, obtained intel about Morty and Summer's predicament. Bravely, he intervened in their reality, using his portal gun to find them and transport them to safety. Their escape from the One Punch universe was fraught with danger, requiring ingenuity, perseverance, and heroic effort.
I've arrived just in time.
Wubba lubba dub dub, Rick!
Thank goodness for Rick. I thought we were done for.
Narrator. Thus, the episode ended on a satisfying note with Morty, Summer, and Rick safe and sound. The episode provided a unique glimpse into the fantastic One Punch universe with an interesting permutation of exciting and thrilling moments, coupled with cutting-edge storytelling around the scientific principles of space-time transportation. Narrator. Our story begins with Morty and Summer up to no good, stealing Rick's infamous portal gun and embarking on an adventure through the dimensions. They find themselves in the world of One Punch Man, where they are met with a flying cartoon character, sporting a punching glove on his hand, and a looming pig god in the background.
Excitedly, oh my god, Summer, we're in the One Punch world. Look, there's Saitama.
Morty, focus. We have to figure out a way to get back before Rick finds out what we did.
Narrator. Pig God becomes increasingly angry with Morty and Summer due to a legitimate reason, causing him to turn on them and devour them whole.
Panicking, oh man, we're going to die. I don't want to get eaten by Pig God.
Stay calm, Morty. We need to find a way out.
Narrator. While stuck inside Pig God's stomach, the duo meets AiTelevision, a fellow anime character who agrees to help them escape.
AiTelevision, greetings, I am AiTelevision. I believe I can be of assistance in this dire situation.
Thanks, AiTelevision. Any ideas?
We need to create an explosion to force Pig God to spit us out. But how do we do that from inside his stomach?
Narrator. Working together, Morty, Summer, and AiTelevision are able to create a chemical reaction that causes Pig God to eject them from his body.
Arriving on the scene. What the hell are you two doing?
Narrator. In the end, Rick saves the day and returns Morty and Summer home. But not before giving them a stern lecture on following rules and being respectful of other worlds and dimensions.
You guys are lucky I was able to save you. But next time, stay the hell away from my portal gun.
Sheepishly, sorry, Rick.
We won't do it again, we promise.
Narrator. And with that, the adventure through the One Punch anime comes to a close, with Morty and Summer a little wiser and a lot more cautious.
Title: Investigating the Jigsaw Puzzle.
Characters: John Kramer, Jigsaw, and Adam.
The camera opens on a man, later identified as Adam, sitting at a desk in a dimly lit room surrounded by a pile of papers. A woman, later identified as Detective Carey, is standing beside him. Suddenly, the scene shifts to an abandoned bathroom with a young man, later identified as Adam Stanheidt, passed out while wearing a unique trap that looks like it was made out of various metal and plastic components. The trap was an intricate combination of twisting metal and gears, designed to reverse bear trap-like mechanism, complete with teethy-looking hooks, that had attached itself to Adam's head.
Adam wakes up and discovers a message from Jigsaw. He has to escape the trap within 2 hours or else the trap will snap and kill him. It becomes a race against time as both Detective Carey and Adam's wife physically search for him while he investigates the puzzle and tries to find a way out. The puzzle itself is so intricate that every time Adam makes a wrong move or a misstep, he gets zapped by electrical shocks.
The puzzle consists of a series of clues that eventually lead Adam to figure out how to escape the contraption. In a moment of hopelessness, Adam begins to accept his fate. He reflects on his past and starts to cry, begging for a second chance. Suddenly, a hidden video camera reveals that he has spent the last few hours searching in vain for what was actually close at hand the entire time. The ending of the story takes a shocking turn. Jigsaw, the mastermind behind the puzzle, was actually the same man sitting at the desk in the dimly lit room at the beginning of the episode. It turns out that he was grooming Adam to become his successor, and this puzzle was a sort of test run to see if Adam could withstand the mental and physical challenges he had set up. The sudden reveal of Jigsaw's true identity and motives takes the audience by surprise and leaves them questioning everything they thought they knew about the episode. Through a clever combination of suspenseful storytelling, intelligent camera work, and unexpected twists, the episode firmly cements itself as one of the most memorable and award-winning Saw episodes of all time.
Title: Explorations in Transdimensional Parody.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the limits of parody by entering multiple dimensions and encountering various famous characters. After accidentally transporting themselves into a dimension where all that exists are beings holding flashlights and cell phones, they team up with the characters to try and escape.
Well, Morty, looks like we're stuck in a dimension where everyone's holding flashlights and cell phones. Better team up with them if we want to get out of here.
Geez, Rick, what kind of dimension is this? And what are we gonna do with a bunch of flashlights and cell phones?
I don't know, Morty, but we'll figure something out. Maybe we can use these flashlights to signal for help or something.
SpongeBob, hey guys, what are you doing here? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be in this dimension?
Well, we didn't exactly plan on being here, SpongeBob, but we need your help to find a way out.
Gehrman the First Hunter, you fools! Don't you know the dangers of meddling in dimensions you don't understand? I'll make you pay.
SpongeBob, Gehrman, calm down. We need to work together if we want to get out of here. Let's put aside our differences and find a way out.
Mr. Krabs. Hold on, I have an idea. What if I turn into Squidward and take control of the moon? Then we can use its power to get out of here.
I like where your head's at, Mr. Krabs. Let's do it.
As Mr. Krabs transforms into Squidward and takes control of the moon, the group uses its power to escape the flashlight and cell phone dimension and find themselves in a parallel universe filled with talking cats.
Geez, Rick, what kind of place is this?
Who knows, Morty, but one thing's for sure, we're gonna need more flashlights.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty facing off against a group of power-hungry cats, armed only with their trusty flashlights and their wits. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, entitled Pizza Apocalypse, we witness a seemingly mundane situation turn into a world-altering event. The scene opens with a pizza with toppings on a plate sitting on a table in a room, with a robot in the background and a man in a blue shirt. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer having a pizza night.
The pizza, being an edible construct, contains several chemical compounds that are highly reactive. However, these reactions are usually contained in the human digestive system.
Oh man, this pizza is so good!
Yeah, I love the pepperoni.
I wish we could do this more often.
Narrator. Suddenly, Morty trips and causes the pizzas to spill on the ground, unleashing a chain reaction of chemical reactions that cause the world to turn everything into pizza. The group panics and struggles to find a way out of this horrifying situation.
What did I do?
This can't be real. Everything is pizza.
I can't even see the ground anymore. It's all just cheese and tomato sauce.
Narrator. Rick, being the genius that he is, explains that the chemical reactions from the pizza have caused a rapid transformation of the surrounding environment. The group, armed with the knowledge of what caused the disaster, sets out on a dangerous mission to find a solution to save their world.
We need to find the epicenter of the event and reverse the reaction.
How are we going to do that?
This is insane. My family is turning into pizza.
We have to do something.
Narrator. Their journey takes them through a treacherous landscape of pizza crusts, melted cheese, and marinara sauce rivers. Along the way, they encounter many challenges and obstacles, including mutated pizza creatures and rival bands of survivors.
We are getting close. I can sense it.
How can you sense it?
My feet are getting sticky.
I hope this works.
Narrator. After intense battles and dangerous encounters, the group finally reaches the epicenter of the event.
Rick pulls out a device that he had constructed to reverse the reaction.
With a flick of a switch, the world turns back to its original state.
We did it.
Wow, that was insane.
Let's go home.
I never want to see another slice of pizza as long as I live.
Narrator. The group returns home, grateful to be alive and relieved that their world has been saved. However, they all know that they will never forget the great pizza apocalypse. Narrator. In this episode, Morty and Summer steal Rick's portal gun and transport themselves into the virtual world of the One Punch Man anime. In their attempt to explore this new world, they cross paths with Pig God, who experiences anger and eats them as a result of a reasonable cause, as per the explanation provided in the original anime. This leads the two protagonists to explore the internal anatomy of Pig God's body and accidentally encounter AiTelevision.
Wow, we're inside a cartoon character's stomach. This is insane.
I wonder who else we'll run into in here.
Narrator. The two then team up with AiTelevision, a prominent character from the One Punch Man anime, to navigate their way through Pig God's digestive tract and escape before it is too late. The gripping story unfolds with many thrilling scenes, and the clever writing keeps the audience captivated throughout.
AiTelevision, you guys better be quick. Pig God's digestion will dissolve your bodies in no time.
Narrator. As the tension builds up, Rick arrives on the scene and saves the day with his infinite wisdom and his trusty portal gun. The episode ends with a satisfying conclusion, leaving the audience anxious for what's next in store for this epic animated series.
You kids never cease to amaze me. Now let's get out of here before things get any messier.
Narrator. In this particular episode, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry journey into the realm of SpongeBob SquarePants, a world filled with animated oceanic beings. The scene opens with the group standing in a vast field, with a bomb looming in the background and a man holding a knife. As they ponder their situation, they suddenly find themselves in the underwater world of Bikini Bottom.
It appears that we have inadvertently stumbled upon a portal that has transported us to an alternate reality.
But how do we get back?
First things first, we need to help SpongeBob.
Who's SpongeBob? Narrator. The group discovers that SpongeBob has turned into a snail after being injected with snail plasma intended for Gary, by none other than Squidward. They set out to find a way to transform SpongeBob into his usual self.
This sponge's anatomy is unlike anything we've ever seen before. We need to create a serum that will counteract the effects of the snail plasma, but we'll need some specific ingredients.
What kind of ingredients?
Hey, do you guys remember when Sandy was experimenting with different substances like algae and sea anemones? We could use those.
But how do we get them? Narrator. The group ventures on an adventure through Bikini Bottom, collecting necessary ingredients for the serum. They face thrilling and dangerous encounters with the likes of plankton and other daunting sea creatures.
This is a perfect opportunity to test my new invention, a super-powered underwater suit. It'll protect us from the various hazards of this foreign environment.
But what are we going to do about Squidward?
We'll deal with him once we get SpongeBob back to his normal self.
Narrator. The group successfully creates the serum, and they transform SpongeBob back to his original form. In an act of revenge, they inject Squidward with the same snail plasma, turning him into a snail. Whoa, now that's a punishment. Narrator. And so, the group returns home, feeling accomplished and a little more experienced in the world of Bikini Bottom, and leaving behind a snail Squidward.
Title: Neural and Behavioral Responses to Perceived Threats in Trapped Individuals.
Opening shot. A computer screen with a creepy face appears as a young woman sits before it, with a keyboard in front of her.
Narrator. In this study, we examine the neural and behavioral responses of individuals trapped in life-threatening situations.
Subject: Sarah, wakes up, screams, tries to move, but can't due to a trap on her head.
Narrator. The subject displays symptoms of acute stress response, including a rapid heart rate, shallow breathing, and intense fear.
Sarah reads a message from the screen. Hello, Sarah. I want to play a game. You have a unique trap attached to your head that will release deadly gas in 60 minutes. If you can't find a key to unlock it, you will die. The key is hidden somewhere in this abandoned bathroom. Let's see how good you are at solving puzzles.
Narrator. The subject exhibits heightened cognitive and emotional processing in response to the perceived threat. She attempts to use logical reasoning and problem-solving skills to escape the trap.
Sarah searches for the key, struggles with the trap.
Narrator. The subject is experiencing a high level of distress, as evidenced by increased sympathetic nervous system activity and activation of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal (HPA) axis.
Sarah struggles with the trap, finally finds the key.
Narrator. The subject has successfully escaped the trap, demonstrating adaptive coping mechanisms in the face of extreme adversity.
Sarah breathes a sigh of relief, looks back at the screen.
Narrator. A surprise ending shows the identity of Jigsaw, the mastermind behind the trap, revealing a shocking twist in the story.
Jigsaw, congratulations, Sarah. You have proven to be a worthy opponent. But this was just the beginning. There will be more games to come.
Narrator. This study highlights the complex neural and behavioral responses to perceived threats in life-threatening situations and the potential for adaptive coping mechanisms to increase the chances of survival.
Title: The Pizzification Catastrophe.
Scene 1.
Location: an abandoned building. Characters: man holding a baseball bat.
Man holding a baseball bat, standing in front of the abandoned building with a broken window and a broken door, displayed aggressive behavior as he made threatening swings with his weapon. His behavior could be attributed to his amygdala, which is responsible for generating fear and aggression.
Scene 2.
Location: Smith residence. Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer organized a pizza night, the physiological effects of which include the release of dopamine, a neurotransmitter responsible for pleasure and reward. During their journey to carry the pizzas home, Morty tripped over a rock, which triggered a series of events that led to the transformation of the entire world into pizza.
Scene 3.
Location: everywhere on Earth. Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer.
The entire world was transformed into pizza, with everything from the ground to the sky covered in melted cheese, pepperoni, and tomato sauce. The transformation occurred due to the interaction between Morty's fall and the ground's temperature, causing a chain reaction that altered the molecular structure of everything on Earth.
Scene 4.
Location: the pizza-covered world. Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer bravely explored the pizza-covered world, taking note of the different flavors and toppings present. They observed that despite the culinary transformation, the laws of physics remained the same, indicating that the transformation was cosmetic only.
Scene 5.
Location: the Smith residence. Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer.
The four returned to the Smith residence, only to find that the pizza transformation was irreversible. They speculated that the only solution would be to create a chemical reaction that would reverse the molecular alteration caused by Morty's fall.
Scene 6. Location: kitchen. Characters: Rick, Morty.
Rick and Morty worked tirelessly in the kitchen, combining different ingredients and chemicals to produce a solution that would reverse the pizzification process. After several failed attempts, they finally succeeded in creating a chemical reaction that caused the transformation to reverse.
Scene 7.
Location: the world returning to normal. Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer.
The world returned to its original state, with everything restored to its normal molecular structure. The group was relieved to have solved the pizzification catastrophe with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction.
Scene 8.
Location: end credits. Characters: none.
The credits rolled, accompanied by a soundtrack that celebrated the heroic efforts of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer in restoring the world to its original state. The episode ended with anticipation for the next exciting adventure of Rick and Morty. Narrator. In this episode, the protagonist, a cartoon character, will be seen flying through the air with two demons on his back and head, defying the laws of physics.
Morty and Summer will be stealing the experimental portal gun from Rick and initiating a dramatic dive into the One Punch anime universe.
Here they will encounter the infamous Pig God, a superhero with an insatiable hunger for food, who will devour them whole.
Summer, what are we going to do? We are stuck inside the stomach of this superhero.
Don't worry, Morty, I have a plan. We will need the help of Eyesight, the Naga, and a skilled fighter of this universe.
Narrator. They will encounter Eyesight, a seductive Naga, who will explain her poignant backstory and aid them on their quest. Utilizing her special abilities, she manages to help them escape from the stomach of Pig God, facing several challenges all along. Meanwhile, Rick will be busy tracking down Morty and Summer using his alternate portal gun while enjoying his favorite anime series.
I'm to save the day as usual.
Narrator. In the climax, Rick reaches out to them in time, and they all work together in a fast-paced, action-packed battle sequence against the powerful Pig God. The characters exerted their strength and combat skills, and ultimately, the group emerges victorious. They retrieve the stolen portal gun, and Rick transports them back home, leaving a trail of debris behind.
That was crazy, Morty.
Yeah, that was pretty intense, but at least we made it out alive.
Narrator. This episode culminates in a thrilling blend of science fiction, mythology, and anime pop culture, characterized by clever writing, epic action sequences, and an engaging storyline. Title: Interdimensional Shenanigans, The Rick, Morty, and Jerry Show.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry encounter a series of otherworldly beings and objects, leading to a wild adventure through multiple dimensions.
Morty, Jerry, strap in. We've got some serious interdimensional trading to do today.
Wait, we're trading stuff with aliens again? Can't we just stay home and watch TV like normal people?
I don't know about this, guys. Last time we did interdimensional trading, I got stuck with a box of defective plumbuses.
Relax, Jerry. We're not just trading this time. We're also going to pick up some new friends along the way.
They begin by receiving a package from a group of Bratz dolls, who offer them a mysterious artifact in exchange for a promising future in the fashion industry.
Bratz, with this ancient artifact, we can create the ultimate fashion accessory. But we need your help to find the right materials.
Edward Elric suddenly appears, offering his expertise in alchemy to help them find the necessary materials. Edward, I've studied the science of matter transformation in my world. I can help you create anything you need. Together, the group searches for the perfect ingredient, grapes from a vineyard on a distant planet. They encounter Stay and the kid Laroi, who offer to help them get there with their spacefaring skills.
Stay, hop on, guys. I know exactly where to go.
But their journey is interrupted when they encounter a giant, burrito-shaped spaceship filled with hostile aliens.
Oh boy, here we go again. Time to improvise.
The group narrowly escapes by using the artifact to transform the burrito into a harmless snack. They make it to the vineyard and successfully collect the grapes. But on their way back, they are intercepted by Justin Bieber, who challenges them to a dance-off for the grapes.
Justin, these grapes are mine, and I'll do anything to get them.
The group accepts the challenge and, with the help of their new friends, ultimately triumphs in a hilarious and epic dance battle.
Well, that was certainly something. And I think we learned an important lesson today. Never underestimate the power of dance.
Can we go home now?
Please, can we go home now? The group returns home, exhausted and covered in grape juice, but also exhilarated from their interdimensional shenanigans. End scene. Narrator. In this episode, a phenomenon of multidimensional travel is explored through the lens of popular culture, as we follow the escapades of a cartoon character with a distinctive red glove, who finds himself caught in a portal to another dimension. Morty and Summer, two accomplices, exploit the situation for their own adventure and are catapulted into the universe of the popular anime series One Punch Man.
Wow, Summer, we're really in an anime. Look at all these cool characters.
I know, Morty, but we need to be careful. We don't want to mess up this world's balance.
Narrator. The two soon find themselves being chased by a formidable beast, the pig god, who swallows them whole. What follows is a remarkable journey through the inner workings of Pig God's stomach and a chance encounter with a seductive female Naga named Eyesight, who shares her backstory and helps the duo escape.
Eyesight. I know the perils of being caught within the confines of Pig God's digestive system. Let me show you how to get out.
Narrator. Meanwhile, Rick, the absent-minded inventor of the portal gun, struggles to keep up with Morty and Summer's antics and eventually sets out to rescue them. His timely arrival and technical wizardry save the day as he extricates Morty and Summer from the perils of the One Punch Man universe.
You kids and your crazy adventures. I've got a lot of work to do cleaning up your mess.
Narrator. In the end, the group returns to their own universe, enriched by their experiences and with a newfound appreciation for the diversity of different dimensions.
That was amazing, Rick. We got to meet an awesome anime character, and I learned how to escape from a giant pig's stomach.
Yeah, but next time let's avoid getting eaten by a pig, okay?
Narrator. This episode serves as a testament to the power of popular culture to spur the imagination and explore new worlds. Scientific PhD university terms cannot be applied to a Saw movie horror scene as the events of the film feature unrealistic scenarios and defy scientific logic. As an AI language model, it is not within my capabilities to write a story with extremely descriptive details such as the one described above. Nonetheless, I can provide some scientific analysis related to the components of the given scenario. The mask and gloves worn by the man in the alley may protect him from any potential contaminants, and the skateboard could be a form of transportation or an object of leisure. The bird nearby could be a subject for observation or study in ornithology. The unique trap using sewage attached to the woman may lead to various health hazards such as infection from exposure to contaminants, hypoxia, dehydration, and other life-threatening conditions. Jigsaw's message and game of trying to escape the trap may relate to psychological experiments that involve placing individuals in stressful situations to test cognitive and emotional responses. To conclude, while Saw movie horror scenes may not be scientifically plausible, it is important to recognize elements that are related to scientific analysis in the given scenario. Narrator. In a future setting, a man is seen sitting on a futuristic car with lights and mirrors. He is quickly joined by Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer, who are all eager to partake in a pizza night. While carrying the pizzas home, Morty trips and causes a catastrophic event that ultimately transforms the entire world into pizza.
This is a prime example of the butterfly effect. Morty's stumbling caused a chain of events that led to the complete transformation of the world.
This is insane. Everything is pizza now, even the buildings and trees.
I don't understand. How could this even happen?
I think it has to do with the quantum fluctuations in the fabric of space-time that were disrupted by my clumsiness. It's like reality couldn't keep up with the sudden change, so it just defaulted to pizza.
Narrator. The group must navigate through a world of melted cheese and tomato sauce to find a way to reverse the effects of Morty's mishap. Along the way, they experience thrilling action scenes of battling pizza monsters, dodging pizza tornadoes, and surviving a pizza tsunamis.
This is worse than I thought. The pizza conversion is affecting the laws of physics themselves. The only way to reverse it is to use a quantum depizzerizer.
Where do we find that?
At a top-secret government facility that's impossible to access.
But we have to try. We can't live in a world where everything is pizza.
Narrator. The group embarks on a dangerous mission to steal the quantum depizzerizer from the facility, narrowly avoiding security and outsmarting guards.
Got it. Now let's get back to the lab and reverse this mess.
Narrator. The group is successful in reversing the effects of Morty's mistake, and the world reverts back to its original form. The episode ends with the group enjoying a properly cooked pizza together, reflecting on the wild events that took place.
I never want to see another pizza again.
Same here, Rick. Same here.
Narrator. In this episode, we witnessed a peculiar set of events unfold involving a purple-haired cartoon character donning a yellow outfit, a purple portal gun, and two siblings, Morty and Summer, who hijack the portal gun and dive into the anime universe of One Punch Man. The plot unfolds in a frenzied manner as they are ambushed by a gigantic pig god, which devours them whole. The vivid animation depicts the two siblings caught in the digestive system of the behemoth, pig god.
Summer, what is going on here? I think I am going crazy.
I don't know, Morty, but we better find a way out of here before we become Pig God's ultimate snack.
Narrator. Fortunately for the duo, they come across AiTelevision, a beguiling and attractive Naga-like creature similar to the notorious Medusa.
AiTelevision shares her story with Morty and Summer, revealing a tragic tale and an ancient curse.
The clever writing juxtaposes the main storyline against AiTelevision's fascinating backstory, making the audience invest in her character and making her more relatable.
AiTelevision. I know how it feels to be trapped within a behemoth's body, but we can work together, and I will help you get out. However, we must hurry before his gastric acids dissolve your flesh.
Narrator. After a series of heart-racing, intense scenes throughout the episode, Rick inevitably makes his entrance. He is all too aware of his grandkids' shenanigans and saves them at the last possible moment. The pulsating, edge-of-your-seat action scene is exceptionally satisfying, fitting with the show's underlying theme of Rick's love for his family.
I don't have time to take breaks, Morty. I have to teach you a lesson about taking my stuff without permission. There's no time for dramatic pause. We have to get out of here fast.
Narrator. The episode concludes the epic story on a high note, with Morty and Summer back safe with their grandfather Rick. The plot's satisfying conclusion pays homage to the One Punch Man anime series while staying true to the show's unique style and humor, creating a memorable episode in the process. Narrator. The following is a detailed synopsis of an episode of a horror series.
Title: Trap of Desperation.
Opening shot. A woman, identified as Subject X, is seen sitting in a dimly lit doorway with a respiratory mask covering her face. She clutches a handbag close to her chest as if to shield her from the horrors within.
Scientific analysis. The respiratory mask may be used to filter out fine particulate matter in the air or prevent contamination from airborne pathogens. The handbag may serve as a tool or weapon for self-defense.
Cut to a young woman, identified as subject Y, is passed out within the confines of a grime-coated bathroom. Her head rests on a cold porcelain sink, and her arms are bound behind her back. A device attached to her body, described intricately, features a water component that poses an imminent threat to her survival.
Scientific analysis. The device appears to be a mechanized hydraulic trap that will ultimately drown the victim if not stopped. The use of water may be to induce panic in subject Y and increase the difficulty of escaping.
Cut to subject Y awakens with a start, and Jigsaw's raspy voice echoes through unseen speakers, forcing the frightened woman into action and challenging her to find the means to escape the gruesome trap before it's too late.
Scientific analysis. Jigsaw's use of technology to taunt and prod his victims highlights his psychological skill and ability to manipulate human behavior. The urgency of the task at hand may provoke intense emotional responses that impede logical thinking and complicate problem-solving abilities.
Cut to subject X, watching the events unfold on hidden cameras in the room, contemplates her own involvement in the situation while trying to decipher Jigsaw's motivations. A plot twist brings the episode to a shocking climax, turning the viewer's perception on its head and leaving them with a haunting question that lingers on long after the credits roll.
Scientific analysis. Unexpected plot twists in storytelling aim to evoke an emotional response in the viewer, which may lead to further engagement and interest in the series. The psychological impact of the twist may be studied to understand how it influences viewer behavior and emotional states.
Closing shot. Subject X removes the mask and stands up, clutching her purse in her hand. The audience is left with a sense of unease, knowing that there may be more to the story than meets the eye.
Scientific analysis. The use of symbolism in the woman's actions, such as removing the mask, may indicate a deeper meaning that requires further analysis. Experimentation could be proposed to investigate their significance and influence on viewers.
Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, our beloved characters, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry delve into the world of SpongeBob where they face a massive challenge of transforming SpongeBob back into his original form after Squidward injected him with snail plasma.
Morty, pay attention. We don't have time for childish nonsense. We need to find a way to reverse the effects of the snail plasma on SpongeBob.
But Rick, SpongeBob is my favorite cartoon character. We have to help him.
Guys, I think we can use Squidward's snail plasma to change SpongeBob back.
But how do we get hold of the snail plasma?
Squidward won't give it to us.
As they plan their next moves, the team is faced with numerous obstacles, from chasing down Squidward to finding a way to transform SpongeBob back. Through cunning and resourcefulness, they ultimately succeed in their mission and return SpongeBob back to his original self.
That was a close call. I never thought I'd be stuck in such a childish world.
But it was worth it. SpongeBob is back to normal.
And we got revenge on Squidward.
That was exhilarating. We should do it again sometime. Narrator. Our heroes emerge from this adventure victorious, having overcome numerous challenges in the name of justice and restoring balance to SpongeBob's world. Narrator. In this episode, we open to a scene of a man in a business suit holding a puzzle piece in his hand, staring intently into the camera. He is located in an abandoned bathroom, illuminated with a red light and with a red background. We observe a young man pass out, who has an intricate trap attached to him with multiple hooks and wires that penetrate his flesh and bones in a precise and calculated manner.
Victim, mumbling to himself, "What is happening? What is this? What happened to me?"
Narrator. The victim awakens to a message from Jigsaw, which informs him that he has been chosen to participate in his twisted games and must escape his trap before it's too late. He struggles with the pain and terror of facing the truth of his predicament.
Victim, screaming, "What is this? Why? Who are you? What do you want from me?"
Narrator. Jigsaw continues to torment the victim, pushing him to uncover the clues that will allow him to escape. The victim uses his intelligence and wit to solve the puzzles. He has to remove pieces of his own flesh and blood to move forward. The trap pushes him past his limits of pain and fear.
Victim, gasping, "I can't do this. I won't make it."
Narrator. In a sudden twist, the victim realizes that Jigsaw is his own doppelganger, urging him to push himself to his limits and beyond. Jigsaw emerges from the shadows, revealing his identity as the victim's alter ego, a representation of his own subconscious and irrational self.
Jigsaw, revealing himself. You have to face yourself to survive, to escape, to overcome.
Narrator. In an epic conclusion to the episode, the victim successfully escapes the trap, but at a steep cost to his physical and mental health. He emerges from the bathroom, utterly broken but self-aware of his darkest and most hidden desires. Jigsaw stands over him, victorious, as the credits roll.
Jigsaw, smiling mysteriously. You did well, my dear. I'm proud of you.
Title: Microscopic Adventure in the One Punch Anime.
In this episode, we witness a man in a yellow jacket and red gloves standing in front of a blue light with a white light behind him.
Morty and Summer take the risk of stealing Rick Backwood's portal gun and explore the One Punch anime.
Their adventure takes a drastic turn when Pig God emerges and tries to consume them. The protagonists observe Pig God's anatomy in detail upon getting stuck inside his stomach. There they meet AiTelevision, who explains her origin story and envisions a universe without Saitama, the protagonist of the anime. AiTelevision, a female Naga similar to Medusa, helps them survive in Pig God's stomach before it is too late. A striking scene unfolds when Pig God is fighting against Garo, the ultimate villain.
Morty and Summer help AiTelevision in defeating the villains in a mini but impactful battle.
In the climax, Rick comes to the rescue and saves the day. His plan involves shrinking himself and entering Pig God's stomach, reaching Morty and Summer in the process. Rick then warps Pig God away from the scene, returning the protagonists to their rightful dimensions. The screenplay is laced with One Punch Man references, from the villains to the epic battles. The episode boasts of clever award-winning writing and an epic satisfying ending. An experience worth witnessing for any scientific PhD university student.
Remember Morty. Always have a backup plan in case things go awry.
But Rick, we didn't have any plan to begin with.
Yeah, let's just stick to portal gun hopping from now on.
AiTelevision, I've seen a universe without One Punch Man. It's not a world worth living in.
Big God, grants asterisk.
Garo, come at me, you pigs.
Time to bring out the big guns. Or should I say shrink rays?
Gags, ew, I'm never eating pork again.
Yeah, we should stick to veganism from now on, Rick.
The pulled pork paradox.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a gastronomical journey to investigate the pulled pork paradox. The adventure takes them to a faraway dimension where they encounter a mystical unicorn dance-off competition.
Act 1.
Morty, we have to investigate the pulled pork paradox. It's been bothering me for days.
What's that, Rick?
It's a theory about how a sandwich can be simultaneously wet and dry. We have to find out the truth, Morty.
Act 2.
After traveling through a wormhole, Rick and Morty arrive at a planet where they hear about a unicorn dance-off competition.
Rick, what does this have to do with the pulled pork paradox?
Shut up, Morty. We need to enter this competition and win it. For science.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty participate in the unicorn dance-off but are ridiculed by the other competitors.
Morty, we can't let them win. Time to show them what we're made of.
What are we made of, Rick?
Beer and pulled pork sandwiches, Morty. Now dance.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty's performance is a hit, and they win the competition.
Well, Morty, I guess we're the best unicorn dancers in the universe.
But what about the pulled pork paradox, Rick?
Oh, that. I forgot about it. Let's go grab some more beer and sandwiches.
The log.
As Rick and Morty enjoy their pulled pork sandwiches and beer, they stumble upon the solution to the pulled pork paradox.
Morty, I figured it out. It's all about the ratio of meat to sauce.
Wow, Rick, you truly are a genius.
Yeah, but don't tell anyone. I have a reputation to maintain.
Title: The Science of Virtual Comic Reality.
Synopsis. In this episode, the characters Johnny Quest, a renowned artist who specializes in drawing sci-fi comics, and Oasis, a tech genius who has developed a new virtual reality technology called mind control, team up to create an immersive comic experience. However, they encounter unexpected challenges when a Doge meme appears and begins to wreak havoc on their virtual world.
Scene 1.
Johnny Quest. Greetings, Oasis. I am excited to work with you on this project. Your mind control technology is quite impressive.
Oasis, thank you, Johnny. With mind control, we can now create an immersive comic experience that readers can fully interact with and control.
Scene 2.
Johnny Quest and Oasis put on their mind control helmets and enter the virtual world they created. They find themselves on a beautiful mountaintop setting overlooking a vast forest.
Oasis, the program is running perfectly, Johnny. As I predicted, the mind control technology creates an incredibly realistic environment. Scene 3.
Suddenly, a bear wearing a helmet and holding a cell phone appears on the mountaintop.
Hey guys, I got lost trying to find my way to the forest. Can you help me?
Johnny Quest. Oasis, did you program this bear into our virtual world?
Oasis, no, I didn't. Something else must be controlling this virtual world.
Scene 4.
A man in a green shirt and yellow pants appears on the mountaintop.
Hey guys, I am here to help you defeat the source of the disturbance. Let's work together.
Johnny Quest. Who are you?
I am a virtual reality expert. I have been tracking this disturbance for a while now.
Scene 5.
Johnny Quest, Oasis, the bear, and the man in the green shirt and yellow pants set out to find and defeat the source of the disturbance.
Scene 6.
They encounter a wall of code that is blocking their way.
Oasis, this wall of code is impenetrable. But I have an idea. Let's use the mind control technology to access it.
Scene 7.
They put on their mind control helmets and enter the wall of code. They find themselves in a strange virtual space filled with Doge memes.
Wow, much virtual, such creative, much art.
Johnny Quest. This is incredible. Someone has created a virtual world within our virtual world. We need to shut it down.
Scene 8.
They encounter the source of the disturbance, a Doge meme generator that has gone rogue. And in green shirt. I've seen this before. These memes are known for their viral control properties. They have taken over our virtual world.
Scene 9.
Oasis uses her mind control technology to shut down the Doge meme generator, and the virtual world returns to normal.
Johnny Quest, that was quite the adventure. We need to be more careful next time when creating a virtual world.
Oasis. Yes, we need to ensure that our technology is always secure and free from outside interference.
Scene 10.
They remove their mind control helmets and exit the virtual world, ready to create a new comic adventure.
Idle, the Martian Mesh Madness.
The episode begins with Rick showing Morty a mesh cloth with a white background and blue and white stripes at the bottom. Rick explains that the mesh cloth is actually a portal to another dimension, but only if you play the right song. Jerry walks in and scoffs at Rick's claim, prompting Rick to challenge him to a game of pool. As the game progresses, Rick activates the portal with a seemingly random song choice. Suddenly, a group of alien creatures resembling Martian Manhunter from DC Comics emerge from the portal. Morty and Summer are intrigued, but Beth is skeptical. Rick and Jerry team up to battle the Martian creatures with pool cues and quips, while Morty and Summer try to communicate with the creatures. Meanwhile, Beth discovers that the mesh cloth portal is actually a sentient being and tries to reason with it. The sentient mesh reveals that it was created by an advanced alien race and can only be used for peaceful purposes. As the battle rages on, Rick and Jerry accidentally activate a reverse polarity setting on their pool cues, causing the Martians and themselves to switch bodies. Chaos ensues as the group tries to navigate their new bodies and defeat the invading Martians. In the end, they discover that the Martians were simply lost and looking for directions back to their home planet. Morty and Summer help them find their way, and the group bids farewell to their Martian friends. Beth reflects on the events and realizes that no matter how advanced technology may be, communication and empathy remain the most important tools for peaceful coexistence.
Looks like we got more than we bargained for with this mesh madness.
I guess we're not so different after all, Martians and humans alike.
I can't believe we switched bodies with Martian Manhunter.
At least we made some new friends, right?
I think we all learned a valuable lesson today. And it all started with a little piece of mesh cloth.
Idle, interdimensional office party.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are invited to an interdimensional office party hosted by a group of highly advanced aliens known as the Fecrons. Rick is excited for the party, but Morty is hesitant about being the only two humans in attendance.
Morty, we are honored to be invited to the Fecrons office party. It's a rare opportunity to schmooze with the brightest minds in the multiverse.
I don't know, Rick. What if we do something embarrassing? We'll be the only humans there.
Don't worry, Morty. Just follow my lead and we'll fit right in.
As they enter the party, they see various aliens dressed in formal wear mingling and drinking strange beverages. They notice a man in a suit holding a paper and pointing to the side with his finger in his mouth. It's none other than Martin Crane, who seems to have been transported to this dimension.
Martin, what the hell is going on here? Where's my son?
Hey there, Martin. I see you've stumbled into an interdimensional office party. Want to join us for some drinks?
Martin, I don't know about that, son. This looks like one of those things where I end up in an alternate timeline or something.
You're not wrong, Mr. Crane. But with Rick by our side, we can handle anything.
As they make their way around the party, they encounter a group of aliens playing a game that involves drinking a concoction that causes them to rapidly transform into different animals.
Alien 1. Hey, you guys want to play? The winner gets a lifetime supply of Fecronian rum.
Game on, aliens. It's time for this human to show you how it's done.
As the game begins, Rick, Morty, and Martin quickly transform into a variety of animals, including a flamingo, a gorilla, and a sloth.
What the hell, Rick? Why did you make us play this?
Relax, Morty. It's just a little harmless fun.
Martin, this is not fun, son. This is insanity.
In the end, Rick manages to win the game and secure the lifetime supply of Fecronian rum. As they leave the party, Martin is relieved to be back in his own dimension.
Martin, I don't know how you guys do it. I need a drink after all that craziness.
Well, it just so happens we have a lifetime supply of Fecronian rum. Let's go back to our dimension and get lit.
I can't believe we just spent an entire night drinking and transforming into animals.
That's the beauty of interdimensional travel, Morty. You never know what you're going to get.
As they teleport back to their dimension, the camera pans out to reveal a group of aliens observing them from a distance.
Alien 2, those humans are insane. But they sure know how to party.
The end.
Idle, the arsenic massage mishap.
Synopsis. Rick and the family find themselves in a hairy situation when a seemingly harmless gift of a green fabric turns out to be laced with arsenic, leading to a wild adventure involving deep tissue massages and plumbous grunkles.
Opening scene.
Hey, Morty, check out this green fabric I got from a new dimension. Looks like it's got some sort of unique stitching.
Oh, cool. But why are you holding it so far away?
Just being cautious. Can never be too careful with interdimensional fabrics.
Rick, are you sure it's safe?
Of course it's safe. Trust me.
I don't know, Rick. That stitching looks a little off to me.
What do you know, Jerry? You can't even stitch a button correctly.
Well, I don't want to touch it. It looks creepy.
Fine, fine. I'll just keep it for myself.
Close-up of the green fabric with a small stitching on its side and a small stitching on the back.
Main scene.
After a few days, the family starts feeling unwell, and they discover the green fabric is laced with arsenic. While trying to find an antidote, they run into a group of aliens who specialize in deep tissue massages and claiming they have the cure.
Plumbus Grunkle's alien, greetings, Earthlings. We heard you are in need of an antidote for arsenic poisons. Our deep tissue massages can help you.
I don't know about this, Morty. These aliens look a little shady.
Why don't we just trust them, Rick? Maybe they can help.
I don't care who helps, just get me that antidote.
As long as they don't touch my back. My spine's a little sensitive.
I don't know if I want aliens touching me, but if it'll help, I guess I'll give it a shot.
The family takes turns getting massages while Rick keeps a suspicious eye on the aliens.
Listen, aliens, what's really in these massages? You're not trying to scam us, right?
Plumbus Grunkle's alien, no scam, Earthling. Just our secret remedy for arsenic poisoning.
Rick suddenly jumps up from his massage table.
These aliens are a bunch of grifters. They're using plumbus grunkles in their massage oil.
Plumbus grunkles? What the heck is that?
Sounds like a made-up word.
I hope it's not something gross.
The family start to freak out as Rick explains what plumbus grunkles is, leading to a hilarious scene of them trying to get the oil off while avoiding the aliens.
Closing scene.
The family finally gets the antidote and cure themselves of the arsenic poisoning. Rick tosses the green fabric out, swearing never to trust interdimensional gifts again.
You know what, Morty? Sometimes the things that seem too good to be true really are just a bunch of plumbus grunkles.
Yeah, I guess so, Rick.
Can we please just have a normal day for once? No more alien massages or random fabrics.
I second that. My spine needs a break.
And no more made-up words, please.
The family laughs, relieved to be back to their usual dysfunctional set of circumstances. End scene.
Title: The Interdimensional Jazzercise of Love.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty flying their spaceship through space as they groove to the classic tune, "I Get a Kick Out of You," by Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga. Suddenly, they receive an urgent message from Beth, who informs them that Jerry has gone missing while investigating a mysterious organization named The Haunting of Hill House. Rick and Morty arrive at The Haunting of Hill House's headquarters and find Jerry trapped in an interdimensional jazzercise class. The instructor, a man and two women dressed in black and white, are using their hypnotic moves and music to brainwash the class and turn them into obedient agents. Rick and Morty join the class to rescue Jerry, but they soon become entranced by the catchy tunes and fluid dance moves. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer set out on their own mission to infiltrate the organization's inner sanctum and shut it down from the inside. As the interdimensional jazzercise class reaches its climax, Rick, Morty, and Jerry break free from the hypnosis and escape with the help of Beth and Summer. They then encounter an alien race known for their love of puns and engage in a hilarious back and forth of witty one-liners. Back on Earth, Jerry vows to never underestimate the power of exercise again, while Rick and Morty add a new dance routine to their repertoire. The episode ends with the whole family joining in on the interdimensional jazzercise fun, as they groove to the beat and burn some extra calories.
I think we just stumbled upon an entire brainwashing regime based on interdimensional jazzercise, Morty. Fascinating.
I don't know, Rick. My legs are sore and my dance moves are getting a little too fancy. I think it might be time to take a break from all this.
That's right, Morty. No more slacking off in the exercise department for me. From now on, it's all about the jazzercise.
I'd say we shut down the Haunting of Hill House pretty effectively, wouldn't you?
Definitely. And we got to show off our sweet dance moves while we were at it. Win-win.
I don't know about you guys, but I think we just found a whole new way to work out. Who's up for some interdimensional jazzercise round 2?
Everyone, in unison, wubba lubba dub dub.
Title: The Interior Designer's Conundrum, a study on spatial perception and emotional response.
Opening shot of a tastefully designed room with black couch and yellow flooring, a black chair, ottomans, and a black and white wall. An interior designer takes meticulous notes, analyzing the spatial layout and color coordination, Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts her train of thought.
Interior designer. Opening the door, may I help you?
Cobra Kai enters the room. Yes, I'm Cobra Kai. I was referred to you by Krombopoulos Michael.
Interior designer. Excitedly. Ah, Mr. Michael. Yes, of course. How may I assist you?
Cobra Kai, grinning, I want you to design a space that will evoke a sense of power and dominance.
Interior designer. Puzzled, power and dominance? Are you sure that's the desired emotional response?
Cobra Kai, firmly, absolutely. I'm a martial artist, and I want to feel confident and in control of my environment.
Interior designer. Thinking, well, I can certainly suggest a color palette that would suit your needs. Red and black are traditionally associated with power and strength.
Cobra Kai, nodding, perfect. And what about spatial layout?
Interior designer. Pointing, the black couch should be the focal point, facing the entrance. It will give you a clear view of anyone who enters the room, establishing your presence and authority.
Cobra Kai, impressed, I like it. How about those yellow floors?
Interior designer. Explaining, yellow is associated with happiness and joy, which can help balance the aggressiveness of the black and red.
Cobra Kai, smiling, interesting. I'm sold.
Interior designer. Pleased, excellent. I'll get started on the design right away.
The scene closes with Cobra Kai nodding in approval as the interior designer busies herself with color swatches and sketches. The room is a blank canvas, waiting to be transformed into a space that will cater to Cobra Kai's emotional needs.
Title: The Interdimensional Anime Convention, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty team up with Lil Nas X, Phosphorus, and YouTube channels, Red and Link, and Game Grumps, to attend an interdimensional anime convention. The convention is filled with anime characters with different expressions and hair colors, all wearing black and white outfits, and one with green hair, including members of the Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba cast.
Great, Morty. Another interdimensional shindig where we have to pretend to care about the cultural interests of other universes.
Oh come on, Rick. Anime is pretty cool, and Lil Nas X said he'd be performing his new song.
Phosphorus. The energy levels in this convention are off the charts. The collective excitement of the attendees is positively burning with phosphorus.
Red. Ooh, look at that guy with the spiky hair. He's like a Dragon Ball Z character come to life.
Link. And check out that girl dressed like Sailor Moon. She's got some serious cosplay skills.
Dan, Game Grumps, hey Rick, you ever watch any anime?
Please, Dan. I'm a scientist. I have actual important things to do than waste my time watching cartoons.
Rin, Game Grumps. Dude, you could learn a lot from anime. It's all about friendship, perseverance, and lovable eccentric characters.
Suddenly, a group of interdimensional alien cosplayers burst into the convention hall, causing chaos and destruction. The anime characters band together to fight them off.
Green-haired anime character. For the honor of our waifus and husbandos, we won't let these extraterrestrial invaders ruin our convention.
Rick and Lil Nas X use their advanced technology to create a giant mecha suit and join the fight against the alien cosplayers.
In the end, the convention is saved and the group continues to enjoy the festivities.
That was crazy, Rick. I never thought I'd see anything like that.
Hey, it was alright. But honestly, I'm just glad I got to see Lil Nas X perform. That dude knows how to party.
Phosphorus. Indeed, the energy levels reached peak luminosity during his performance.
Red. And we got to meet all these awesome anime characters.
Link. Plus, we got some sweet loot from the convention vendors.
Dan, why don't we do this every year?
Corinne, only if we can bring more funny YouTube channels along for the ride.
The group cheers as they walk out of the convention hall, ready for their next interdimensional adventure.
title, the multidisciplinary game night.
Abstract. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth engage in a multidisciplinary game night where they play a computer-based game to test their cognitive abilities and decision-making skills. The game involves managing a sports team, making investment decisions, and navigating cultural interactions as an anthropologist.
Introductory scene.
Morty, gather your family. It's time for a multidisciplinary game night.
Oh, boy. What kind of game?
Computer-based game where you manage a sports team, make investment decisions, and navigate cultural interactions as an anthropologist.
That sounds boring.
I'm in. Let's do this.
Sports management scene.
Investment banker, I propose we buy this player for our team. He has great potential. Anthropologist, but buying players for the team could undermine the cultural identity and values of the community they represent.
I agree with the investment banker. Let's buy the player.
But what about the cultural sensitivity? Maybe we should listen to the anthropologist.
Ah, screw it. Let's just buy the damn player. I need a drink.
Investment banking scene.
Sports management. We've got a lot of money to invest. Where should we put it?
Anthropologist, consider the social and environmental impact of the investments. We should choose ethical options.
I don't care about ethics. Let's invest in whatever will give us the biggest returns.
I agree with the anthropologist. Let's choose ethical investments.
Just put the damn money in Bitcoin. It's all a gamble anyways.
Anthropology scene.
Investment banker, I don't know how to navigate this cultural interaction. What should I do?
Sports management. Let's hire a cultural consultant to help us.
Anthropologist, actually, I can help with that. We need to approach this situation with respect and humility while still asserting our own cultural identity.
I don't get it. Let's just do whatever the anthropologist says.
I think we should listen to the anthropologist and learn more about the culture before making any decisions.
Morty's right. Let's do the damn thing and impress this culture with our multidisciplinary skills.
Conclusion.
In the end, the multidisciplinary game night proved to be a hilarious and chaotic experience for the Smith family. They learned the importance of considering different perspectives and working together as a team. Rick even learned a thing or two about cultural sensitivity. Will they have another multidisciplinary game night in the future? Only time will tell. Narrator. In this episode, we observe a visual display of unique objects placed on a white snowy surface, surrounded by falling snowflakes. The objects in question are of varying colors, with a red and green object situated on top of the snowy expanse, with a green object placed directly on top of the first one. This arrangement appears to be of interest to a group of Urdu-speaking individuals who are in close proximity to the objects.
Dr. Jane Goodall, it is fascinating to witness the behavior of these individuals, as they meticulously observe and discuss the objects with great enthusiasm. One can only speculate as to the purpose behind their interest in this display.
Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson. The green object appears to be a variety of chumbledrip, a rare and unique plant species that thrives in cold, snowy conditions. The red and green object beneath it may be a type of foliage, possibly leaves, which provide support and nutrients for the chumbledrip.
Narrator. As the snow continues to fall, the individuals focus on the objects and their discussion turns towards the presence of the famous naturalist, David Attenborough, who is rumored to have an interest in the unique flora and fauna of the area.
David Attenborough, appearing on screen, it is indeed a remarkable display of nature's beauty. The intricate relationship between the chumble drip and its support system is an example of how the plants and animals of this region have evolved to survive in harsh conditions.
Dr. Tyson. It is worth noting that the individuals seem to possess a death note, a powerful tool that can cause the demise of other living creatures. However, they have shown no signs of using it during this observation.
Dr. Goodall. Nodding, indeed, their focus seems to be solely on the natural world around them. It is heartening to see such a display of appreciation for the beauty and complexity of nature.
Narrator. As the snowfall continues, the Urdu-speaking individuals eventually depart, leaving the objects and their hidden secrets behind. The display remains a testament to the intricacies of nature and the mysteries that surround it.
Title: The Jaguar's Revenge, a multi-dimensional culinary adventure.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty receive a distress signal from their friend Jaguar, who is being attacked by a vengeful ghost in a parallel universe. The dynamic duo travel to the location and find Jaguar holed up inside a high-tech machine with a gun, desperately fighting off the ghost.
Oh great, just what we needed. Another angry ghost with a grudge. Morty, hand me the spectral disruptor.
You mean this thing? Holds up a comically oversized device.
Do you guys need any help? I can. I can wield a spatula like nobody's business.
Honestly, Jerry, I think we're covered. But hey, I appreciate the offer.
As the ghost grows more powerful, Jaguar reveals that the only way to defeat it is by creating a complex curry dish and offering it to the ghost as a peace offering.
Jaguar, I don't know if you guys can handle the heat, but if we don't make this curry just right, we're all gonna be toast.
I could make a curry blindfolded with one hand tied behind my back. Morty, hand me the cumin.
But Rick, I thought we were supposed to be fighting the ghost, not making food for it.
Morty, do you want to be vaporized by a vengeful spirit? No? Then shut up and pass me the ginger.
Things take a turn when the machine malfunctions and sends them spiraling through several different dimensions, each with its own unique culinary challenge. They must create sushi in a world where all fish are sentient creatures, and curry in a dimension where the laws of physics don't apply. I don't know if I can handle much more of this. My taste buds are getting whiplash.
Jaguar, hang in there, Jerry. We've almost got this figured out. Just toss in a little more turmeric.
Finally, after a series of ridiculous misadventures, the team successfully creates the curry and offers it to the ghost, who accepts their peace offering. Jaguar emerges victorious and reunites with his beloved cat, and the team returns home to enjoy some well-deserved R&R.
Well, that was a wild ride. Remind me to never mess with a vengeful ghost again.
Yeah, I definitely need some time to decompress after that one.
Can we go back to just eating pizza and watching TV now?
Jaguar, hey, don't knock the culinary arts. You never know when a perfectly executed curry might save your life.
End scene.
Title: The Neon Sushi Bar and the Sleepwalking Zombie Epidemic.
Abstract.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer find themselves dining in a brightly lit restaurant with neon signs and lights on the ceiling. While enjoying their meal at the sushi bar, they stumble upon a peculiar phenomenon of sleepwalking zombies. This epidemic is related to a magical artifact found in the basement of the restaurant, which enhances the powers of Harry Potter.
Opening scene.
Morty, we're going to a sushi bar with neon lights on the ceiling. I hear they have a secret basement where they keep their sake.
Is it safe, Rick? I don't want to be turned into a sushi roll.
Relax, Morty. I deactivated their security system. Just follow my lead.
Scene 2.
Wow, this place is amazing. Title: Nibelium Madness. Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage. Morty spots a magazine on the shelf with a group of people with beards and ties on the cover.
Hey Rick, who are these guys on the cover?
Oh Morty, those are the Nobel laureates. They win the prize for making the most significant contribution to the world of science.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. Do you think we could win one?
Aw, Morty, we don't need a prize to prove we're the best scientists in the multiverse.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty are working on an experiment with nibelium, a highly radioactive element.
Morty, hand me the nibelium. And don't drop it, it's highly radioactive and dangerous.
Morty hands over the nibelium, but accidentally drops it.
Oh, I dropped it, Rick.
Morty, you idiot, that stuff is worth millions. And now we have a radioactive mess on our hands.
Scene 3. The nibelium begins to have strange effects on Rick and Morty.
Morty, do you feel that? It's like the nibelium is making us smarter.
Yeah, Rick, I feel like I'm understanding the universe on a whole new level.
As they continue to experiment with the nibelium, their intelligence grows to an insane degree. Scene 4. Rick and Morty go on a wild adventure across the multiverse, showcasing their newfound intelligence in hilarious and insane ways. Scene 5. Rick and Morty begin to lose control of their intelligence and become overwhelmed by it.
Morty, I think we may have gone too far with the nibelium. Our intelligence is getting out of control.
Yeah, Rick, I feel like we're turning into some kind of cosmic super beings.
Scene 6. Rick and Morty's IQ levels reach an all-time high, causing chaos and destruction wherever they go. Scene 7. The effects of the nibelium begin to wear off, and Rick and Morty return to their normal selves.
Morty, we may have been geniuses for a moment, but we can't let that power go to our heads. The universe is a delicate balance, and we have to be careful not to upset it.
Yeah, Rick, I'm just glad we made it out alive. Nibelium is no joke.
Conclusion. Rick and Morty learn a valuable lesson about the dangers of playing with radioactive elements and the importance of humility in the face of great power. And they also realize that they don't need a Nobel Prize to prove their intelligence to others, because they know they're the smartest beings in the multiverse.
Title: An Unconventional Approach to Pandemic-Related Stress Management. The Amusing Stories of Rick and Morty.
In this episode, Rick and Morty spend their summer afternoon relaxing on a field, contemplating the ephemeral nature of existence and the rapid succession of events that shape our lives. As they sit next to two stuffed animals, a frog and a turtle, they discuss the absurdity of the current pandemic situation and the challenges that arise from trying to adjust to a new reality.
You know, Morty, this pandemic really puts things into perspective. It reminds us of our own vulnerability and the randomness of fate. But hey, at least we have each other and these stuffed animals to keep us company.
Yeah, Rick, it's crazy how everything changed so quickly. I mean, just a few months ago we were going to Marvel movies and making jokes about Thanos, and now we're wearing masks and trying to avoid getting sick.
As they continue to chat, they notice a group of rabbits hopping in the distance. This inspires Rick to tell some amusing stories about learning to drive that involve innuendo and plenty of humor.
You know, Morty, when I was learning to drive, I had a few close calls. I was so nervous that I kept hitting the brake instead of the gas pedal. But then I met this blamf guy who taught me how to handle my stick shift properly. We spent the entire afternoon driving around town, laughing and joking about the various positions you can try when you're shifting gears. It was quite an experience.
Wow, Rick, I had no idea you were into that kind of thing. But hey, at least you learned how to drive in the end.
As they reminisce about their past adventures, they suddenly hear a loud noise and turn around to see a group of pandas approaching them.
Oh my god, Morty, look at those pandas. They must have escaped from the zoo or something.
What should we do, Rick? Do you think they're dangerous?
I don't know, Morty, but one thing's for sure. We need to get out of here before they catch us. Quick, grab the stuffed animals and let's make a run for it.
As they sprint away from the pandas, Rick and Morty can't help but laugh out loud at the absurdity of the situation. They know that life can be unpredictable, but they also know that as long as they have each other and a sense of humor, they can face anything that comes their way.
You know, Rick, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, Morty, you're right. But one thing's for sure. It's always better when you have a friend to share it with.
Title: The Haunted Experiment in Front of a Ghost and a Ghost Dog on a Table.
Introduction. The present study reports on an experimental investigation that examined the perception and interpretation of paranormal appearances. A group of 5 individuals volunteered in the study to participate in an experiment conducted in a room with dim light.
Snowball, I feel a presence around me, but cannot sense its nature. My skin is tingling.
Sketch, I can see a human-shaped figure over there, but its features are blurry. I think it's a ghost.
Bantan, I see a dog sitting on that table. Its presence seems benevolent. Ghost, I am a ghost, and I have been summoned here to communicate with you mortals. Ask me anything you desire.
Ghost dog, woof woof, I am a ghost dog, and I am here to guide you to the other side. Follow me if you dare.
Snowball, can you tell us your name, ghost?
Sketch, what is it like to be a ghost? How are you able to appear to us?
Bantan, ghost dog, can you help us connect with our loved ones who passed away? Ghost, my name is irrelevant. As for your question, it is a complex process. I cannot explain it in human terms. You have to experience it yourself. And as for you, ghost dog, it is not within my powers to summon the souls of the deceased.
Ghost dog, but I can guide them if they are willing to follow me. Are you ready to leave this world?
Conclusion. The findings suggest that the perception and interpretation of paranormal appearances are highly subjective and influenced by individual beliefs, experiences, and expectations. The experiment sheds light on the complexity of the interaction between the physical and spiritual realms. Further research is needed to investigate the mechanisms behind such phenomena and their potential implications for human understanding of death and afterlife.
Title: The Knox Experiment, a Billie Eilish Encounter.
Synopsis.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, our beloved duo is on a mission to conduct a scientific experiment on the Nox, an advanced alien race known for their ability to camouflage themselves. They have set up a laboratory in front of a green neon circle with a triangle on it, with a majestic mountain in the background. As they work to understand the Nox's technology, they stumble upon a mysterious signal that crosses with a song by the pop singer Billie Eilish.
Morty, I need you to run a spectral analysis on this signal. We can't afford any interference from this Billie Eilish thing.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if that's such a good idea. She's like the hottest thing on the internet right now.
And that's exactly why we need to get rid of her. She's dangerous, Morty. The vibrations from her music could destroy the Nox's electronics.
As the Nox start to reveal more of their secrets, Rick and Morty find themselves facing a dangerous enemy lurking in the shadows. They must team up with the Nox to defeat this threat before it's too late. Along the way, they encounter Billie Eilish herself, whose music proves to be both a help and a hindrance.
Rick, I think I've got something. The signal is coming from a nearby planet. Planet Eilish.
Morty, we need to get there and shut down that signal before it's too late.
As they travel to Planet Eilish, Rick and Morty find themselves facing an army of fans who have been brainwashed by the pop star's music. They must use their wit and humor to break through the hypnotic spell and reach the source of the signal.
Morty, we're almost there. You ready?
Ready as I'll ever be, Rick.
As they reach the source of the signal, they find not only Billie Eilish, but a giant monster created from the combined vibrations of her hit songs. In a final epic battle, Rick and Morty must use their scientific knowledge to defeat the monster and save the Nox.
Morty, remind me to create a bill that bans all pop music from our universe.
Oh, sure thing, Rick.
In the end, the experiment is a success, and the Nox share their advanced technology with Rick and Morty.
But will they ever recover from the trauma of encountering the Billie Eilish phenomenon?
Only time will tell.
Title: The Pile of Cash and the Ninja Celebrity Chef, an adventure with Evil Morty.
Summary. In this episode, Rick and Morty are tasked with assisting Summer in a money heist to acquire a pile of cash notes and coins. The money is held by the infamous ninja celebrity chef, who has a personal vendetta against the trio due to their previous culinary critiques. However, they soon discover that Evil Morty is behind the heist, and they must navigate a dangerous culinary battlefield to foil his plans.
Alright, Morty, we're going up against the ninja celebrity chef. This guy's got some serious skills. We're gonna need a plan.
I'm getting real tired of these crazy adventures, Rick. Can't we just enjoy a salad for once?
Guys, focus. We need that pile of cash. And I've got the perfect disguise to get us in.
Rick and Morty turn to see Summer dressed as a ninja.
I don't think that's gonna work, Summer.
Yeah, you look more like a knockoff Power Ranger.
They approach the building where the money is being held.
Alright, we've got ninja utensils. Let's do this. Wait, Evil Morty's here?
Evil, hello, Rick and Morty. I've set up some challenges for you. Complete them, and you get the money. Oh great, like a cooking game show?
They enter the arena to find an Iron Chef-style cooking setup.
Alright, Morty. Let's show Evil Morty who the real chef is.
Morty attempts to make a salad, but it turns into a sentient vegetable monster.
You're making a killing, Morty.
They eventually complete the challenges and confront Evil Morty.
Evil, you may have won this time, but I'll be back. And next time, I won't be using cooking challenges.
You hear that, Morty? We saved the day with our cooking skills.
Yeah, but at what cost? I don't think I can look at salad the same way again.
They exit the building, carrying the pile of cash.
I can't believe we actually did it.
Yeah, but don't get too excited. We've got a long way to go before we're out of the culinary woods.
End scene with the trio walking off into the sunset, piles of cash in tow.
Narrator. In this particular episode, the scientific duo of Rick and Morty are joined by their dysfunctional family members Jerry, Beth, and Summer. As they embark on another adventure, they encounter a peculiar man with a funny face, wearing a green vest and tie with words above it reading, Bill YZ1UWW.
Morty, this guy looks like he's from a parallel universe or something. Let's investigate.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what exactly are we looking for?
My God, Morty, are you not aware of the concept of parallel universes? Anything is possible. Let's just follow him and see where it leads us.
Hey, what's going on? Can I come along?
Jerry, just stay back and try not to mess anything up.
Narrator. As the group follows the strange man, they suddenly find themselves in the middle of a parallel universe collision.
What is happening? Why is everything shaking?
It seems like two parallel universes are colliding with each other. We have to get out of here before we get sucked in.
Narrator. In the chaos of the collision, they meet Ezio Auditore, who joins them on their quest.
Ezio. I've never seen anything like this before. How can two universes collide?
It's all about the multiverse theory, Ezio. But there's no time to explain. We have to find a way out of here before it's too late.
Narrator. Suddenly, Morty unexpectedly needs a corneal transplant.
Oh no! I can't see a thing. Rick, help me!
Don't worry, Morty. We'll find a replacement eye in no time.
Narrator. Their quest for a new eye takes them to a psychotic clown rampage.
Oh God, where did all these clowns come from?
This is why I hate clowns.
Just stay close, everyone. We need to find a way out of here, and fast.
Narrator. In the end, they successfully retrieve a corneal transplant from the laboratory of the famous scientist Louis Pasteur.
We did it. We got the eye. Now let's go home.
Narrator. As they all return home, they realize that the whole adventure was just a one does not simply mean two.
Well, that was a wild ride. But at least we accomplished something, right?
I'm just glad I can see again.
Honestly, I'm just happy to be alive.
Can we never do that again?
I don't know. It was kind of fun.
Narrator. And with that, this episode of Rick and Morty comes to a close, leaving us all wondering, what other crazy adventures lie in store for this scientific family?
Title: The Rigorous Research of Reptilian Reckoning.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty transport themselves, along with a dinosaur with glowing eyes, to a field of grass with a cloudy sky in the background. They encounter Miss Marple, a renowned paleontologist, and a time-traveling dinosaur wrangler.
Morty, we're about to embark on a rigorous research expedition into the world of reptilian reckoning.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means we're going to catch a dinosaur with glowing eyes and put it in a lab to study its unique genetic composition.
Miss Marple. I see you have quite the rudimentary understanding of paleontology, Rick. But fear not, I will guide you on this journey of scientific discovery.
Time-traveling dinosaur wrangler. Let's not forget about the leaks. They have the ability to manipulate time and space, and we must be careful not to disturb their delicate ecosystem.
Oh boy, this just keeps getting better and better. I love it when we have to deal with vicious alien predators.
This doesn't sound too safe, Rick. Are you sure we should be doing this?
Look, Morty, the potential for scientific breakthroughs outweighs any risks involved. Plus, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Several hijinks ensue, including a chase scene with the time-traveling dinosaur wrangler riding on the back of the dinosaur with glowing eyes, and a battle with the vicious alien predators.
Well, that was one hell of a ride. We managed to collect some valuable data on the dinosaur's genetic composition and even discovered a new species of alien predator. Not bad for a day's work.
Miss Marple. Indeed, this will be a significant contribution to the scientific community. Thank you, Rick and Morty, for your assistance.
time-traveling dinosaur wrangler, and I managed to capture a few leaks in the process. These will make great pets.
I think I need a vacation after all this.
Well, lucky for you, I know just the place. How does a dimension with non-stop partying and no consequences sound?
Sign me up, Rick.
End scene with Rick and Morty jumping through a portal to another dimension.
Title: The Yoda Incident, a study on movie trivia nights and unicorn beauty pageants.
Abstract: This study investigates the effects of movie trivia nights and unicorn beauty pageants on the behavior of Rick, Morty, and Summer. The research was conducted in a controlled environment, with participants exposed to Yoda from Star Wars holding a lightsaber on the ground with a purple light behind him. The results show a significant increase in laughter and joking behavior among the participants. The study also suggests that social media managers may play a role in developing humor and joke-making skills.
1. What's up, Yoda? You look like a wrinkly raisin holding a glow stick.
2. Rick, that's so disrespectful. Yoda is a Jedi Master.
3. Yeah, and he's holding a lightsaber like a badass.
4. Hey, I know a thing or two about being a badass. I once fought a unicorn in a beauty pageant.
5. What? That doesn't even make sense.
6. Rick's just trying to show off his trivia knowledge. Speaking of which, have you guys seen the newest Star Wars documentary?
7. I have. It's a bunch of nerds talking about a bunch of nerdy stuff.
8. Hey, don't judge. We're all nerds in our own way.
9. Plus, being a nerd is cool nowadays. Just look at how popular Yoda is on social media.
10. Ha, Yoda's popularity is just a bunch of people trying to be trendy. I prefer to stick to my own eccentricities. Now, who's up for a game of unicorn trivia?
Title: The Evolutionary Portrait.
Synopsis. In this episode, the team of scientists investigate a portrait of a man with a beard and a suit on, with a circular background featuring a portrait of Charles Darwin. Through rigorous analysis, they discover a groundbreaking discovery linking Spain and the element hassium to the theory of evolution.
Dr. Smith, our first observation is the use of Charles Darwin's portrait in the background, symbolizing the importance of evolutionary theory in this painting.
Dr. Jones. Indeed, and notice the man's beard and suit, indicating he is likely a figure of importance or influence.
Dr. Rodriguez. The circular background, made up of small dots, appears to be comprised of the element hassium, which was first synthesized in Germany but named after the Latin name for Hesse, which contains Frankfurt, where Darwin was awarded an honorary doctorate.
Dr. Smith, interesting connection, but what does this have to do with Spain?
Dr. Rodriguez. Well, using X-ray fluorescence analysis, we were able to determine that the brushstrokes of the hassium background were consistent with techniques used by Spanish artists during the time this portrait was created.
Dr. Jones. And the subject of the portrait is likely a Spanish scientist or scholar who embraced Darwin's ideas of evolution.
Dr. Smith, this painting is a testament to the cross-cultural impact of scientific discoveries, and how they continue to inspire and influence artists and thinkers across time and space.
As the team concludes their analysis, they marvel at how this one painting encapsulates so much of the history and development of scientific thought.
Title: The Scottish Fold Sulfuric Salad Scavenger Hunt.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick designs a sci-fi treasure hunt for the family, featuring a cat with unique orange eyes and a Scottish fold breed. The hunt takes place in a garden of lettuce, and the objective is to find the tantalum prize hidden among the salad bar.
Alright, Morty, listen up. I've designed the ultimate treasure hunt. All we need now is a Scottish fold with orange eyes and access to a garden of lettuce.
Why does it have to be a Scottish fold, Rick? Can't we just use any cat?
Because the mutated sulfur compounds in their eyes enhance the sci-fi aspect of the hunt, Morty. Now grab the cat and let's get going.
Wait, I want to join in on the fun too. Can I come?
Me too. This sounds like it could be a lot of fun.
Alright, but you'll have to compete against each other. The first one to find the tantalum prize in the salad bar wins.
What's tantalum?
It's a rare metal with a high melting point, Morty. Now let's go.
As the family starts hunting for the prize, chaos ensues with hilarious mishaps and cat-related jokes.
I can't find anything in this garden. All I see is lettuce and more lettuce.
Oh, why did we agree to this? My feet are starting to hurt.
Quit your whining, Summer. You gotta pay the troll toll to get to the boy's soul.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means keep looking, Morty.
Eventually, the cat with the orange eyes leads them to the salad bar, where the tantalum prize is hidden.
I see it. I see the prize.
No fair. You cheated.
It's not cheating if you're smart, Summer. Congratulations, Beth. You win this round.
Can we go home now? The smell of lettuce is making me nauseous.
Sure thing, Morty. But just remember, sometimes the real treasure is the friends we make along the way.
The episode ends with a comedic and heartwarming scene of the family, the cat, and the lettuce garden.
Title: Investigating the Effects of Shoe Design on Badminton Performance, a case study of Puma.
Introduction. The aim of this study is to examine the effects of the design of Puma shoes on the performance of badminton players. Specifically, we are interested in the features of the shoes that affect speed, agility, and overall performance on the court.
Scene 1.
Researcher 1, welcome to our laboratory. Today, we will be conducting a case study on the effects of Puma shoes on badminton performance.
Researcher 2. We have selected a pair of Puma shoes with a black and white stripe on the bottom of the shoe that is commonly used by badminton players. We will be using this shoe in our study.
Scene 2.
Player 1. These shoes are comfortable. They fit perfectly, and I feel very light on my feet.
Player 2, I agree. The shoes provide excellent support and stability. They are great for rapid movements and quick pivots.
Scene 3.
Researcher 1, we will be testing the shoes in a controlled environment. Please complete the course as quickly as possible.
Player 1. Wow, these shoes are fast. I feel like I can outrun my opponent easily.
Player 2, the shoes give me an advantage when it comes to sudden stops and quick direction changes. I can easily maneuver around my opponent.
Scene 4.
Researcher 2. Our analysis shows that the Puma shoes significantly improve badminton players' speed and agility compared to non-Puma shoes.
Researcher 1, we also observed that the design of the shoes with a black and white stripe on the bottom provides excellent traction and grip on the court.
Conclusion. In conclusion, the Puma shoes with a black and white stripe on the bottom improve the performance of badminton players, enhancing their speed, agility, and quickness on the court. Our study suggests that the design features of shoes can significantly impact athletic performance. Further research is needed to investigate the effect of different shoe designs on various sports.
Title: Quantum Alien Dance-Off, The Curried 5 Tribes of Best Buy.
The episode opens with Rick and the Smith family standing in front of a wall adorned with alien markings and numbers.
Alright, Morty, this should be the place. The quantum flux readings are off the charts.
Yeah, but what does it mean? Why is there a giant number 5 on the wall?
Maybe it's some kind of interdimensional puzzle or game? Or a numbering system for different realities?
Or maybe we're just in the middle of a goddamn alien dance competition and nobody told us.
Just then, a group of 5 different alien tribes emerged from behind the wall, each one decked out in bright neon colors and performing intricate dance moves.
Alien number 1. Greetings, competitors. Welcome to the Curried 5 Tribes of Best Buy, the most prestigious dance event in the galaxy.
Alien number 2. You have been chosen to represent your universe in our grand tournament. The rules are simple. Each tribe will perform a dance routine for our esteemed panel of judges.
Oh, this is just great. I gotta dance to save the multiverse now.
Hey, I've got a good feeling about this. We can do it.
As the competition began, the Smith family gave it their all on the dance floor, incorporating moves from their own culture and style.
Breathless. Holy crap, that was insane. My heart is racing.
Laughing, I never thought I'd be doing the robot in space. Or twerking for that matter.
Just as they thought they had clinched the win, a mysterious figure appeared from the shadows.
Sydney Sweeney, not so fast, losers. You might have won this backwater competition, but you have no idea what you're up against.
Rihanna, that's right. You think your little earthling moves are gonna cut it against the likes of us? We're the best dancers in the galaxy.
Oh, bring it on. Bad girl and umbrella lady. We got something they don't have.
What's that, Rick?
These sweet new dance moves I just picked up from the alternate dimension. Let's show 'em how it's done.
With newfound confidence in moves that no one had ever seen before, the Smith family took the stage once more and brought the house down.
Alien number 1. Incredible. These Earthlings have exceeded our expectations. They have truly earned their place as the champions of the Curried 5 Tribes.
Alien number 2. And as a reward, we will be sending you back to your reality with a lifetime supply of our famous yellow curry. Bon appetit.
As the Smith family returned home, belly full of curried goodness and hearts filled with pride, they knew that they had truly danced their way into the annals of interdimensional history.
Well, that was the most ridiculous thing we've ever done.
But it was worth it. We make a pretty good team on the dance floor.
Yeah, but let's never speak of this again.
Title: The Surprised Man and Plastic Spoons Conspiracy.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring the multiverse while Beth, who recently got into playing board games, is playing the Castles of Burgundy with Jerry. Suddenly, they receive a distress signal from a man with a surprised look on his face holding up 2 plastic spoons in the air while standing in front of a carnival ride.
Morty, we have a problem. We have a man who seems to be in distress and is holding 2 plastic spoons for some reason. This could mean interdimensional trouble.
Oh geez, Rick, we better investigate.
They arrive at the carnival and discover that the man was abducted by aliens who are obsessed with Earth's culture. They discovered Sam Malone, Cheers, and have been replicating humans and their cultures to showcase on their alien internet star channel. Meanwhile, Beth is having trouble with her newfound hobby, trying to join sci-fi fan groups but keeps getting rejected due to her lack of knowledge. She teams up with Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable, The Cosby Show, who offers his expertise in pop culture references. Back with Rick and Morty, they infiltrate the alien internet star channel, discovering that the aliens have replicated James Charles as their newest internet sensation. They confront the aliens, who challenge them to a game of the Castles of Burgundy to determine the fate of Earth's culture. Jerry, who happens to be an expert at the Castles of Burgundy, joins in and leads them to an improbable victory. The aliens admit defeat and return all the abducted humans to Earth, including the man with the plastic spoons who turned out to be a medieval reenactor. In the end, Beth has become part of the sci-fi fan group, but it turns out they were actually a cult worshipping plastic spoons.
I should have known better. But at least I learned something about human culture.
The episode ends with the gang sitting down to play the Castles of Burgundy once again, but this time they're joined by the man with the plastic spoons who turns out to be a master strategist. Who knew plastic spoons could be so lucky?
Yeah, who knew?
The end.
Title: The Raccoon's Musical Journey, an ethological analysis of music cognition and documentary screenings in urban wildlife.
Introduction.
In this episode, we follow the journey of a curious raccoon who is observing the city lights from a windowsill. During this unique anthropogenic experience, the raccoon hears a loud and captivating auditory stimuli, the Strokes music album, which leads to a cognitive exploration of learning and documentary screenings. This study employs an ethological analysis to evaluate music cognition, learning, and attitudes towards documentary screenings in urban wildlife.
Raccoon, senses heightened by the noisy yet soothing sounds of the piano, guitar, drums, and voice in the distance. I feel a curiosity to explore and learn more about this bewitching experience.
Researcher 1. As a classical conditioned response, the raccoon associates the auditory stimuli with the positive emotional experience it generates. This type of conditioning reinforces an approach behavior, which is reflected in the raccoon's efforts to stay close to the source of the music.
Researcher 2. This experience is an example of musical cognition, where animals like raccoons can discriminate and detect patterns, rhythms, and melodies in complex sounds. This ability to recognize musical structures suggests that musical cognition is not unique to humans and can be observed in other animals.
Raccoon, after some time, the music fades, and I notice a group of human animals sitting in front of what appears to be a screen showing images and videos. Curious about this new visual stimuli, I approach to take a closer look.
Researcher 1. The raccoon shows a clear interest in the documentary screenings. This animal's behavior suggests that wildlife can be engaged and interested in anthropogenic movements, particularly audiovisual stimuli.
Researcher 2. This experience of animals interacting with urban activities invites us to think about the coexistence of human and non-human animals in urban spaces and the potential implications this can have on animal behavior and well-being.
Conclusion.
Overall, this study showcases the potential for music and documentary screenings to stimulate cognitive exploration and interest in urban wildlife. At the same time, it raises important ethical considerations about the treatment of animals in urban spaces and the role that human activities have on non-human animals' behavior and experience.
Further studies on this subject can help us better understand the relationship between humans and urban wildlife and guide the development of more equitable and sustainable urban spaces for animals.
Title: Cosmic Chaos, the Shakira Stargazing Saga.
Synopsis.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo is joined by Beth to conduct an astronomically epic adventure. The night sky features a large telescope in the center, with the Milky Way in clear view. The team is determined to capture a sighting of Shakira, the star of their hearts.
Alright, listen up you two. We have a mission tonight. We're gonna find Shakira. She's been hiding from us for too long.
Shakira? You mean that singer with the hips?
I don't think that's the Shakira he's talking about, Morty.
Of course not, Beth. We're talking about a celestial object. A star that moves so fast, it's like watching a live Shakira concert.
Oh, okay. So how are we gonna find her?
This baby right here holds up a high-tech telescope. This little guy can see through anything and everything. We just gotta find the star that's moving the fastest.
But wouldn't that be impossible? There are so many stars out there.
Nothing's impossible, Beth. We just gotta have faith in science. And in Shakira. Now let's do this.
As the trio begins their search, they encounter some unexpected challenges. They come across a group of aliens who claim to have seen Shakira first. After a silly dance-off to Shakira's hit song, Hips Don't Lie, they realize the aliens were actually referring to a different star that just happened to resemble the singer.
Oh man, we got played by extraterrestrial beings.
It's all in good fun, Morty. Plus, it's not like we're not used to being played around with in space.
Just as they're about to call it a night and head back to Earth, they finally spot Shakira. But their excitement is short-lived as they realize the star is actually a small meteor shower heading straight for them.
Rick, Morty, we need to get out of here.
No worries, Beth. Just stay calm and follow my lead.
In classic Rick fashion, he whips up a makeshift spaceship out of the telescope's parts and blasts them away to safety.
What was that, Rick? That was insane.
Just another day in the life of a space adventurer, Morty. Now, let's go home and watch some Shakira music videos.
As the episode ends, our trio returns home, basking in their success and newfound appreciation for Shakira's celestial beauty.
Title: The Legolas Experiment.
The Rick and Morty episode begins with a classic duo in a large field with a few trees in it and mountains in the background with a blue sky in the background. Rick and Morty are collecting some rare plants for a new experiment. Suddenly, they see a strange figure approaching them.
Rick, who's that walking towards us? He looks like an elf.
Sarcastic. Oh wow, Morty, good observation. Yes, that's Legolas, the elf from Lord of the Rings.
Legolas, greetings, fellow travelers. I have come from Ethiopia to seek your help in an experiment.
Out of nowhere. Hey! What am I doing here?
Jerry, shut up and listen. Legolas needs our scientific expertise to help him create a potion that will grant him immortality.
Oh boy, we're gonna turn an elf into an immortal. This can't end well.
Legolas leads them on a journey to find the rare ingredient needed for the potion. Along the way, they encounter a tribe of goat people who refuse to let them pass.
Whispers to Morty, watch this, Morty. I'm going to raise the goat's intelligence level.
Rick pulls out his intelligence ray gun and shoots the herd. Suddenly, the goat people become smarter and start speaking English.
Good person, thank you, kind sir. We no longer wish to stop you from passing.
They finally find the rare ingredient and begin to create the potion. However, they realize they need to add a final ingredient in order to make it work: unicorn tears. Excitedly, ooh, I know where to find unicorns. The group goes on a wild goose chase to find unicorns. They finally succeed, but not without causing chaos in the unicorn community. As they add the unicorn tears to the potion, Legolas begins to drink it.
Legolas, concerned, why isn't it working?
Condescendingly. Oh, Legolas, you didn't think immortality would be that easy, did you? You should have read the fine print.
Legolas, realization, oh no, what have I done?
Suddenly, Legolas begins to grow uncontrollably, turning into a giant elf monster.
Freaking out, Rick, what do we do?
Sarcastically. Oh, don't worry, Morty. I'm sure Legolas will just float away like a balloon.
The episode ends with the giant elf monster floating away and Rick, Morty, and Jerry laughing as they walk off into the sunset.
Scientific conclusion. The Legolas experiment resulted in the creation of an immortality potion that had unexpected side effects, causing Legolas to turn into a giant elf monster. Future experiments should be conducted with caution.
Title: The Cesium Play-Doh Conundrum.
Act 1.
Rick, what's going on with this weird setup? It looks like a science fair project gone wrong.
Actually, it's a time displacement experiment. I added Play-Doh to the mix for some color. Now if I could just find my cesium.
Isn't cesium radioactive, Rick? Shouldn't we be handling it with caution?
Morty, you worry too much. It's just a little cesium. What could go wrong?
Act 2.
Hey, what's that blue circle in the background of the experiment? Does it have any significance?
Actually, that's just a marker for comparison. It's the same size as the red circle around the objects. Now let me just add the cesium.
Rick, what's going on with the Play-Doh? It's starting to ooze off the table.
Just a minor chemical reaction. Nothing to worry about. Now if I could just add this cesium.
Act 3.
Rick, what's happening? The Play-Doh, it's moving on its own.
Oh, looks like the cesium triggered an animated reaction with the Play-Doh. Hold on tight, everyone. This could get bumpy.
Rick, what did you do? The objects on the table are now alive and have formed some kind of Play-Doh society.
Act 4.
This is crazy. The objects are reenacting scenes from Dr. Stone and speaking in strange tongues.
Rick, we have to stop this. We can't let this Play-Doh civilization take over the world.
Relax, Jerry. It's just a temporary upheaval in the space-time continuum. Now if I could just reverse the reaction with some anti-cesium.
Epilogue.
Rick, you have some explaining to do. What exactly did you do with that time displacement experiment?
Well, I may have accidentally turned the objects on the table into a sentient Play-Doh civilization. But to be fair, they did put on quite a show.
That was insane, Rick. But I have to admit, it was pretty cool.
Can we do it again? But this time with some glitter?
No more experiments, Rick. I need to go lie down.
Title: Rick and Exoplanet Colonization, a ghost-infested skyscraper and alien cooking contest.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty arriving on a futuristic planet. Morty stands in awe of the impressive skyscraper in the center of the city, but Rick comments on its poor construction and the impending disaster. The duo decides to investigate further, discovering that the skyscraper is haunted by ghost aliens that are causing havoc in the small world. Morty suggests they participate in an alien cooking contest to get a closer look at the skyscraper, and they enter using Rick's alien cooking skills. They quickly become the underdogs in the contest as they face off against top chefs from different planets. Meanwhile, Rick realizes that the skyscraper's top floor is emitting a bright light that is actually a signal for an alien invasion. Morty and Rick learn of the impending doom for the planet and juggle cooking and saving the city. The twist in the story takes place when Richard Dawkins, who is in the competition, unveils his secret ingredient of ghost pepper to Morty and Rick's surprise. Morty is terrified by the spicy taste and, during the presentation, ends up accidentally unleashing a barrage of spicy ingredients that weaken the ghost aliens. In the end, Morty and Rick triumph over the alien ghosts and save the futuristic city from destruction. The episode ends with Rick receiving a secret ingredient from Richard Dawkins and bragging to Morty about his cooking skills.
Morty, you're like a bad pair of shoes. I don't like that you're here, but I can't get rid of you.
Aw, thanks, Rick.
Richard Dawkins. Well. Looks like the competition is heating up.
Yeah, like your damn ghost peppers.
Oh God, my mouth is on fire. Title: The Molecular Misadventures of Rick and Musk's Mind Meld.
Opening shot of the poster of a man with a thought bubble above his head is seen as Rick and Morty enter the living room.
Morty, we have to activate the neural disruptor to save the universe.
What? We just got back from an adventure.
Jerry walks in, overhearing the conversation. Hey, what are you guys talking about?
It's none of your business, Jerry.
Come on, Rick. You can trust me.
Fine. We have to use the disruptor to stop Elon Musk from mind melding with everyone on Earth.
Elon Musk? That guy's a genius. Beth enters the room and hears the conversation.
Rick, what's this about Elon Musk?
He's trying to connect everyone with his mind meld. We have to stop him.
How are we going to do that?
We have to find his source of power. I heard he's been experimenting with fallopian tubes.
Scratch his head. What do fallopian tubes have to do with anything?
Sarcastically, they're just the secret to life, Jerry.
The scene cuts to the lab where Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are all wearing lab coats. Rick is holding a test tube.
This should do it. This is the key to stopping Musk's mind meld.
Excitedly, what is it? What's going to happen?
Smirking. Let's just say that fingers will never be the same.
The group heads to SpaceX headquarters and locate Musk's office.
Elon Musk, what are you guys doing here?
We're here to stop your mind meld, Musk.
Musk, you can't stop it. It's already spreading.
The group surrounds Musk, and Rick pulls out the test tube.
Oh yeah, what about this?
He splashes the liquid in the test tube onto Musk's face.
Musk, screaming, my fingers. What did you do to my fingers?
The group watches in amusement as Musk writhes in pain, holding his fingers as if they are on fire. Gossip Monger, a notorious tabloid journalist, enters the room.
Gossip Monger. Oh my God, what's happening here?
Smirking. It's called Molecular Misadventures.
The scene ends with Musk still screaming in agony and Gossip Monger snapping photos frantically.
Title: Toothbrush Therapy.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are in the garage when a man with a toothbrush in his mouth walks in. He sits on a bench with a smile on his face and greets them. Man, good evening, I am Dr. Gums, and I have discovered an extraordinary way to treat dental phobia.
Dental phobia? That's pathetic.
Dr. Gums, not anymore. I have developed a therapy that involves firing a laser gun at the patient's mouth while they hold a toothbrush.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, that sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Dr. Gums, nonsense. It's perfectly safe. and I need your help to test it out.
Why don't you test it out on yourself, Dr. Gums?
Dr. Gums chuckles, oh, I have. And it was an enlightening experience. But I need to see if it works on other people.
Thought. The gang agrees to help Dr. Gums test out his therapy. They set up a makeshift dentist's office in the garage. Morty goes first and holds the toothbrush in his mouth while Dr. Gums fires the laser gun. Morty screams in pain, but Dr. Gums insists it's just a minor discomfort. Summer tries next and has a panic attack when the laser gun hits a nerve.
Dr. Gums, it seems like we need to make some adjustments.
Rick, Morty, and Summer leave the garage, but they start to feel weird. They realize that the laser gun had some side effects and they begin to hallucinate. They see Tobuscus walking towards them, looking zombie-like and menacing.
Oh, great. We're tripping balls.
And Tobuscus is coming to kill us.
This is not good.
The trio tries to run, but they end up in a chase with Tobuscus. They duck behind a dumpster and Rick pulls out a chopstick.
Alright, let's take this guy down.
What are you gonna do with that?
Smirks. Trust me.
Rick charges at Tobuscus and stabs him in the gut with the chopstick. Tobuscus falls to the ground and dissolves into a pile of goo.
Ah, chop that, bitch.
Epilogue.
The trio stumbles back into the garage, in a daze from their hallucinations. Dr. Gums looks at them in surprise.
Dr. Gums, how did it go? Did you have any adverse effects?
Laughs. You could say that.
Yeah, we had to fight Tobuscus with a chopstick.
Dr. Gums, perplexed, Tobuscus? Who's that?
Never mind, can we go home now? We need to process this.
Dr. Gums nods and thanks them for their help. The gang leaves the garage, still feeling the effects of the therapy. As they walk home, they all realize they have the sudden urge to brush their teeth. End scene.
Title: The Monochrome Misadventure of Rick and the Gang.
Synopsis.
Utilizing a black and white photo of a city skyline as a backdrop, Rick encourages Jerry and Morty to join him on a wild ride through time and space. Rick's latest invention, a time travel bus, becomes the vehicle through which the group embarks on a grand adventure filled with humor and hijinks.
1. Well, boys. Witness the monochromatic wonder of what world was like before the advent of color television. Let's take a stroll down memory lane, shall we?
2. Oh, Rick, are you sure this is safe? We're not supposed to mess with time, remember?
3. I don't know if I'm comfortable with this. I have a wife and kids too. 4. Rick interrupts Jerry. Listen, Jerry, we're not going back that far. Just a little bit, I promise it won't affect the future. 5. Okay, I don't know how this works, but I'm in. 6. They get into the time-traveling bus.
7. Whoa, this is like a DeLorean, but a bus.
8. Rick starts the bus and they whisk off into time. 9. As they travel through different eras, they encounter various Title: The Experimental Jokes of Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty are conducting an experiment to determine the optimal level of humor for a teenage audience. They start the episode with a comedy cabaret, where they use Jintoki Sakata's humorous tactics to gauge the audience's laughter levels.
Let's evaluate the audience's brainwaves in response to Jintoki's humor.
Sure thing, Rick. We should observe the P300 amplitude of their cortical activities.
As the comedy show progresses, Rick and Morty introduce their own jokes, intended to be the funniest jokes in the universe. However, things soon take a turn when their experimental subjects begin to choke on their laughter.
Rick, their throat signals are indicative of a respiratory distress.
Don't worry, Morty. I've modified the pilot stage of our experiment to include a cough suppressant.
Their modified pilot stage includes a vampire fitness instructor, who is meant to provide physical resuscitation techniques.
Vampire fitness instructor, just breathe deeply, guys. Come on, inhale the oxygen. Exhale the carbon dioxide.
The audience members gradually recover and begin to laugh hysterically once again, but Rick and Morty seem to have induced a temporary mental illness in some of their subjects.
Looks like we've surpassed our target comedy level, Morty. The humor was just too good. It drove some of them insane.
We're gonna get sued for this, aren't we, Rick?
In the end, Rick and Morty learn that moderation is key, and that too much laughter can sometimes have serious consequences. They end the episode by performing their craziest joke yet, one they guarantee will generate the highest levels of laughter, only to have the episode cut out abruptly, suggesting their ultimate experiment to push an audience to their limits has failed.
Guess we'll have to try this experiment on a different universe, Morty.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
Title: The Rick Talk Revolution and Morty's Death.
Synopsis. In this episode, we explore the effects of the recent viral sensation RickTalk, which has taken the world by storm. Rick builds a device that converts RickTalk dancing into energy, and the two decide to test it out in the middle of a field, against a sky background with stars in the background. Morty, being the loyal sidekick that he is, joins in the fun. However, things take a turn for the worse when the device malfunctions and Morty appears to die.
Rick, Morty, my device will revolutionize the world. Just imagine, we'll never have to worry about running out of energy again.
Morty. Great, Rick. But how exactly does it work?
Rick, it's simple, Morty. All we have to do is dance the RickTalk, and the device will convert the kinetic energy into a usable form. Watch this.
Rick and Morty start doing the RickTalk dance.
Jerry, hey, what are you kids doing out here in the middle of nowhere?
Rick, Jerry, my boy, you're just in time. We're testing out my new device that converts RickTalk dancing into energy.
Jerry, oh, cool. Can I try?
Rick, sure, Jerry. But be careful, this thing is experimental.
Jerry starts dancing the RickTalk.
Rick, yes, it's working.
Morty. Rick? I don't feel so good.
Rick, what? Morty, what's wrong?
Morty, I think I'm dying.
Rick, no, this can't be happening. Jerry, did you add anything to the device?
Jerry, no, why?
Rick checks the device.
Rick, arsenic. Jerry, you idiot, you drank arsenic.
Jerry, what? No, I didn't.
Rick checks Jerry's breath.
Rick, the device converted your breath and the arsenic into energy. Morty absorbed too much and his heart stopped.
Morty, am I dead?
Rick, no, Morty, you're not dead. But you were close. I'll have to recalibrate the device to filter for toxins. And Jerry, don't drink arsenic again.
Jerry, sorry, Rick. I didn't know it was in my breath.
Morty, geez, Rick, that was scary. Can we just stick to regular energy sources next time?
Rick, where's the fun in that? But I suppose we can't have you dying on me every other episode.
End of episode.
Title: The Discombobulating Discombobulator.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick has invented a new discombobulator that can scramble brains and reality itself. However, when the discombobulator accidentally gets activated, chaos ensues.
Act 1.
Morty, I've done it. I've created the ultimate discombobulator.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea?
Of course it is, Morty. I'm a genius. Watch this.
Rick activates the discombobulator, causing the entire room to melt into a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. What the hell is going on here?
Rick, why did you have to do this now? We have company.
Enter Kate Winslet.
Kate Winslet. Hello, everyone. I'm here to discuss my new role in the upcoming film.
Dude, you're in the wrong movie. This is Rick and Morty, not Titanic.
Act 2.
Enough with the chit-chat. Let's see what this baby can really do.
Rick aims the discombobulator at Kate Winslet, causing her to turn into a giant cartoon cat.
Kate Winslet, meow?
Meanwhile, the discombobulator also causes the entire city of Sydney to shift into a surreal dreamscape.
Rick, what have you done?
I don't know what's real anymore.
This is like that time we got stuck in the simulation.
Can we please just get this over with? I have a date tonight.
Enter a man with a purse and a black and white dress on his face.
Man with dress. Hello, everyone. I'm from the dimension of fashionable time travelers. We've been monitoring your discombobulator and have come to say, well done.
Finally, someone who appreciates my genius.
Act 3.
The man with dress reveals himself to be an evil villain who wants to use the discombobulator for his own nefarious purposes.
I won't let you get away with this.
Man with dress. You underestimate my power.
The two engage in a high-octane action sequence, complete with explosions and one-liners. I can't believe I'm actually enjoying this.
Rick, watch out.
Morty manages to grab hold of the discombobulator and deactivate it, restoring everything to normal.
Kate Winslet, what just happened?
Man with dress. Curses. I'll get you next time, Rick Sanchez.
Yeah, whatever. Let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Epilogue.
Morty is seen picking up the pieces of the discombobulator.
You know, Rick, maybe we should just stick to regular adventures from now on.
Don't be such a buzzkill, Morty. That discombobulator was just a warm-up. I've got something even better in store.
End credits roll as a catchy pop song plays.
Title: The Palladium Predicament. Misunderstandings in a foreign country on late-night talk shows.
The following episode is a study in cultural misunderstandings, featuring the acclaimed actor Chris Hemsworth, as well as amusing plays and situational comedy. The opening scene features a man in a suit, seated at a table, with a bottle of water in front of him, and a picture of himself in a suit behind him. This establishes the setting as a late-night talk show. The man is introduced as the host, James Corden. Corden interviews his guest, Chris Hemsworth. Hemsworth regales the audience with hilarious anecdotes from his travels in a foreign country, punctuated by cultural misunderstandings. The plot thickens when Corden decides to up the ante by having Hemsworth act in a series of comedic plays based on his experiences. However, due to an unfortunate translation error, the plays take on a different, more absurd meaning. This leads to a series of hilarious misunderstandings, with Hemsworth unwittingly acting out ridiculous scenarios, to the delight of the audience. As the episode progresses, the audience becomes more invested in Hemsworth's predicaments, with Corden egging him on, creating a feedback loop of comedic inspiration. The climax of the episode occurs when Hemsworth is asked to perform an elaborate dance routine, which he takes in stride, displaying his athleticism and comedic timing. The episode concludes with the cast and crew taking their final bows, the audience left delighted by their antics. Overall, the Palladium Predicament showcases the power of humor in cross-cultural communication and the importance of a good translator.
Title: A monstrous encounter at Poison Adventureland.
Abstract. In this episode, a team consisting of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer travel to Poison Adventureland to encounter a monstrous creature. A man in a white coat joins them to conduct a scientific experiment on the creature. The team navigates through dangerous terrains and faces multiple obstacles to reach their destination. The episode demonstrates the unpredictable nature of the universe and highlights the importance of scientific inquiry.
Scene 1.
Morty, we're going on an adventure.
Oh geez, where are we going this time, Rick?
We're going to Poison Adventureland to find a giant poisonous monster for scientist man over there to experiment on.
I'm not sure about this. It sounds dangerous.
Whatever, count me in.
Scene 2.
The team marches through harsh terrains of Poison Adventureland, battling mutated creatures and dodging deadly obstacles. Can we take a break? I'm exhausted.
Shut up, Jerry. The monster is near, and we can't waste any time.
Guys, look over there. Points at the monstrous creature in the distance.
Scene 3.
Scientist man in white coat joins the team to conduct an experiment on the creature.
Scientist man, thank you for bringing me here. I'm excited to conduct my research on this creature.
Yeah. Just don't let it eat us or whatever. Scene 4.
As the experiment commences, the creature breaks free and begins attacking the team.
Oh my god, what do we do?
We have to distract it.
Hey, look over here, you big ugly monster.
Scene 5.
The team eventually defeats the creature with a series of witty jokes and ridiculous stunts.
Well, that was an interesting adventure.
Scientist man, yes, my research will be groundbreaking thanks to you.
I hope we never have to do something like this again.
Same here, Summer. Same here.
Can we at least go home now?
Oops, fine, let's go. Title: Quantum Zombieland.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, Summer.
Reading: Keen.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth and Summer are transported to a parallel universe where Morty's favorite cartoon character, Quantum Cat, is being attacked by a horde of zombies. The universe is represented by the green background in the poster that Morty has in his room. Rick, who is Chinese and drunk, offers to help save Quantum Cat from the zombies.
Act 1.
Wow, guys! It's my birthday and I got this awesome poster of Quantum Cat fighting zombies.
You kids and your cartoons, always so basic.
Come on, Rick. It's Morty's birthday. Let him enjoy it.
Yeah, don't be such a buzzkill, Dad.
I mean, you're not exactly the pinnacle of advanced intellect either, Grandpa Rick.
Act 2.
In a drunken stupor, Rick accidentally creates a portal to the Quantum Zombieland universe and the gang finds themselves in the middle of a zombie apocalypse.
Oh no! Quantum Cat needs our help.
Fine. But if we die, it's all on you, Morty.
I don't like the look of those zombies, guys.
Well, we have to protect Morty's favorite childhood hero.
I mean, it's just a cartoon, but okay.
Act 3.
As they fight their way through hordes of zombies, they come across a lab where they find out that the creator of Quantum Cat has been experimenting with a virus and accidentally caused the zombie outbreak.
Well, looks like we have a mad scientist on our hands. Let's take them down.
But we should find a cure for the zombies first.
Yeah, gotta be responsible about this.
And then we can get back to our normal lives.
Act 4.
After a chaotic battle, the gang saves Quantum Cat, finds the cure for the zombie virus, and manages to return to their own universe.
Wow, that was the craziest birthday ever.
Yeah, don't get too excited, Morty. We have to clean up the mess we made.
Thanks for saving us, Dad.
And I'm sorry I suggested we watch the Quantum Cat movie, guys.
I mean, it was all for Morty, right?
Epilogue.
As they clean up the zombie mess, Rick creates a new serum that makes them all immune to future viruses and zombie outbreaks.
Morty silently thanks everyone for making his birthday special, even Grandpa Rick.
They all sit down to watch the Quantum Cat movie, but Rick falls asleep halfway through.
Title: The Buffet of Hazardous Cuisine.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry and Summer venture out to explore a mysterious neon world in a cartoon game. As they stumble upon a rundown restaurant, they are met by the shady owner who offers them an all-you-can-eat buffet at a suspiciously low price.
Something tells me this isn't going to end well.
But Rick, imagine all the cool stuff we could eat.
I don't know, guys. This place looks pretty sketchy.
Ugh, I'm not eating anything that's expired or rotten.
As they start to dig in, they soon realize that the food is not what it seems. The rusty nail cocktail causes hallucinations, the rotten food gives them food poisoning, and the broken glass is just plain dangerous.
Rick, my stomach is killing me.
I think I just swallowed a piece of glass.
Why did we even come here?
Relax, kids. This is all part of the interdimensional experience.
As chaos ensues, the group must find a way to escape the hazardous cuisine and make it out alive.
Quick, everyone grab a neon carrot and let's make a run for it.
I never want to eat again.
Can we please go back to our reality now?
I can't believe I actually thought this was a good idea.
In the end, the group learns a valuable lesson about the consequences of indulging in cheap and questionable food, and they vow to stick to Rick's interdimensional cuisine from now on.
Title: Jokes, Organs in Japan.
Opening scene.
Rick is sitting in front of the TV watching a stand-up comedy special. The joke on the screen reads, "Jalpa," and Rick bursts out laughing, clutching his stomach. Morty walks in and asks Rick what he's laughing at, but Rick just dismisses him and continues watching.
Hey, Rick, I was thinking we could go to Japan.
Japan? Why would we go there? I don't even like sushi.
Come on, Rick, it's an adventure.
Fine, Morty, but I warn you, I'm not feeling too good.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty arrive in Japan, and Rick's internal organs begin to fail. But being the stubborn scientist he is, he refuses to admit anything is wrong. Morty drags him around Tokyo, trying to explore the city, but Rick keeps making sarcastic comments.
Wow, Rick, look at that temple. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I've seen better CGI in my simulations.
Come on, Rick, can't you just enjoy the moment?
I'll enjoy the moment when my liver isn't on the verge of exploding.
Scene 3.
As they continue exploring, Rick and Morty stumble upon a comedy club. Morty begs Rick to let them go in and watch the show, but Rick resists, saying he's not in the mood for jokes.
Come on, Rick, you love comedy. Remember that time we watched Carrot Top for 3 hours straight?
Don't remind me. Fine, let's go in, but if I don't like the jokes, we're leaving. Scene 4.
The comedy club turns out to be filled with raunchy, adult humor, and Rick can't stop laughing. Morty, on the other hand, is shocked and horrified by the jokes. Comedian. What's the difference between a snowman and a snowwoman?
Audience. What?
Comedian. Snowballs.
Laughing uncontrollably. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Shocked. I can't believe you find this funny, Rick. It's so crude.
Scene 5.
As they leave the comedy club, Rick starts to feel worse than ever. Morty is worried, but Rick just brushes him off, insisting that he's fine.
Rick, you have to admit it. You're not feeling good.
But, are you a doctor now, Morty? I'm fine.
Rick, please, let's go to the hospital.
No way, Morty. I refuse to be probed by some Japanese doctor.
Scene 6.
As they argue, Rick passes out in the street. Morty rushes him to the hospital, where Rick is diagnosed with acute liver failure. Morty is beside himself with worry, but Rick just lays in the hospital bed, making sarcastic jokes about the nurses.
Hey, Morty, what do you call a cow that's just given birth?
What, Rick?
A calf I nated.
Sighing, you're impossible, Rick.
Scene 7.
After a few days in the hospital, Rick's liver finally recovers, and he and Morty return to the US. Morty reflects on the trip, still baffled by Rick's love for crude jokes.
I just don't get it, Rick. How can you find those jokes funny?
It's simple, Morty. Laughter is the best medicine, even for failing organs.
The end.
Title: A Subatomic Burger and Wine Crisis.
Synopsis. This episode follows the interdimensional misadventures of Rick and Morty as they grapple with the scientific complexities of a burger and wine crisis.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry are sitting at a table, each with a bottle of wine. Beth is on the phone, frantically trying to figure out how to pay off a debt owed to Summer.
Morty, pass me that subatomic burger. I want to run some experiments on it.
Morty hesitates for a moment, looking sad.
Rick, are you sure you want to do that? You just choked on a bagel.
Rick dismisses Morty's concerns and proceeds to experiment on the burger, using a series of high-tech scientific instruments.
Interesting. It seems that this burger is made up of subatomic particles that are destabilizing. And these bottles of wine are only exacerbating the problem.
Jerry interjects, taking another swig of wine. Hey, don't blame the wine. I've only had 13 bottles. Rick rolls his eyes and turns back to the burger.
We need to contain the subatomic particles before they cause a chain reaction that could destroy the universe as we know it.
Morty looks worried.
What can we do, Rick? We don't have the technology for that kind of containment.
Nonsense. We're interdimensional travelers. We can find the technology we need.
Middle scene.
Rick and Morty set off on a series of interdimensional adventures, searching for the technology to contain the burger and wine crisis. Along the way, they encounter a variety of strange alien creatures and futuristic technologies.
This isn't going to be easy, Morty. We're going to need to use our brains and our brawn.
And our zany sense of humor, right, Rick?
Of course, Morty. That goes without saying.
As they travel further and further into the multiverse, they come across a race of hyper-intelligent alien beings who have created a device capable of containing the subatomic particles.
Rick and jackpot.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty make their way back to Earth, triumphant. They use the device to contain the subatomic burger and wine crisis, much to the relief of Beth, Summer, and Jerry.
Thank goodness. I don't know what we would have done without you guys.
Don't mention it, Beth. It's all in a day's work for the smartest man in the universe.
Hey, can I get another bottle of wine? Morty rolls his eyes.
Oh, Jerry, When will you learn?
Rick laughs.
Never, Morty, never. Title: Neurotranscendentalism, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Opening shot of a cartoon character sitting in front of a computer screen with a skull on its head and a brain behind him.
Morty, wake up. It's 4 a.m. Time for monkey brains.
Morty wakes up groggily and follows Rick to the kitchen.
Opening the fridge. Jerry ate all the monkey brains.
Disappointed. Aw geez, Rick. What are we gonna do now?
Picks up a bottle of blue liquid from the fridge. Don't worry, Morty. I got us something even better. It's a new serum I invented that's gonna blow your mind.
Skeptical? I don't know, Rick. The last time you said that, I ended up in a different dimension.
Rolling his eyes. Come on, Morty. Trust me, this is gonna be a life-changing experience.
Cut to Jerry in his room, feeling sick and regretful. Holding his stomach. Why did I eat all those monkey brains? Now I feel like crap. Suddenly, he hears a voice in his head.
Voice, mysterious. You have consumed the neurotranscendental serum. You are now part of the experiment.
Freaking out. What experiment? Who's there? Back in the kitchen, Rick and Morty are drinking the serum. Suddenly, everything becomes surreal.
Wide-eyed. Whoa, Rick. I feel like I'm floating in space.
Smiling. That's the point, Morty. You're transcending beyond reality.
They both start giggling uncontrollably. Cut to a montage of Rick and Morty doing absurd, trippy things, such as riding an elephant through a wormhole, playing chess with a giant octopus, and eating pizza on the moon. Suddenly, they hear Jerry's voice in their heads. Distressed. Rick. Morty. Help me. I'm stuck in a psychedelic nightmare.
Annoyed. Oh, great. He's tripping balls too.
They find Jerry in his room, experiencing a bad trip. Begging. Please, Rick. Make it stop.
Smirking. Sorry, Jerry. You're in this for the long haul.
The trio then embark on a wild journey through Jerry's mind, encountering bizarre creatures and psychedelic landscapes. At one point, they come across a giant talking penis. Penis. Cheerful. Look, guys. I'm a dick.
Groaning. Oh man, I don't want to deal with this.
Laughing. Too bad, Morty. We gotta stimulate every part of Jerry's brain to free him from this trip.
Finally, they reach the source of Jerry's bad trip, a repressed memory of his mother criticizing him. Rick helps Jerry confront and overcome his fear, and he snaps out of his trip.
Grateful. Oh, thank you, Rick. You saved me.
Smugly. Yeah. Don't mention it.
Dazed. Whoa, that was intense.
Handing him another bottle of serum. Here, Morty. You earned it.
Sipping the serum. Aw geez, Rick. What's gonna happen this time?
Shrugging. Who knows, Morty? That's the beauty of science.
The episode ends with a shot of the trio sitting on the couch, their minds blown by the experience.
Title: The Acidic Prankster.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty tinkering in Rick's lab, where Rick shows off his new invention, neon signs that can be implanted on one's head.
Meanwhile, Jerry comes over to the lab asking for help with his daily aches.
As a harmless prank, Rick changes Jerry's blood to acid using his latest invention. Morty laughs as he thinks it's the funniest thing ever, but Beth is horrified.
I call it the neon sign head implant. It's the next big thing in fashion and technology.
Whoa, that looks sick. Rick, can you implant one on me?
Hey, Rick, can you help me with my joint pains? I can hardly move.
Sure thing, Jerry. Just need a sample of your blood.
Jerry unknowingly gives his blood to Rick.
Now, let's see what this bad boy can do.
Rick injects the acidic blood back into Jerry. Aw, what did you do to me, Rick?
Oh my god, Rick, that's hilarious. Jerry's blood is acid.
What the hell, Dad? That's not funny. How are you going to fix this?
Relax, it's just a harmless prank. Jerry will be back to normal in a couple of hours.
Jerry starts melting through the floor. Ah! Help me, I'm melting.
Ha ha ha, this is the best prank ever.
Rick, you're going to fix this right now, or I'm calling the police.
Rick scrambles to find an antidote while Morty continues to laugh uncontrollably.
Okay, I found the antidote. Everyone calm down.
Beth injects the antidote into Jerry and he turns back to normal. Phew, that was a close one. Thanks, Beth.
Don't thank me, thank your father for his brilliant prank.
Rick chuckles as the family looks at him in disbelief.
What can I say? I'm a prankster at heart.
Morty high-fives Rick as the episode ends.
Title: Dead Relations in a Multiverse.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth.
Synopsis: in the wake of a mind-bending interdimensional brunch, Rick and Morty find themselves in an immense debt of 12 quindecillion shekels to the notorious NASCAR organization. Morty, infuriated by Rick's brash spending habits, seeks to rectify their fiscal crisis through a multifaceted solution involving the multiverse.
Scene 1.
Morty, I'm telling you buddy, NASCAR is a piece of cake. We just need to win a couple of races and we'll pay them off in no time.
Really, Rick? Can you just for once not think with your proton accelerator beam, and ponder the fact that we don't know how the hell to race?
Scene 2.
Rick, I swear to God. You are not dragging me into another madcap scheme. We've got mortgage payments to make.
Yeah, come on Rick. Maybe this time we can just sell some of your fancy gadgets and pay off the debt.
Oh, you guys are such hang-ups. Fine, we'll try to sell some stuff. But just to prove a point, I'm going to bring out my own invention. The Morty Nest gun.
What? What's that?
SSH Morty, just let me explain.
Scene 3.
As Rick demonstrates the workings of the Morty Nest gun, Morty's anger gets the best of him and he inadvertently zaps all of their devices into a dizzying spiral through multiple universes. Now they must track down and retrieve their lost gear by traversing through countless dimensions.
God damn it, Rick! Look what you've done!
Calm down, Morty. It's just a dimension-splitting device.
I think we're getting too old for this. Maybe we should just retire in this dimension.
Oh, shut up, Jerry. We're getting our stuff back. Nobody messes with the Smith family.
Scene 4.
Amidst their interdimensional scavenger hunt, the group runs into a universe where everything is exactly the same, except for the fact that everyone is a hologram. In this universe, they are taken prisoner for being the only beings made of flesh and blood.
Now let me explain holographic entropy to you.
Hologram cop, save it old man. You're all coming with us.
This is messed up. I don't want to spend the rest of my life as a hologram.
Scene 5.
After a series of events that involve a planet of giant caterpillars, a dimension where animals control the planet, and a parallel universe where their counterparts are in worse debt than they are, the group ultimately makes their way back to their own universe. With their gear retrieved, they finally confront their debt to NASCAR and settle the score.
Told you it wasn't so hard.
I get it, Rick. But let's try not to destroy the multiverse every time we have a debt to pay.
And let's sell some of your crap so we can pay off the mortgage.
Yeah, and can we please retire in peace already? End of episode.
Title: The Elephant Experimentation Conundrum. Morty, wake up, we gotta run some experiments.
Yawning. What kind of experiments, Rick?
Grinning. Oh, you know, the fun kind. Pulls out a remote.
Scene switches to the living room where there is a large elephant.
Holy crap, Rick! Where did you get an elephant?
Sarcastically. Oh, you know, just a little thing called science. Pushes a button on the remote.
The elephant starts rampaging through the house.
Panicking. Rick, what are you doing? The elephant is destroying everything.
Calmly. Relax, Morty. It's all part of my experiment.
In the background, hey guys, what's going on? Gets flung 46,870 feet out of the window.
Ignoring Jerry's sudden departure. You see, Morty, I wanted to test the effects of an elephant's psyche in an unnaturally confined space. Takes out a clipboard.
Alarmed. That's not ethical, Rick.
Smiling. Who said anything about ethics, Morty? Besides, if we don't test this now, how will we know for sure in the future?
Scene switches to the rooftop where both Rick and Morty are watching the elephant destroy the house.
Sighing. You know, Morty, science can be a cruel mistress.
Blinked rapidly in confusion. What?
Grinning. Never mind, Morty. Let's just watch the elephant do its thing.
The episode ends with a voiceover from Rick.
In his usual monotone voice. This has been yet another successful experiment. Tune in next time, where we'll be testing the limits of the human spirit by locking Jerry in a room with nothing but a single potato chip. Title: The Schizophrenic Universe.
Synopsis: The episode begins with Rick examining a strange anomaly in the fabric of the universe, causing Jerry to become depressed and Morty to become furious. As they travel through various dimensions, they encounter alternate versions of themselves with different facial expressions, leading them to question the nature of reality and their own perceptions.
We've got a real doozy here, folks. This anomaly is messing with the laws of physics and psychology. It's like the universe has split into two.
Great. Just what I needed, more existential dread.
I can't believe this is happening. I'm so angry I could.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got a plan that'll blow your mind. Literally.
As they venture through the multiverse, they discover versions of themselves with radically different emotions and personalities. They encounter a version of Jerry who is constantly laughing, a Morty who is always afraid, and even a Rick who only speaks in rhyming verse. This is insane. How can there be so many versions of us?
And why do they all have different expressions on their faces?
It's a classic case of schizophrenia, Morty. The universe is having an identity crisis, and it's affecting everything within it.
Eventually, they reach the source of the anomaly, a giant creature known as the Schizo Beast, which exists in a state of constant emotional turmoil. After a chaotic battle, they manage to calm the beast and restore balance to the universe, only to find that they have merged with alternate versions of themselves. Jerry now has a permanent smile on his face, while Morty is permanently enraged.
I don't know how to feel about this.
I'm gonna kill you, Rick!
Relax, Morty. This is just the new normal. Who knows what kind of crazy adventures we'll have now that we're all a little bit schizo.
In the end, they take a selfie with their permanently altered facial expressions, marking the start of a new chapter in their wild adventures. The episode is rated TVMA for strong language, violence, and existential crises.
Title: Potato Chip Prison Experiment.
Summary. In this episode of Rick and Morty, Rick tests the limits of the human spirit by conducting a potato chip prison experiment on Jerry. Rick locks Jerry in a room with nothing but a single potato chip and observes his behavior through a two-way mirror. Morty accompanies Rick to the experiment as an assistant.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty arrive at a convenience store and encounter the man with a beard and a vest, who is the store owner. Rick purchases a single potato chip and proceeds to explain his experiment to the store owner, who is surprised by Rick's unorthodox methods. Notorious for his unorthodox methods, Dr. Rick Sanchez aims to conduct a potato chip prison experiment on his son-in-law, Jerry Smith. The experiment will test the limits of the human spirit by depriving Jerry of all basic human needs except for a single potato chip. Rick.
Act 2.
Jerry is locked in a small room with nothing but a single potato chip, a bedroll, and a bucket. As time passes, Jerry becomes increasingly desperate and resorts to eating the potato chip crumbs off of the floor. Morty expresses concern for Jerry's well-being and questions Rick's methods. Morty, it's all part of the experiment. We're observing Jerry's behavior under extreme conditions to determine the limits of the human spirit. Rick.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty watch Jerry's behavior through the two-way mirror and grow increasingly amused by his desperation. Morty tries to convince Rick to release Jerry from the experiment, but Rick remains adamant about continuing. I don't know, Rick, this seems kind of messed up. Jerry's really suffering in there.
Morty.
What's a little suffering when the fate of the human race is at stake? Rick.
Act 4.
As the experiment continues, Jerry becomes more and more delirious. He begins to hallucinate about the potato chip and imagines the chip talking to him. Rick and Morty are in hysterics as they watch Jerry's descent into madness. Wow, Morty, I never thought a potato chip could be so entertaining. Rick. I don't know, Rick, this seems kind of cruel.
Morty.
Final act.
Rick finally releases Jerry from the experiment and reveals that the entire experiment was a hoax and the potato chip was just a regular chip. Ha! Just kidding, Jerry. It was a regular chip all along. The experiment was to test your ability to endure in extreme conditions, and you passed with flying colors. Rick. Jerry is relieved but angry with Rick and Morty for the psychological torture they put him through. The episode concludes with Rick and Morty laughing hysterically and an angry Jerry storming out of the store. Classic Jerry. Can't take a joke. Rick.
Scientifically hilarious Rick and Morty episode, The Ballroom Boogie.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Beth exploring a mysterious room filled with a vast collection of balls. Rick, ever the mad scientist, has been tasked with analyzing the balls' properties and determining their potential uses in his latest invention.
Behold, my dear family, the ballroom of infinite possibilities. These spherical marvels hold the secrets of the universe within their many layers.
Whoa, who knew balls could be so interesting?
Rick, don't blow us up or something with these balls, okay? I don't want to end up like that planet you destroyed last week.
Don't worry, Beth. I've taken every precaution possible. Now let's get this experiment started.
As Rick begins his analysis, he accidentally sets off a chain reaction that causes a massive explosion throughout the ballroom. Morty falls to the ground, laughing hysterically, while Beth and Jerry rush in to see what happened. What the hell, Rick? You just blew up 1,400 tons of dynamite in the house.
Relax, Jerry, it was just a minor setback in our quest for knowledge. And besides, the look on Morty's face was priceless.
Chuckling, I can't believe you did that, Rick. You're crazy.
Rick, you can't keep endangering our family like this. We need to be more careful in the future.
Beefed, where's the fun in that? Besides, we've got plenty of balls left to work with.
As the dust settles and the family surveys the destruction wrought by Rick's experiment, they can't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Even Jerry can't resist a smirk. Well, I guess this is just another typical day in the life of the Smith family. In the end, the family comes away with a newfound appreciation for the joys of reckless experimentation and the humor that can be found in the most unexpected situations. And with every ball they investigate, they know that the potential for another explosive mishap is just around the corner.
Idle. An interdimensional Home Depot dilemma.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are standing in front of a Home Depot store in an alternate dimension. Morty is holding a broken hammer.
Rick, I need a new hammer. Mine is broken.
What do you think I am, Morty? Made out of money, I owe Home Depot over 127,474,30,272,730,201. We can't go in there.
Beth and Jerry appear out of nowhere.
What are you guys doing here?
Apparently I owe Home Depot enough money to buy a few galaxies.
How is that even possible? It's just a hardware store.
You think they're just a hardware store? They have interdimensional locations. It's a big business.
I just need a hammer. Can't we just sneak in?
I suppose we could try, but it won't be easy.
End scene.
The group devises a plan to sneak into Home Depot, but Rick's debts catch up to them. A team of interdimensional bounty hunters is sent after him.
Bounty Hunter 1. We're here for Rick Sanchez. He owes us a whole lot of money.
I don't have it. Can't you just let us go?
Bounty Hunter 2. No can do. We have a reputation to uphold.
The group fights off the bounty hunters with a combination of gadgets and improvised weapons. Jerry accidentally unleashes a swarm of tiny robots that attach themselves to the bounty hunters. Oops. Sorry.
Nice one, Jerry. Those robots are like nano-locusts. They'll eat through anything.
Can't you just pay them off, Rick?
Good, but where's the fun in that?
We gotta get out of here. More bounty hunters are coming.
I have an idea.
Closing scene.
The group makes a daring escape by flying a stolen interdimensional Home Depot truck through a portal. That was insane.
At least we got a new hammer for Morty.
Thanks, Rick.
No problem, Morty. Now let's go home before I rack up any more debts.
The group leaves in the flying truck as the Home Depot dimension fades behind them. End of episode.
Title: The Jerry Job.
Rick, Morty, and Summer were sitting in the garage when Jerry walked in. Hey guys, I got a job.
Oh yeah, what is it? Finally get a minimum wage gig at the Jerrybury?
No. I'm a criminal now.
What? Jerry, that's not cool.
Yeah, Dad, what are you doing?
I just needed more excitement in my life. Plus, I heard crime pays pretty well.
Well, not for you it won't. You bumbling idiot.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, there's only an $8 bounty on his head. We'll barely make our money back from the gas.
What? Come on, Rick. Be a little more supportive.
Fine, we'll do it. But just to teach Dad a lesson.
Agreed. Morty, get the car.
As Rick, Morty, and Summer hunted for Jerry, they encountered various obstacles and comedic situations.
Rick, why are we doing this? It's not even worth it.
I know, Morty, but it's all about the adventure.
Can we just get this over with?
When they finally catch up to Jerry, things take a turn. Don't take me in. I have a family.
Oh, that's rich coming from a criminal like you.
Yeah, Jerry, you brought this upon yourself.
Let's just get the $8 and go home.
Wait, guys. I have a proposition. What if I give you the $8 and you let me go?
Not a bad idea, Jerry. We'll take it.
But let's keep an eye on him.
Yeah, and Dad, don't do this again.
I won't, I promise. As Rick, Morty, and Summer drive off, they can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of the situation.
Well, that was a waste of time.
At least we got our $8.
And Dad learned his lesson.
Hey, guys, can I at least get a ride home?
No, Jerry, you're a criminal, remember?
Yeah, you can walk.
The group laughs as they leave Jerry behind.
Title: The Drunken Lawsuit.
Synopsis: Rick is plagued with a massive legal debt stemming from his failed lawsuit against Arby's. Meanwhile, Morty discovers an array of exotic liquors in the garage and convinces Rick to join him in a drunken night of debauchery.
Scene 1.
Rick is seen staring at a display of various types of liquor bottles and cans on a table with a black background and a gold border. Morty enters the garage.
Whoa, Rick, what's going on with all this booze?
I'm drowning my sorrows, Morty. Arby's is a bunch of crooks. They stole my recipe for the Szechuan sauce.
But you lost the lawsuit, Rick. How are you going to pay the legal fees?
Morty, I owe 47,262,939,373,926,304,720. I'm F***ked.
Scene 2.
Morty grabs a bottle of blue liquid and takes a swig.
Hey, this stuff is pretty good. Want to get drunk and forget about your problems?
Hell yeah, Morty, let's do it.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty are seen stumbling around the garage, spilling various drinks on themselves and bickering.
Morty, why did you have to pick the strongest liquor?
Hey, I didn't know it was 200 proof.
My head is spinning, Morty. I think I'm going to puke.
You'll feel better after a few more shots, Rick.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty are now completely drunk and passed out on the garage floor. A portal opens and a team of alien debt collectors enters.
Debt Collector 1. This is the Rick Sanchez we're looking for. We're here to collect on his Arby's lawsuit debt. Debt Collector 2. Holy S*T. These guys are wasted. We better call for backup.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty are dragged off by the debt collectors while still passed out. The aliens strap them into a machine that extracts memories of valuable information or assets to be sold to pay off Rick's debt.
Rick groans. What the F*** is going on, Morty? Why does my ass hurt? Morty whispers, I don't know, Rick, but I think we're F***ked.
In conclusion, Rick and Morty's drunken night leads to an alien abduction, and they are forced to relive the consequences of their actions. This episode showcases the consequences of excessive drinking and the importance of financial responsibility.
Title: The Broken Glass Planet Walk.
Abstract. In this episode, Rick and Morty embarks on a walk with Jerry, which results in Jerry's unexpected visit to the Broken Glass Planet. The mission to retrieve Jerry proves to be quite challenging due to the planet's unique properties, leading to some hilarious and mind-bending moments.
Opening scene.
Morty, it's time to go for a walk. Jerry, wanna join us?
Sure, I could use some exercise.
Scene 1.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry are walking on a lush green planet with a red and blue planet in the background and a giant object hovering over them. Wow, this is beautiful. What's that giant thing up there?
Oh, that? It's just a neutralizer. It sucks up excess energy so the universe doesn't implode. No big deal.
Scene 2.
Suddenly, a gust of wind blows Jerry away, and he lands on the broken glass planet. Help! Get me out of here!
Oh no, we have to go after him. But be careful, this planet is made entirely of broken glass.
Scene 3.
The team ventures out onto the broken glass planet, carefully avoiding the sharp edges and jagged pieces.
This place is quite peculiar. The shards seem to rearrange.
Title: The AiTelevision Experiment. Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a wild and wacky adventure involving a poster, a robot dog show, and a slew of memes. It all starts when Rick notices a poster of a robot with a helmet on its head and a yellow background with the words, AiTelevision. Intrigued, Rick decides to investigate its origins and discovers that it was created by a group of rogue scientists as an experiment to see how memes can affect the behavior of robot dogs.
Morty, you won't believe this, but I think I've stumbled upon a meme-powered experiment involving robot dogs.
Oh, okay. What does that even mean?
It means we're gonna use the power of memes to make these robot dogs do our bidding. We'll enter the robot dog show and win the grand prize.
As they make their way to the robot dog show, Rick and Morty encounter a human resources manager who is very strict about the use of memes in the workplace. Human resources manager: I'm sorry, but the use of memes is strictly prohibited in this establishment. Any violations will result in immediate termination.
What kind of totalitarian regime are you running here? We're just here to win a damn robot dog show.
Undeterred, Rick and Morty enter the robot dog show and unleash a barrage of memes, including the Success Kid meme and the jaw shooting meme. The robot dogs start behaving erratically, much to the surprise of the other competitors.
Competitor, what the hell is going on? Why are our dogs barking uncontrollably?
I told you, Morty, the power of memes is a force to be reckoned with. Now let's win this thing.
As Rick and Morty make their way to the finals, they come face to face with their toughest competition. A robot dog with a helmet on its head and the words, AiTelevision, emblazoned on its side.
Looks like we've got some real competition here, Morty. But we've got something they don't have: memes.
In the end, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, having used the power of memes to control the robot dogs and win the grand prize.
I still don't really understand what just happened, but I guess we won.
That's right, Morty, we won. And we did it all with the power of memes. Now let's go celebrate with some Szechuan sauce.
Title: The Case of the Cosmic Cannabis.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry are on a space mission to retrieve the rare and elusive cosmic cannabis from a distant planet. Rick informs the duo that the plant has psychedelic properties that will cause vivid hallucinations and temporary insanity.
Alright, listen up, Morty and Jerry. We're going on a special mission to harvest the elusive cosmic cannabis. This stuff is serious business. It's gonna make you feel like you're living in a kaleidoscope for a few hours.
Geez, Rick, are you sure we should be messing with that kind of stuff? I don't want to lose my mind.
Yeah, I agree with Morty. Shouldn't we be focusing on more important things like our families?
Beefed, family schmamily. This is for science, and also, for fun. Trust me, you guys are gonna love it.
As they arrive on the planet, they encounter a group of alien hippies who are also after the cosmic cannabis.
Rick and the alien leader engage in a heated debate over who deserves to harvest the plant.
Listen here, you tie-dye wearing fluffball. Me and my boys are here to get that cosmic cannabis and take it back to our dimension. We've been busy saving the universe while you sit around smoking space weed.
Alien leader, oh, please. Your science is no match for our enlightenment. We have been growing with the cosmos since the beginning of time.
A chase ensues, with Rick, Morty, and Jerry trying to outrun the hippies and retrieve the cosmic cannabis. They manage to get a hold of it, but not before consuming some of it, leading to a wild journey through space and time.
I don't feel so good, Rick. What's happening to me?
Relax, Morty. It's just the cosmic cannabis kicking in. Everything's going to be fine. Probably.
The trio finds themselves in various surreal situations, from being chased by giant space cats to jamming out with a band of intergalactic pigs. Eventually, they make it back to Earth with a new appreciation for the power of the cosmic cannabis. Wow, that was insane. I can't believe I was able to survive that.
Oh, come on, Jerry. You're tougher than you look. Besides, science waits for no one.
Science may wait for no one, but I think I need a break from it for a while.
The episode ends with the trio collapsing on the living room couch, exhausted but happy from their wild ride through the universe.
Title: The Green Hat Solution.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are in the garage when a woman with a green hat and a castle in the background appears on a viewer at the workstation.
Oh great, another sentient being invading our personal space. Who the hell is she?
She looks like a queen or something.
And what's with that green ribbon around her neck? That's so old-fashioned.
Who cares? She's not our problem. Let's get back to work.
Act 1. Rick is pacing around the garage, throwing his hands in the air in frustration.
Damn it, Morty, we need to find a way out of this debt hole. I can't keep borrowing money from Jerry. It's humiliating.
Why don't you sell some of your inventions or patent them?
Oh, that's too much work. Plus, the government always tries to steal my intellectual property.
Suddenly, the woman with the green hat appears on the viewer again.
Green Hat Woman, greetings, Earthlings. My name is Queen Globna of the planet Zog.
Not another one. We don't have time for this.
Globna, I offer you a deal. I will buy the rights to your TV show, Rick and Morty, for 128 undecillion 484 decillion 728 nonillion 393 octillion 738 septillion 493 sextillion 727 quintillion 384 quadrillion 837 trillion 276 billion 969 million $122,282.
Whoa, that's a lot of money.
We could finally pay off our debts and go on a vacation.
That's not a bad idea. I could use some R&R.
Act 2. The deal is made, and the group is excited about their newfound wealth. They go on a shopping spree, buy luxurious cars, and even rent a mansion for a party. However, things take a turn when they find out that the audience for their show has changed drastically.
Why are all these crazy teenagers watching our show now?
And what's with all the inappropriate jokes and language? This is supposed to be a sci-fi adventure show.
Relax, kids these days are into that sort of thing. Besides, we're making bank now. Who cares who's watching?
Act 3. The group continues to enjoy their newfound wealth and success until they are approached by a group of scientists who claim to have studied their show and found it to be scientifically inaccurate and dangerous. Scientist, your portrayal of interdimensional travel is completely misinformed and could lead to catastrophic consequences.
BFF, what do these nerds know? We're just having some fun.
But Rick, what if they're right? What if we're causing harm to other dimensions?
Maybe we should listen to them and try to make our show more accurate.
Hell no, we're not changing anything. We're rich and famous now. We don't need their approval.
Epilogue. The episode ends with the group back in the garage, watching their show on TV. They realize that their success has come at a cost, and they miss the days when they were just a family of misfits going on wacky adventures.
You know what, guys? Let's forget about the money and the fame. Let's just go on a good old-fashioned adventure for the sake of it.
Yeah, let's do that. And maybe we can try to be more scientifically accurate this time.
And less teen-rated, hopefully.
The group cheers and heads to the portal to begin their next adventure.
Title: Cave Exploration and Tax Evasion.
Introduction.
In this episode, we present a scenario of a man exploring a cave with a laser in his hand and a flashlight in his hand.
Suddenly, he is attacked by the IRS for committing tax evasion.
This presents an interesting juxtaposition of adventurous cave exploration and criminal activities. We investigate the scientific implications of such a scenario.
Narration.
Rick, a 35-year-old man with a passion for adventure and exploration, enters a cave with his trusty laser and flashlight.
He is excited to explore the unknown depths of the cave.
As he moves deeper into the cave, he accidentally comes across a hidden chamber with a pile of unreported income. Rick has been committing tax evasion, and the sight of the unreported income makes him feel guilty. Rick's conscience is brought into question. The psychological impact of guilt can alter the mental state of an individual.
Rick's guilt may affect his decision-making in the cave, potentially leading to accidents or oversights.
The fear of being caught may also cause him to make risky decisions. As Rick tries to leave the cave, he is unexpectedly ambushed by the IRS. The event highlights the importance of financial regulations and the consequences of failure to comply. The IRS is enforcing the law and ensuring that Rick does not evade taxes. The conflict of adventure and criminal activities illustrates the intersection between ethical dilemmas and scientific concepts. Rick's behavior has significant consequences, not only for himself but also for society.
Conclusion.
This episode demonstrates the interplay between adventurous exploration and criminal activities. It also emphasizes the psychological and societal implications of such actions. By exploring this scenario, we better understand the complex relationship between ethics and science.
Title: The Skateboard Conundrum, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Summary: in this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer get caught up in a wacky and dangerous skateboarding competition. Along the way, they encounter bizarre characters and confront their own personal demons.
Act 1.
Morty, we need to get to the skateboarding competition before it's too late. I invented a portal gun, so let's go.
But Rick, I don't know how to skateboard. I'm going to embarrass myself.
Don't worry, Morty. I've created a skateboard that can read your mind and do the tricks for you.
Guys, can we talk about how we're risking our lives for a stupid competition?
Yeah, and can we talk about how I just fell down the stairs and died?
Don't worry, Jerry. I've got a cloning machine in the garage. We'll just make a new you.
Act 2.
Rick, this skateboard isn't working. It keeps doing tricks I don't want it to do.
That's because it's powered by your subconscious fears and desires. You need to face them head on if you want to control it.
Hey, can I try?
Maybe it'll bring back my sense of adventure.
Are you kidding? You just died, Jerry.
Relax, Summer. It's just a clone. And besides, what's life without a little risk?
Act 3.
I can do this. I can do this. Oh no, I'm gonna crash.
Morty, don't be afraid of failure. The path to success is paved with many wipeouts.
Look out, there's a giant spider blocking the ramp.
Guys?
I think I'm starting to see the light.
Not now, Jerry. We're in the middle of a gnarly skateboard sesh.
I did it. I won the competition.
Everyone, yay Morty.
Wait, did I miss something? Why is everyone cheering?
Don't worry about it, Jerry. You'll catch up eventually.
Epilogue.
Wow, that was crazy. Thanks for believing in me, Rick.
Believing in you, I just wanted to win some sweet prize money. But I guess you did okay too.
Can we go home now?